Football Modifier. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 626. Crazy Lee is anxious. This time it was the Argentine fans' turn to celebrate wildly. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling like they were surviving a disaster. The team that had always been behind was reversed by the Germans. Unexpectedly, they actually reversed the German team this time. More than 20,000 Argentine fans did not care. Competing with the German fans in the stands opposite, they still held up their blue and white flags and scarves devoutly and sang loudly. The new heroes are full of energy. They stride forward to make the earth tremble, encourage their sons and daughters to rebuild the majesty of the past motherland. Remember how the laurels were obtained, and let them last forever. We are born with brilliance, die with glory. The singing is loud and clear. This sacred and solemn march of the motherland seems to have been written for the Argentine team at this moment. Messi and his teammates came to the sidelines. Everyone's face was ferocious with excitement. They raised their arms to signal to the fans in the stands. The passion is burning brightly. The game quickly resumed. This time it was the German team's turn to kick off the ball. Standing in the center circle of the midfield, God Miroslav Klose knocked the football to Podolski beside him, who distributed the ball to the wing and received it. Footballer's Thomas Müller, the 20-year-old youngster, did not choose to continue passing the ball backwards. He moved the ball to the sideline and then suddenly dodged. This was a difficult pass, and he easily dodged Tevez's press. He looked like the beast. Tevez was stupidly stepping forward to defend. He ran between the football and Müller, waved, anything. The 20-year-old is full of confidence in the way he handles the ball. After avoiding Tevez, Müller exploded with power at his feet and made a straight breakthrough with the ball. According to the evaluation of FM 2010, Müller is not the kind of player with particularly amazing speed and explosive power. And his body is not strong. However, in terms of reasonableness in handling the ball, he is even better than some experienced old players. Without him, this would be a very terrifying talent. And this talent is reflected in football games. For example, now, although Müller is not fast, he changes rhythm and direction when running, and even every touch of the ball is perfect. This reasonable way of combining the ball so that defensive players always feel that they can intercept the ball, but they are always just a little bit behind. 5 or 6 seconds later, Müller had already brought the ball to the right side of the Argentina team's penalty area. He was about to cut in, suddenly changed his defense line and sprinted to the baseline. Before Zanetti could react, he kicked the ball high and passed it in. The football roared and flew towards the back. Close, the aerial bully in the penalty area, attracted Samuel's defense. From the back, Podolski jumped ahead of Otamendi and used the momentum of his running to jump high and dive with a header like a glider. Goalkeeper Romero didn't react in time. Boom. The football escaped the fingers of young goalkeeper Romero, but in the end it hit the crossbar of the goal hard, bounced high, and was held tightly in Romero's arms when it fell. Woo-hoo-hoo. Fans from both sides in the stands could not help but hold their heads and exclaim. The huge and strange sound was like thousands of kittens clasping the glass with their pointed claws, which made people want to spit out acid water. The German fans were lamenting the missed attack, while the Argentinian fans were simply frightened and managed to equalize. If they were overtaken by the Germans again, the blow would be too big. Ouch. It's so dangerous. The crossbar saved the Argentinians. The game had just restarted, and the German team organized a high-quality offensive. The performance of young player Thomas Müller was eye-catching. His way of handling the ball looked more like an experienced 30-year-old. Older players. This youngster is only 20 years old this year. He became famous in Newcastle. He is a supernova discovered and trained by Crazy Lee. He can adapt to any position in the front court. It is said that his former parent team, the Bundesliga giant Bayern Munich, is very interested in him through his performance in the World Cup. Müller's worth has risen to about 25 million euros, and there are many other giants who are very interested in him. It is not easy for Bayern to get this super player. Müller's performance has been praised by the commentators from all over the world. Point on the field. Romero took the goal kick and the game continued. Time passed slowly but quickly. Amidst the cheers, applause, boos, songs, curses and the buzzing sound of vuvuzelas, the game reached the 77th minute. At this time, the two sides exchanged words. Both offense and defense created several good scoring opportunities, but they failed to score again. On the sidelines, the coaches of both sides gradually had anxious looks on their faces. Maradona looked up at the south stand from time to time, and then continued to make slight adjustments to the Argentine team's formation and tactics on the field. Marshall Mar walked back and forth on the sidelines, watching the time tick by. As he walked towards the end of the race, he felt increasingly nervous. German tactician Master Low is no less nervous than Maradona at the moment. The closer the time is to 90 minutes, the more dangerous it is for the two teams. No matter which side scores a goal, it will be more dangerous for the other team. Almost equal to a decisive victory, because there is definitely not enough time left to equalize. The minute hand of the huge analog clock at the top of the east side of Cape Town's Greenpoint Stadium slowly points to 1845 bit by bit. The air in the entire stadium seems to have solidified. The German team has begun to be under Lowe's deliberate command. Slowly shrink the formation to avoid being caught by Argentina's flexible and fast attack group. For German tank, the longer the game drags on, the better it is for them. The war of attrition in overtime in terms of the final penalty shootout, they have a psychological advantage over the Argentina team. Observing the changes in the German team, Maradona instinctively wanted to direct the players to take advantage of the situation to attack. However, he suddenly thought of something. He looked up at the south stand and found that the red pattern that appeared there actually represented defensive significance. Shield, defense, actually defense? This doesn't seem to be Lee's style. Maradona was confused, but he still strictly implemented Lee Tongfan's tactical changes. In fact, Maradona's feeling is right. According to Lee Tongfan's past coaching style, when encountering this situation, he will definitely make a big gamble and attack desperately. The adventurous spirit in Leo's bones will always make any decision he makes seem crazy. But today's situation is different. The luck value of 31 is a thorn in Lee Tongfan's heart. A rash attack may be taken advantage of by his opponent. Leo Lee still chooses to take the safe route. Both sides chose to shrink their formations. It seems that Lowe and Maradona have already prepared for overtime. We saw that the referee Howard Webb was looking at the clock, and the 90-minute game was about to begin. It's over. Push, push, push. The referee blew 2 short, 1 long and 3 final whistles. The 90-minute regular season game is over. It's finally over. I can't even breathe. 3:3 exclamation point. I have to admit it. This is a huge game. I don't know how many more goals both sides can score in overtime. 90 minutes of ups and downs. So exciting and exciting. But if it enters overtime, the German team will have a greater chance of winning. Not to mention the physical fitness of both sides. The will of the Germans, that they are proud of, will play an absolute role in this kind of positional battle. And if when it comes to penalty kicks, the Germans' head-on ratio is almost over 80%, the regular season is finally over. The commentators use their professional eyes to analyze the upcoming overtime. Point on the field. Players from both sides are receiving massages from coaches and team doctors on the sidelines. They are lying on the ground wet, listening to the head coach's tactics for overtime, and seizing every minute and every second to restore their physical strength. In comparison, at this time, the Argentine team's coaching staff seems relatively shabby. Each of the German team players has at least 2 masseurs. The Argentine team's coaching staff has a total of 8 people, and there is one shameless guy. He was sent to the stands to make a fuss. Each of the remaining 7 players on the field was not enough to score points, so the substitute players could only help. The only thing that makes the Argentinian players feel a little relieved is that the leader invited the miracle doctor at Oyan, who has acupuncture. With such a professional, the gap between the two sides seems not to be so big. At this time, the broadcast camera interestingly focused on the south stand, and Lee Tongfan's big face appeared on the electronic screen in the center of the stadium. Many people wanted to know that at such a moment, the crazy Lee Tongfan, who had no power to use, would be rushed to death. What? When people saw that guy fidgeting and wiggling his butt and looking around with an unhappy expression, they all laughed. This scene was rarely seen from Crazy Lee. Low, who was quickly arranging second half tactics to the players, also saw this scene point, but he didn't believe that Crazy Lee was really anxious. What happened in the 90 minutes just now was completely manipulated by Crazy Lee in some way. Maradona couldn't handle that lewd and timely adjustment technique. Come on. The look like that now is definitely put on by that shameless guy. Low is more willing to believe that Crazy Lee has already considered overtime and penalty shootouts and has laid out some insidious trap waiting for him. So he didn't dare to relax at all! 5 minutes later. Force. The referee's whistle sounded again, and overtime finally began. The Argentine team took the lead to kick off. At this time, the blue and white army no longer contracted their formation. There were still 30 minutes left. The flag message Lee Tongfan passed to Maradona in the stands was a red sword. The Argentine team should take advantage of its slight strength, recover and defeat the German team in one go. Chapter 627, a hard stab. The arrival of overtime has filled the entire stadium with a cruel atmosphere. At this point in the game, it is very likely that one goal will determine the outcome. Whoever scores a goal first will basically get a coveted goal. Top 4 places on the field. The Argentinian team's momentum is even more fierce. This time the blue and white army no longer takes the route of surprise attacks, but combines the midfield and the wing to directly push forward with strong means. At this time, the team's smooth coordination ability is fully reflected, and the front court, the all-pervasive movement of the offensive players was like a vast armored army rushing past with a pace that shocked the world. The German team originally wanted to wait for an opportunity to launch a counter-attack, but after seeing this situation, Leather Husband no longer hesitated at all, and immediately stood on the sidelines and shouted loudly, asking the disciples to retreat and defend. Crazy Lee probably wanted to break the deadlock in overtime as soon as possible, and did not want to drag the game into a penalty shootout. Otherwise, the fragile nerves of the Argentine team would be stimulated, and they would definitely not have much confidence in the exchange of penalty kicks. Lowe quickly figured out the reason why the Argentinian team was eager to attack, which further strengthened Lowe's tactical choice of defensive counter-attack. For the German team, the most important thing at the moment is to be safe, and there is no need to take risks by fighting against the Argentine team. As long as you stick to it until the end, victory is close at hand. In the south stand, Lee Tongfan, sitting among the fans, has been carefully observing the situation on the field. 4 or 5 minutes of overtime passed quickly, and Lowe's tactical intentions were undoubtedly exposed during this period. Lee secretly cursed Lowe, an old fox, in his heart, and couldn't help but feel irritated. He really didn't want the game to enter the final penalty shootout. In addition to the fact that the Argentinian team was not as mentally strong as the iron-blooded Germans, the most important thing was that the mere luck value of 31 might play a role in the penalty shootout. The effect of the ball is really terrible. If the Argentine team shoots 5 consecutive penalty kicks and all of them hit the goalpost, who will they ask to reason? As time went on, Lee really felt like he was at the end of his rope. Faced with the German team's retracted defense, Lee Tongfan, no matter how he fine-tuned the Argentine team's tactics, it was difficult to achieve success. By this time in the game, both sides' trump cards had been exhausted. They were all supported by faith and pure instinct, which made Lee more and more irritable. Got you 50 cents, and I 50 cents. The two of us are one piece. You 6 cents, and I 6 cents. The two of us are $1 and 2. Messi, you are such a hammer. You should hurry up and score goals. The sultry man was talking nonsense. His legs were shaking like a skeleton, and he was almost nervous with thunderous cheers and waves of applause. The game continued. In the 7th minute of the first half of overtime, the German team, which had been suppressed in their own half, finally counter-attacked. Podolski received the pass after Schweinsteiger stole it, and used his strong body to resist Ngago's pressing. He used an obviously pushing action to push away the defense of his old teammate. The audience was booed, but the referee did not impose a penalty. Prince Balti then activates instantly. Podolski, who was rated as Son of the Wind in FM 2010, does have a little speed when he soars. His strong body and abundant stamina allow him to go all out at this time. Cambiasso and Mascherano kept pressing, but he used his speed to force him. This scene gave fans from both sides different reactions. More than 22,000 German fans screamed with ecstasy, as if they had seen Merkel running naked. The Argentinian fans booed with all their strength, and even in order to stop Podolski from running wildly on the field, another innocent beauty threw down her LV handbag with a ferocious expression and threw down her mobile phone and sundries next to her. There were even more, but unfortunately these buddies and sisters were obviously not Olympic shot putters. The ones thrown from the back row hit the front row, and the ones thrown by the front row all hit the track at the edge of the court. The German team's counterattack. Podolski, past two people, went down, went wide. Zanetti came up to defend, passed the ball, on the field point. After running nearly 60 meters, Podolski gradually felt another burst of burning pain in his chest. His lungs seemed to be exploded by running, and his speed began to slow down. Facing the veteran who stepped forward to defend, Zanetti, he knows that he can't make any more breakthroughs. Although the opponent in front of him is already 36 years old, he has too much defensive experience. If he breaks through hard, he will waste this hard-won opportunity. He chose to pass the ball. The football was kicked high and diagonally into the air to the other side of the penalty area point. Although there was no teammate to respond, Podolski did not hesitate at all when choosing to pass the ball. He believed that someone would be able to catch up. Sure enough, in the next second, a black figure, like a streak of ink light, was inserted from the other side quickly and hard. He jumped high while running, gently unloaded the football with his chest, and waited until it fell. At that time, one foot had already stepped into the Argentina team's penalty area. Thomas Müller. Yes, it's Thomas Müller, this 20-year-old youngster, who posed a huge threat to the Argentine team at the end of the 90 minutes of the regular season, and won unanimous praise from the commentators. Steadily appeared in the most appropriate position, stopped the ball, unloaded the ball, and immediately went to rushing forward. The movements are smooth. He already knew that Podolski would pass this waypoint as early as when they were in Newcastle. The two used to live in a player dormitory and often appeared on the training ground at the Rig-Bottom training base after training. Their long-term cooperation made them more than a pair who had been in an affair for more than 10 years. The couple must have a tacit understanding. Just as Podolski believed that he would appear in time when he passed the ball just now, Müller also absolutely believed that his senior brother could pass the football. This tacit understanding gave the Argentine team a fatal blow after Müller rushed in. He made physical contact with the young defender Otamendi. It was due to the inertia of the momentum of his jump and fall, which made him almost lose control of the football and staggered. In the process of rushing forward, the instep of his foot hooked the crook of Otamendi's leg, and both of them fell into the penalty area. Thomas Müller, ouch, fell down. Penalty kick? Could it be a penalty kick? Let's see what the referee decides. Howard Webber rushed to the scene of the incident, his finger point to the penalty spot. It's a penalty. Hey, the German team got a penalty kick. Ouch. There are more serious things. There are even more serious things. The referee showed Otamendi a yellow card. This is his second yellow card in this game. 2 yellow cards turned into 1 red. Otamendi was sent off, and Argentina now has a back two. This is a devastating blow. Argentine team captain Zanetti rushed forward angrily. The Argentine team players surrounded the referee Howard Webb. Messi even ran to the sidelines to question the linesman. But it was of no use. Howard insisted. My own penalty. Everything is irreversible. At the 8th minute of the first half of overtime. Oh. The Argentina team is in trouble. Courtside point. This sudden scene shocked everyone. Maradona was like a mad lion. He even kicked off his shoes in anger. Lowa was so excited that he hugged his male assistant and kissed his forehead like a homosexual. A group of muscular guys on the bench of the German team cheered loudly. Former captain Michel Borlac, who withdrew from the World Cup due to injury, had an unknown work permit hanging on his chest and also appeared in front of the coaching bench with the handsome team leader Uncle Beat. Erhoff clapped and laughed together. Podolski stood at the penalty spot, and he took the penalty kick. Thomas Mueller and Podolski are both players that crazily single-handedly promoted to superstar level, but now they have stabbed crazily hard in the heart sitting in the stands. We see that sitting in the stands madmanly among the fans has a serious look and a terrifyingly gloomy expression. There is a commentator in the commentary box who is deliberately disgustingly Tongfan point force. The whistle sounded. Podolski turned his head and looked at the south stand before taking the penalty kick. He was silent for a moment. The penalty kick was not something that could be blamed on the defender. The leader's apostrophe team was wronged. But for the German team, Podolski's eyes suddenly became sharp. He took a few steps back and started running. Boom. A powerful shot. No angle was chosen. This was a shot that took the aesthetics of violence to the extreme. Podolski was not worried at all that the football would be shot away. In fact, during that year at Newcastle, his heart has long since become strong and brave enough. At such a close distance, the speed of the football was so fast that it was like teleporting. Alkmaar's young goalkeeper Amaro judged the right direction, but he still could not prevent the goal from being blasted for the fourth time. Boom, boom. The Greenpoint Stadium in Cape Town is boiling, and the Germans are boiling! 4:3. The German team relied on their iron-blooded tenacity to focus on the crazy attack of the Argentine team and once again overtook the score. The Argentine team was forced to the cliff. From now on, they will play 10 against 11. If they want to get back the score, they will have to go to the sky. Disaster. Time flies. The game has reached the 27th minute of overtime, and the score is still 4:3. The German team relied on Podolski's penalty kick in the 98th minute to lead the Argentine team with less than 4 minutes left. This game, the quarterfinals that attract worldwide attention, are about to come to an end. Argentina is still struggling. This is the toughest game they have played in this World Cup, and it is likely to be the last game. While the German team has begun to defend across the board, they are still away from the top 4. Less than 240 seconds left. There is only one reason why the Argentina team lost. They lacked a god on the sidelines of football who could compete with Loa. Such an ending seems to have been doomed in the last game. Crazily made a mistake for him. His violent temper paid the price. If he had acted more rationally and resisted the punch, maybe Argentina would be in the lead now. Maybe now I can say farewell, Argentina. The Blue and White Army had a magnificent start, but was crushed in front of the iron blood of the Germans. This is fate, right? We have the world's #1 star and a legendary coach, but God is not willing to hand over the Hercules Cup to the Argentinians. World champion. Wait 4 years. In the commentary box, the commentators have already begun to read the eulogy for the Pampas Eagle brothers and sisters. Don't worry, the game will definitely end today. Daozi will go eat first. Thank you for your support. Sincerely thank you. Although I have a crazy headache today because of the 13,000 yesterday, there will still be a third update. Because I really want to win back your hearts. Chapter 628 Penalty Shootout. Argentina went completely crazy. The German team's full retreat gave the Blue and White Army the opportunity to attack with all their strength without worrying about the defense. Barcelona King, Messi, and the Beast, Tevez, with red eyes, were like crazy beasts, going wild over and over again regardless of physical strength. Attacking the defense line led by Mertesack and Friedrich, Magician, Requelme, Gago and Cambiasso and other midfielders rushed to the outside of the penalty area. In Argentina's half, only because Otamendi was sent off, Lee Tongfan was forced to replace Bayern's nerd wanderer, Demichelis, at the cost of replacing Maggie Mascherano. Near the middle circle, looking down from the sky, almost all 21 players on the field are in the German team's half. There were constant tackles and fouls, sparks flying from both sides, and everyone was already red-eyed. In the stands, the fans of the German team cheered and could not wait to start the countdown, while the fans of the Argentinian team sang the March of the Fatherland over and over again with the most tragic emphasis. This melody was like a heroic elegy, over and over again, echoing in the ears of the players on the court. They were struggling in this blood-burning song. The new heroes are in high spirits. Riquelme turned around with the ball, got rid of Schweinsteiger's push and pressure, used all his strength to steady his steps, and then passed the football to Fernando Gago not far away. Stride forward that makes the earth tremble. Facing the rolling football, Gago once again repeated his old trick. He used his best instep to rub the ball, and lifted the ball high into the air. The football held the hopes of countless Argentines in the sky, floating lightly, flying towards the German team's penalty area. Small smoking gun, Higuain gritted his teeth and jumped up, using all his strength to fight for the header, but Werder Bremen's ace Murdersack, who was more than 10 centimeters taller than him, also jumped behind him. Starting from the beginning, the two people's heads hit each other hard, blood spattered, and the football was pushed out of the penalty area again. Encourage their sons and daughters to rebuild the great reputation of their past motherland. Higuain wiped the back of his head and felt severe pain and wetness. He knew he must be bleeding, but without any thought of stopping, he turned around and pulled up Murdersack, who was about to lie on the ground to delay time, and then continue to fight like crazy. Remember how you got the laurel and let it last forever. The referee started to look at the watch, and the countdown sound of the German team fans had reached 7. With 7 seconds left, the German team can enjoy the beauty of victory, defeating the super team like Argentina, which was originally the #1 favorite to win the championship. A strong team, even if Crazy Lee is not standing on the sidelines. It is enough for the Germans to talk about it and be happy for weeks after the game. We live with brilliance, and we must die with brilliance. The football that fell outside the penalty area was kicked out by Kedira. However, as soon as the football roared into the air, it hit Cambiaso's face. The core of Inter Milan fell to the ground, but the football was bounced back at the feet of Messi. 5 seconds left. At this moment, the whole world's eyes are focused on Messi. Can this truly world's #1 star turn the tide at the critical moment? Can it support the last hope of the Pampas? Dial the ball. The soles of your feet explode with power. Sideways, pounds forward. Almost relying on instinct at the first moment, Messi avoided Podolski's defense. He carried Ozil with his body like a mountain and rushed forward with difficulty, approaching centimeter by centimeter. Hit the goal. 3 seconds left. Messi raised his head and looked at where the goal was. Everything he could see was densely packed with figures. Whether they were players from the German team or the Argentinian team, they were all standing in front of him. It was simply impossible to score directly. What to do? Messi was breathing heavily, and all the sounds in his ears disappeared. Only the Argentine fans singing "We live with glory, and we will die with glory" was like a yellow song coming from distant time and space. Zangdalu's voice made his ears buzz. "No matter, fight." Messi roared angrily, suddenly used his body to resist Ozil, who had been sticking tightly to him, and then took off his foot and fired a long distance shot. 2 seconds left! Exclamation mark. The football roared out with the last hope of the Pampas. The Argentine fans grabbed their hearts. Time seemed to stop at this moment, but the football flew out less than 2 meters and hit the German team. Captain Ram's body, force! Exclamation mark. The whistle sounded. The German fans cheered all over the place, like a huge tsunami. The German fans fell down on their seats in disappointment. On the field, Messi's eyes went dark, and he fell down on the lawn, and there were several Argentine players who acted like Messi. At this point in the game, the blue and white warriors were all relying on the tone in their hearts to support themselves. At this moment, when they heard the referee blowing the whistle, they were watching the football rolling out of the bottom line. Seeing that the last hope has disappeared, they no longer have the strength to stand where they are. The referee blew the final whistle. Oh, no, it seems it's not over yet. Let's see. The referee's finger pointed to the corner area. This is not the whistle for the end of the game. At the last moment, the British Howard Webb was so kind that he gave Argentina a corner kick. On the field, Messi and his teammates, who were originally sitting on the lawn, realized that the whistle was not the whistle for the end of the game, and suddenly felt full of strength all over their bodies, and they all got up. This is Argentina's last chance. Can they come back to life? Riquelme stood in the corner area. All the Argentine players came to the penalty area to participate in the attack. Even goalkeeper Romero was no exception. Romero is 1.96 meters tall and has a certain advantage in the header. Argentine fans recovered from despair and they began to sing the March of the Motherland again. The camera showed the image of Crazy Lee, who stood up and sang like the fans around him, but why did I see that he was not singing the national anthem, but swearing with gritted teeth? Force. The whistle sounded. Riquelme took a deep breath, and in this blood-burning March of the Motherland, he kicked the ball out. There were people everywhere in the penalty area. At this time, any tactics were useless. He almost completely relied on his instinct to choose a direction. The football spun high and flew to the back. The young goalkeeper Neuer judged the flight trajectory of the football and lifted it high to take it off. However, at the moment he lifted it, he collided with his teammate Friedrich, who was defending with all his strength. He lost his balance and the football flew to the back point. Standing at the back point was Argentina's goalkeeper Romero. He used his height to resist Lam and headed for the goal. Romero. He got the first point. Header. This ball goes in. No. Mertzaker, who was standing at the far post, headed the ball out just when it was about to cross the goal. What a pity. Romero's football skills are not as good as his goalkeeping skills. There's still a chance. The ball fell to Higuain's feet. Adjust. Shoot. It hit the defender and bounced out. There's still a chance. Shoot again. The ball goes in. Goes in. Goes in. Goes in. Goes in. Goes in. Who shot the last goal? Incredible. Unbelievable. This ball really went in. A powerful shot penetrated Neuer's goal, and the ball slipped through the only gap between people. This is a diamond-like goal. He saved the Argentine team. He saved the Argentine team. Let's see who shot the goal. It was the central defender Demichelis. It was Demichelis who came on as a substitute in the extra time. This is his second goal in this World Cup. He will be the hero of the Argentine team. On the field. Demichelis was running frantically. This feeling was like a dream. He actually scored a goal. He actually scored a goal. At such a time. At such a time. He scored such a goal. This is not a dream, right? Teammate rushed from behind and pressed Demichelis to the ground. The German fans in the stands were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they saw. The Argentine fans instantly turned into a violent ocean, rumbling and boiling. Lug angrily questioned the fourth official. The game time was over long ago. Why did he give Argentina a chance to attack from a corner kick? Maradona rolled back and forth on the grass beside the field like a spoiled child. In the camera, Tongfan also lost his previous calmness. Like the fans around him, he was excited and ferocious, waving his fists, and the pleasure was hitting him layer by layer. It felt like peeing. The game entered a penalty shootout. Both sides went through a short stand adjustment, and the list of penalty kickers was handed over to the referee. After the coin toss, we saw that the German team got the first chance to take the penalty. The penalty shootout began. This is the cruelest scene. The cruelest scene. The first penalty kicker for the German team was young player Thomas Müller. We could not see the slightest nervousness on his face. He walked slowly to the penalty spot. The referee blew the whistle. Run up. Shoot. The ball went in. Müller deceived goalkeeper Romero and pushed the ball to the middle. On the field. Müller, who had successfully shot, roared and raised his arms and made an inciting gesture to the German fans in the north stand, and the stadium cheered like a tide. It was Argentina's turn. The first penalty kicker was Riquelme. Romy walked to the penalty spot expressionlessly, picked up the ball with his toes, gently wiped it with his jersey several times, then kissed it, put it down, and slowly stepped back. Forced. Riquelme shot. A push shot from an extremely tricky angle. The football rolled into the net. Goalkeeper Neuer judged the right direction, but faced with such a shot, he had nothing to do. 1:1. After scoring the goal, Riquelme showed no sign of weakness. He also made an inciting gesture to the Argentinian fans in the south stand. More than 20,000 blue and white fans burst into cheers like the earth was shattering. Force. Ozil pushed to the right. Romero misjudged the direction and the ball went in. The German fans breathed a sigh of relief and then tried their best to send cheers and applause. Lowe secretly clenched his fists on the sidelines, and Maradona sighed regretfully. 1! Exclamation mark. The pressure once again came to the Argentine team. Blue and White Legion, the second person to appear is small smoking gun Higuain. The Real Madrid center's face clearly had a nervous expression concealed by his interpretation. He slowly walked in front of the football, stepped on it with his feet, and got into position, then took a deep breath and let out a breath. Point force! Exclamation mark. The whistle sounded, and small smoking gun took off. Point. He did not choose an angle, but used all his strength to pull it out. The football roared into the goal like a meteorite. The angle was not awkward, but the speed was too fast. Neuer, the goalkeeper of the German team, his fingertips touched the football, but he couldn't stop it from loading into the net. Point. As cheers rang out, Higuain lifted up his jersey excitedly. He was so nervous that he almost cried. When he shot, his mind went blank. Fortunately, the goal went in. 2:2. The two sides once again returned to the same starting line. The third player of the German team was midfielder Kedira. Point. He also chose to hit the goal hard, but Romero couldn't make the save and the ball hit the net. Point. The German team's tenacious nerves allowed them to maintain a perfect shooting rate, and the pressure was gradually transferred to the Argentine team. The third penalty kick candidate of the Blue and White Army was the Beast, Tevez, compared to the younger Higuain. Tevez's expression was much more relaxed. Point. The Manchester City striker carefully placed the football and waited for the referee's whistle. He immediately started his run up and prepared for a powerful shot. However, in the end, he used an extremely deft push to the lower right corner and succeeded. Neuer fully judged wrong direction. 3:3! Exclamation point! Another tie. The performance of the German team was within our expectations, but Argentina brought us a surprise. They showed extraordinary calmness in the first 3 rounds. All free throws. It's the 4th round. The fourth player of the German team was Podolski. Run up, shooting. The ball went in. It went in. Prince Polti, who performed well in this game, succeeded in the high ball shot. The pressure is on Argentina again. Zanetti came to take Argentina's 4th penalty. Look, the whistle sounded. Run up, beautiful shot. Pushed to the center. The ball went in. The 36-year-old, the captain, is extremely calm and does everything a captain should do. Final round. Point. The 5th serving candidate of the German team is Little Pig, Bastian Schweinsteiger. This is a relatively safe candidate. Schweinsteiger's psychological quality and footwork are very good. Although he rarely takes penalty kicks in the club and national team, he has never missed a record force. Schweinsteiger looked up at the goalkeeper and then took a run. Run up, shooting. The goal went in. What's going on? Argentina's goalkeeper Romero is celebrating like crazy. Let's see. It hit the side net. It actually hit it. The side net. From our perspective, the ball should have gone in, but it actually hit the side net. Oh my god, Piggy missed the penalty. The situation was reversed and the Germans missed the penalty. How is that possible? Low trusts Schweinsteiger so much. In fact, Little Pig performed perfectly in this game. He contained the Argentine team's crazy attack in defense and even sent 2 direct assists in offense. What a pity. The commentators exclaimed with regret. Point. Bastian Schweinsteiger fell directly to the lawn on the court. He lifted up his jersey to cover his face. His jersey was quickly soaked with tears. Everyone understood what the 5th missed penalty meant. On the sidelines, Low knelt on the ground and hung his head on the lawn crazily, his despair palpable, while Maradona excitedly waved his fists like a super boxer. The Argentinian fans cheered. Point. At this time, Barcelona king Messi was the last to stand in front of the penalty spot. Point. Messi faces a chance to become a hero. Messi, the world's #1 star, the undisputed #1 core of the Argentine team, and the leader of the 4 kings in football, stood quietly in front of the football, waiting for the referee to blow the whistle for the penalty kick. Everything in his ears, the noise disappeared instantly, and the March of the Motherland sounded again. Remember how you got the laurel, let it last forever, force. The most piercing whistle sounded since the start of the World Cup in South Africa. Point. Messi took a deep breath and started running. Remember how you got the laurel, let it last forever, boom! Exclamation mark. The muffled sound of the football seemed to hit the hearts of hundreds of millions of fans around the world. Time and space became frozen. Everything that happened on the field seemed to be in slow motion. The football was stuck to the ground like a handle. The unstoppable cold light pierced the German goal like a sharp sword. In the slow motion of Neuer exerting himself so hard that his face was ferocious, everyone celebrates, rubbed the crossbar on the right side of the goal, and rolled into the net. This was another theoretically blind shot. Messi, 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 Messi. The ball has gone in. The ball has gone in. Winner. A true winner. A surprising result occurred in the penalty shootout. Argentina entered the top 4. Is this an upset? Argentina beat Germany on penalties. On the field, Barcelona king. The moment Messi scored, everyone on the Argentina bench rushed to the court crazily. It was too difficult. This game was too difficult for the Argentine team. 120 minutes is as long as 120 centuries. This is the most difficult game for the blue and whites since the start of the 2010 World Cup in South Africa. This is a game where the phoenix rises from the ashes. Top 4, Argentina. Minus 5,000 words. The game is over. This game is more important from a plot perspective. The next game will be much faster. 3 updates are completed. I will continue to work hard and continue to win your hearts. Please subscribe. Please subscribe fiercely. Point brothers and sisters who are capable. Please place an order. Even if you are a very unqualified brother, just make an initial order and you can get the second seal. What a miracle this competitive book is. Please subscribe. Please order for the first time. Chapter 629 Moji. Please go to the Mediterranean Sea for a naked swim. When the players rushed to the court crazily, Lee Tong-biem appeared on the sidelines with a smile. The game is over, and the suspension period has also ended accordingly. The 2 officials from the World Football Federation who have been stuck to Leoli like gummy candies for nearly 2 hours have completed their tasks and have not yet waited for Leoli. Send. Can't wait to disappear. The 2 gentlemen in suits had no doubt that if they followed Madman Lee at this time, they would definitely be torn to pieces by the crazy Argentine. The broadcast camera began to capture interesting scenes of such a moment. The superhero Demichelis who turned the tide was the center of attention of media reporters. The Bayern central defender took off his clothes and put them casually on his shoulders, revealing his trademark muscles like a knife and an axe, and excitedly looked towards the fans in the south stand. Wave. Barcelona king. Messi has also been sought after. Several beautiful reporters blocked Messi near the command seat and rushed to ask questions. Maradona hugged the players one by one with a smile on his face. German is elegant. Tactician master. Low tried to hide his disappointment at this time, gently hugged the crying little pig, Bastian Schweinsteiger, and said something in his ear. Of course, Lee Tongfan is also the focus of the camera. The sultry man had an undisguised expression of pride on his face. He laughed happily and high-fived the members of the Argentine coaching staff and congratulations. His shameless smile made countless heartbroken German fans want to rush up and give them a hard slap. This is a moment of glory for the Argentine boss. Congratulations, you still have a chance to win the Hercules Cup. Prince Bolti and his junior brother Thomas Muller appeared in front of Lee Tongfan. The 2 of them almost sent the Argentinian team on the plane back home with their excellent performance today, but in the end they still fell short. The 2 of them were definitely not happy, but they still managed to smile when facing Leoli. Oh, damn. It's you 2 bastards. Is your little sweetheart sitting in the stands today? Why is she acting so cruel? It scared me so much that I almost had a heart attack. As Lee Tongfan spoke, he clutched his heart tightly, amusing the 2 sad hammers. Podolski rolled his eyes. Boss, I remember you never had a heart attack. Muller sneakily approached Lee Tongfan's ear and asked cautiously, Boss, after the World Cup, will you return to Newcastle? Lee Tongfan smiled and shook his head. I knew it. Muller muttered. Boss, do you think I should transfer? The little guy has recently been troubled by transfer rumors in the media, and his agent has also received a lot of transfers. There will be invitations, including supergiants such as Real Madrid, Manchester United, and Chelsea, which makes it difficult for him to make a decision for a while. He wants to hear the opinions of his mentor. Tongfan patted the young general on the shoulder. For this young general who he single-handedly promoted and discovered, Leo Lee still loved him very much. He directly gave his answer, "Thomas, if you want to, maybe a change of environment is a good choice." The Blue and White's difficult to advance to the top 4 of the World Cup. This seemingly nondescript headline on the front page of Reuters Sports the next day perfectly summarized the quarter-final match that took place at Greenpoint Stadium in Cape Town on July 8th. Blue and White Army. Since the opening of the 2010 South Africa World Cup finals, it has maintained an invincible trend. The previous 4 games have all swept the opponent with a big score. The game process was extremely smooth, without any disturbance. However, in this quarter-final, the German team brought them unprecedented difficulties, which almost ended the Pampas Eagles World Cup journey. But it was this game that won the respect of the world for Argentina. Italy's most authoritative sports newspaper Gazzetta dello Sport admitted in the article that Argentina fully deserves a victory. You only need to look at the strong character they showed when they fell behind, and look at Messi's last second. He breaks through and shoots like a fighter in the time. Look at Romero's crazy fight for the top in the penalty area. Look at Higuain persisting in fighting, even though his head is bleeding. Look at the calmness and murderousness shown by the Argentine in the penalty shootout. Looking at the scenes in the game, you will know that the German team was not unfair at all. French L'Equipe and France Football could not help but applaud the performance of the Blue and White Army in the quarterfinals. This is an Argentine team we have never seen before, and it is also the best Argentina team. It is meaningless to repeat the exciting moments during the game. We only need to remember that without Crazy Lee, Argentina won the Iron Blood in a battle of willpower. The Germans, in such an ups and downs game, even the Germans were impressed. Kicker lamented, the German team encountered an invincible enemy. Lowe did everything he could, and so did the players. Everything they can do. A score of 4:4 in the regular season. What else can you ask of them? An enemy that cannot even score 4 goals. That is, God wants the Argentina team to win. Maybe, we are not losing. He lost to Argentina, but to God. Compared with the comments of the media in the previous countries, the feelings of the media in England are much more complicated. The Argentine team indeed played a game that touched the world and deserves the admiration of everyone. However, the final promotion of the Blue and White Army means that the 3 Lions will have to encounter such an Argentine team in the semi-finals. And it is an Argentina team that once again has their invincible coach Madman Lee. Such a matchup situation makes the whole of Great Britain and the dream of reaching the World Cup final for the second time since 1966 become further and further away. Can Capello defeat Crazy Lee, defeating a madman named Lee who had just come back from his ban and was filled with hunger? Even the most optimistic fans can't give a 100% sure answer for a time. European media reports were rampant, and various news appeared in newspapers. Argentina's strongest performance on the bench. Demi regains the main position. Demichelis, South America's #1 central defender. The growth of a young man, king of Barcelona, eventually becomes king of Blue and White. Argentina's god of war Gonzalo Higuain. The Germans left with their heads held high. Maradona showed the level of madman. The Argentina team was reborn from nirvana in the first game, and the spirit of Madman Lee has been integrated into the team who is worthy of this Blue and White Army. The Hercules Cup is already within my grasp, of course. Among the many media reports, people will not forget the gamble of the century that attracted the attention of fans around the world before the game. Now Madman Lee relies on his 8-person coaching staff to enter 2010 without any danger. The semi-finals of the 2018 World Cup in South Africa. This also means that the famous football cardinal, football conspirator, and transfer godfather, Moggi in Italian football must redeem his promise before the game. Jump into the Mediterranean Sea and go skinny dipping. This is huge news. The whole world wants to know whether Moggi, who has always been in control of everything and always has a plan, whether his brain was caught by the door or kicked by a zebra in the zoo, actually took the initiative to make such a bet with Crazy Lee. And now, will you really take off your clothes and balls and jump into the Mediterranean Sea under the gaze of countless cameras? Countless media began to gloat and ask questions. Mr. Moggi, when are you going to fulfill your promise? According to the annual data from the authoritative meteorological department and the tourism department, the water temperature of the Mediterranean Sea at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in July is close to 16 degrees Celsius, which is the most suitable for nude swimming. Regarding the choice of location, as the most responsible traveler, I strongly recommend Sardinia to Mr. Moggy. The sea here is blue, the beach is gentle, and the underwater visibility is high, suggesting nude swimming. The words were like a rain of cold arrows from the sky, shooting at Moggy. Someone once angrily described Moggy like this: a bald old man with a plain appearance, a smiling wise man over 60 years old. He has a strange combination of evil and wisdom, greed and simplicity. Mystery is his identity card. Despicableness is his coat, and checks are his silent pistols. He is like a ninja, never angry. He is also like the thousand-armed Guanyin, with influence in every corner of the football world. To everyone, he is the on-the-market, the king, the cardinal in football circles. He is an expressionless person, a person who is always calm and composed in a place that he defines as a public place, which is what ordinary people can do. But smile at failure, only he can do it. But this time facing Crazy Lee, can Moggy remain as calm as before? The Italian Gazzetta dello Sport quickly gave the answer to the world. Their front page on July 9th published a photo of Moggy swimming in the sea. In the photo, Moggy only exposed his head. The dry upper body was left, while the lower body, which countless gloating media were looking forward to, was completely submerged in the sea water. Luciano Moggy fulfills his promise and appears naked in the Mediterranean. This is the title given by Gazzetta dello Sport, and judging from the full text, it is obvious that this is also the answer given by the cunning Moggy to Crazy Lee. The article even quoted Moggy's original words in an interview with himself: "I'm an honest person. I never do anything for myself." Crazy Lee is a very good coach. I hope he can win the World Cup. After joining Juventus, everything he has done has left a deep impression on the fans of the Alp Stadion. This will be the place where he continues his glory. Of course, if necessary, I'm willing to go to England or China to invite him in person. The whole world is defeated. Defeated by such a cunning old man. Can you say that he did not fulfill his promise? Cannot. At least a photo of him with his bare back appeared in Italy's most widely circulated sports newspaper. However, his method was so cunning that he didn't even reveal his chest, and he also used a shameless magnanimous attitude, which made Crazy Lee's aggressive person fall into the inferior position. The fans sent warm greetings to Moggy's family, while turning their attention to South Africa. Facing the shameless Moggy. What kind of response will Madman Lee make? First update. Please make the first order. This is so important to Mrs. Knife. Please. Chapter 630 Transfer Frenzy. He's just a shameless bitch who likes to show off his cleverness. When Lee Tongfan was interviewed by a reporter from Gazzetta dello Sport after the quarterfinals, he let the whole world see that Moggy was spitted all over his head. I knew he would do something like this. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. Just think that I just spent a boring time teasing my pet dog Bear. My suggestion is, never get serious with this guy, who has a face as tough as the Macedonian defense line, because he will use his shamelessness to bring you to the same level, and then use his rich experience in the shameless world to defeat you. Gazzetta dello Sport published this passage on the front page of the next day, and the title was appropriately angry. Crazy Lee, Moggy is a shameless bitch. The article mentioned, although many people have expressed dissatisfaction with Mr. Luciano Moggy in the past period, this is the first time we have heard someone attack him in such a direct and sarcastic way. Look, it seems that Crazy Lee has some irreconcilable hatred with Moggy. He unabashedly threw Moggy's demeanor and kindness into the toilet. What we are very curious about now is that we don't know who is rumored to have a relationship with Italy. How will the former Juventus general manager with Mafia connections treat Crazy Lee? As soon as the report came out, the media and fans talked a lot. Crazy Lee cursed Moggy so disrespectfully, which made countless people who had long been fed up with Moggy secretly applaud. They did not dare to glare at a super predator like Moggy, but Crazy Lee helped them give them a discount and suppressed it in their hearts. The bad words. Moji is a shameless bitch. Oh, listen. How many people want to say this? Of course. There were also impassioned accusations that it was unbearable for Crazy Lee to attack a football senior in such a vulgar way. Crazy Lee must know that he is now the idol of countless fans, especially young fans, who imitate them crazily. Everything about him, and now what has he done? Attacking an old man like a street gangster. This will spoil the children. Crazy Lee is a heart-rending mad dog. Moji is indeed a villain, but Crazy Lee is not a good person either. This kind of anger is most prominent in Italy. This is a country where racial discrimination and football violence occur frequently. Italians have a sense of national narcissism as stubborn as the English. In the eyes of many Italians, even if Moji is a rotten scumbag, he is still Italy. It is not the turn of an inferior yellow race like Madman Lee to make irresponsible remarks on people's own affairs. They have obviously forgotten who started this gambling game and dispute in the first place. People are paying attention to what will happen next in this "war of abuse." But Moji did not accept any interviews with reporters after that, and Crazy Lee also closed the HPC Sports Center of the University of Pretoria to prepare for the upcoming semi-finals. Both parties involved did not speak about this matter. The attention gradually decreased because the World Cup is in full swing and there are more exciting events waiting for the media to interview and report. July 9th. The last quarter-final of the 2010 World Cup in South Africa kicked off at Ellis Park Stadium in Johannesburg. The two sides were the Spanish team, Matador Legion, and the South American powerhouse Paraguay. Before the game, many people believed that this was the least suspenseful game among all four quarterfinals. The Paraguay team, which entered the top 8 for the first time in history, was several miles behind the Spanish team, but the entire game made the Matador fans wipe their sweat with fear. The Spanish team did not break the deadlock until the 83rd minute of the game. The genius, who had already confirmed his transfer from Valencia to Barcelona before the start of the World Cup, shooter David Villa, scored a buzzer-beating goal, sending the bullfighting soldiers into the top 4. It is worth mentioning that during the game, a scene that can be recorded in the history of the World Cup happened. Spain and Paraguay each scored a penalty kick in just 39 seconds, setting a record for the shortest interval between penalties since 1966. What is even more bizarre is that both Spain and Paraguay actually converted this penalty. The free throw was missed. Such a scene adds a bit of fun to the tense and cruel World Cup. Bullfighting soldiers finally reached the semi-finals with difficulty thanks to David Villa's winning goal. By the end of this game, all the semi-finals of the 2010 South Africa World Cup were finally born. After 2 days of rest, on July 12th, the more brutal semi-finals will be staged as scheduled. The 4 top world giants will start a fierce life and death battle for the final ownership of the Hercules Cup. The distribution of matchups in the semi-finals also emerged: 3 lions, England vs Blue and White Argentina; Samba Legion, Brazil vs Bullfighting Soldiers Spain. According to the schedule, on July 12th, the first game of the semi-finals, the match between Argentina and England, will be played at the Greenpoint Stadium in Cape Town, followed by the Durban Stadium on the second day, between Brazil and Spain. The teams will fight to the death. After the quarter-finals were completely over, 4 more teams left South Africa. Among them, the departure of the German team was obviously the most regrettable. This young team changed the rigid German team left to people. The impression has set off a gorgeous youth storm in the South African arena. The amazing performances of young players such as Podolski, Ozil, Thomas Müller, Neuer and Khedira have made people look forward to the Germany war. The future of cars is full of hope. July 10th. On the first rest day after the semi-finals, 2 important pieces of news related to the German team broke out in the international football world. The first is that German national team coach Löw and the German Football Association have renewed their coaching contract. This young and elegant tactical master will continue to take charge of the tank to impact the 2012 European Cup. Of course, this news is reasonable. Löw's performance as coach of the national team is definitely worthy of this contract extension. Löw's friend Crazy Lee immediately expressed his congratulations. The second piece of news is more shocking. Bundesliga champions Bayern Munich announced on the club's official website that the team purchased Thomas Müller, the German teenager who shone at the World Cup in South Africa, from Premier League club Newcastle for €30 million. This news shocked countless people. This 20-year-old youngster has performed well in Newcastle before, and his performance in this World Cup has attracted the pursuit of countless wealthy clubs. The media has previously reported on Real Madrid, Inter Milan, Manchester United and other super clubs. The wealthy clubs are all interested in this. New Gerd Müller, and the Newcastle club has repeatedly declared that they will never sell the team's star of hope. Unexpectedly, Bayern finally came from behind and poached the team in one fell swoop. This result disappointed many wealthy clubs interested in Müller. The player himself is more willing to return to his home country and play for his former home team. We cannot force his wishes. We thank him for his contribution to the club in the past time and wish him the best in his new environment. Good development. This is the statement and blessing published by Magpie on its official website. Although Newcastle has repeatedly explained on the club's official website that Müller's transfer was due to the player's own wishes, and people also know that Müller played for Bayern's youth team before joining Newcastle. If not for Crazy Lee's irresistible and personal with his charm attracting his subordinates, Bayern might not have to spend a huge sum of €30 million at all. However, the explanation of the Magpie club is still unacceptable to many people. The angry protests from Magpies fans were only secondary. What's even worse is that the major European clubs saw an unusual signal from this transfer. Newcastle is willing to sell its main players. This made the European giants who were waving checks very excited. Everyone could see that the current Magpies were no longer the seamless eggs in the days of Madmanly. It seemed that for the new Magpies chairman, as long as the money was enough, any player none are for sale. All of a sudden, various offers and transfer rumours came in one after another. Manchester United is seeking £15 million for Alan Smith, and Ferguson wants to use former discards to make up for the toughness of the Red Devils midfield. Liverpool is purchasing 3 Lions striker Andy Carroll for £18 million. Blues Chelsea have also joined the battle for Bears. Ancelotti clearly claimed Carroll is the kind of player you need with championship qualities. Professor Wenger is finally going to make a shocking transfer move this time. According to the Times, Arsenal is preparing to transfer Newcastle goalkeeper Hedier and centre-back Mohamed Sissoko at the same time. Co-quoted a price of £15 million to pack up the two twin stars in the Magpies defence. Real Madrid interested in Steven Taylor, AC. Milan wants to buy Nicolas Gigi. Barcelona is interested in Newcaster Pastor, who is on loan from Newcastle. Rumors about Newcastle player transfers are rampant in major European media. The Newcastle club's move to sell Thomas Müller was like a small crack in a 1,000-mile seawall, and then a raging tide rushed in. Crazy Lee spent 3 years looking for this traditional Premier League team. The players who come are definitely a valuable asset. They are young and on the rise, making the major clubs salivate. Looking back to South Africa. The short rest time is precious for the Argentine team because the game with the German team was delayed until overtime to really determine the winner. It was definitely a miserable victory, although as the winner, the Argentine team's physical fitness and there was very little energy left. In comparison, the semi-final opponent England team also had a penalty shootout to determine the final winner, but they had one more day of rest than Argentina. By then it will definitely take advantage of physical and mental strength. Therefore, Lee Tongfan's training during these 2 days was mainly relatively easy recovery training. In order to relax the Hammer spirit, Leo Lee even promised the players and coaching staff for the first time to bring their wives and family members with them. Come to the HPC Sports Center and have a barbecue party. During this interval, Lee Tongfan welcomed several special guests in succession. Chapter 631. Invitation from a wealthy family. It is well known that Crazy Lee only signed a 1-year contract with the Argentina national team and has long stated that he will not renew the contract after the World Cup. Many people in the industry speculate that Crazy Lee's main career plan is still in the field of club competitions, so there are several European giants facing the choice of coaching change could not wait for the end of the World Cup. They all offered Lee Tongfan an olive branch through his agent Alo Sitang and offered huge coaching contracts. HPC Sports Center, in Lee Tongfan's room. Dog-headed military advisor Tolosi Tang handed several fax documents in his hand to Leoli. Lee, maybe you should consider these invitations. Leo. Lee, read them one by one. Roma, Juventus, Real Madrid, Inter Milan, Liverpool, Manchester City. These clubs are facing frequent coaching crises due to various reasons. Juventus had a poor record in the 2009-10 season that just ended. Inter Milan's helmsman Mourinho and Real Madrid have been flirting with each other, and it is basically a matter of leaving Misa. It's a foregone conclusion. Real Madrid is seducing the madman Mourinho, while ogling Leoli, and Liverpool is considering ending Benitez's dominance of Anfield, and looking for a new helmsman who can lead the team to the Premier League crown. Manchester City is purely habitual to burn money. The Arabs hope that crazy Lee's huge appeal and fame can help the team enter the ranks of super clubs. These teams all focus their attention on Lee Tongfan. There is nothing difficult to explain about this. Facing such a coach who is about to become unemployed, if he is not put at the top of the coaching list, he will be in trouble. Among them, Real Madrid and Liverpool are the most sincere. Lee Tongfan's old friend Florentino is willing to offer a huge 3-year contract of €12 million after tax and an annual increase of 15%. Liverpool's contract is not inferior, and they even completely open up Lee Tongfan's management of the team. As long as Leoli is willing to take over, he can have full control over the team's transfer management. What surprised Lee Tongfan even more was that even Arsenal's board of directors secretly consulted the possibility of lunatically coming to the Emirates Stadium without telling Professor Wenger. According to Tolosi Tang's report, in their view, Lee Tongfan was obviously the best player, a suitable candidate to succeed the professor. He is good at discovering young players, and is not lavish with money. What is more attractive than the professor is that crazy Lee can bring championships to the team. Originally, Leoli had never considered these things during this period, or in other words, after ending his rule over Newcastle, Lee Tongfan deliberately avoided thinking about these things. He just thought about how the team he built would slowly disintegration, thinking about the possibility of meeting Newcastle in the game. These are all making it a bit difficult for Lee Tongfan to adapt. However, Leoli now has to think about it. Because of the existence of the FM 2010 system, this guy who was consuming character points every day made Lee Tongfan like a porter who had to work hard to support his family. If he stopped working, the whole family would starve to death. But now that major wealthy families are offering olive branches, Leoli has to think about it. First of all, let's exclude all the Premier League teams. I don't want to be at war with Newcastle so soon. Then, it doesn't matter whether it's Serie A or La Liga. Well, let's settle it first, and wait until the World Cup is over before we can discuss it in detail. Apart from the annual salary, in addition, I also hope to get control of the transfer and a huge transfer fee. At this point, Lee Tongfan smiled proudly at Tang. I have been living a frugal life in Newcastle for several years, and I don't want to do that now. I'm tied up in terms of transfer fees. I want all the superstars to come and play under my team, so that every position on my team is filled with the best players in the world. Leoli lay comfortably on the bed, his eyes gleaming as he began to daydream, and finally added, you also need to remind the clubs that are interested in me that I'm still subject to a 10-game ban from FIFA. Let them think it through. Tolosi Tang put all the fax invitations about the Premier League teams into a shredder and shredded them. Then he sorted out the remaining documents and carefully preserved them. Finally, he suggested, some teams may wait before the World Cup is over. If they don't have the patience, let them find someone else. Lee now has the qualification to make others wait, and in this world, there is only one person whose invitation Lee Tongfan cannot refuse. Fortunately, that guy seemed to have considered Leoli's embarrassment and did not send out the invitation this time. The security situation in South Africa is very bad. So much so that even Japan, which is keen on filming acknowledgement films, explicitly prohibited female reporters from going to South Africa for interviews. So the Hammer's relatives came to the HPC Sports Center to attend a barbecue party. After the small reunion, they did not choose to stay nearby. After staying at the hotel, we quickly boarded a flight out of South Africa Point. Even though the superstars of the Argentine team were reluctant to leave, they had no other choice. Point this time, even boss Lee Tongfan set an example, and crazy Mrs. Lee Wang King also left South Africa on the same day. Who dares to object? Fortunately, the long-pressed personal problems of the Hammers have been resolved, and they can devote themselves to training with full energy again. These 2 days and 48 hours are a rare time for rest and recuperation for the top 4 who have experienced continuous high-intensity fighting, but it is more difficult for the fans. In the days without games, it is boring. Nady and the others could only deal with alcohol. Fortunately, at this time, there were overwhelming reports from the media, blazing predictions from experts, and brilliant and bold speculations from commentators for their entertainment. Point the 2 upcoming fights are both super heavyweight showdowns, especially the Anglo-Argentine war between the Three Lions, England team, and the Blue and White Army, Argentina team. In addition to the legacy issues accumulated in the history of both sides, this game has become the focus of attention around the world because of Crazy Lee. Madman Lee once single-handedly brought the England team to the top of Europe, and internally, Owen, Beckham, Alan Smith, Andy Carroll, almost 80 to 90% of the main teams are all under Madman. Lee's men have become prosperous and regard Madman Lee as their mentor. Now that master and apprentice meet on the playing field, how will both sides deal with it? Turn against each other? Or cherish each other on the football field? This kind of grievances and hatreds are the most attractive. Point the former national hero Madman Lee has now turned back. The feelings in the hearts of England fans are the most complicated. If you are an England fan and a Newcastle fan, you will suffer. They have no idea how to deal with seeing an enemy on the field. Madman Lee showed up and cursed, cheer, or silence. The major sports betting companies in Europe are not idle either. After the top 2 of the 2010 World Cup in South Africa were finally formed, BWIN quickly readjusted the winning odds. The Argentina team, which was originally not optimistic due to Crazy Lee's suspension, once again jumped to the top of the odds list with Crazy Lee's return from the ban. Next is the Seleção Brazil team, and bookmakers seem to be more optimistic about it. The Brazilian team can win in the semi-finals. The Spanish team is ranked 3rd. However, the original favorite England team has encountered the Madman Lee on a narrow road, and its position in the odds list has plummeted all the way down to 4th place. Time passed slowly, and the semi-finals were getting closer and closer. The first game of the semi-finals, the match between England and Argentina, will start at the Greenpoint Stadium in Cape Town on July 12th. During the 2 days, there were a large number of England and Argentina fans like ant colonies. There is a steady stream of people coming to the city of Cape Town. Point as one of the most beautiful cities in the world and the most famous tourist city in South Africa, Cape Town's ability to accommodate tourists is second to none in South Africa. It is even called the mother of South African cities. However, this time Cape Town I was still embarrassed by such a large number of crazy fans. The city government had to take emergency measures in order to ensure public security and fans' accommodation before and after the game. It not only urgently dispatched additional police officers to patrol the streets and alleys, but also built some temporary fan residences in city squares and open spaces for those fans who haven't found a suitable green spot to spend the night. During this time, conflicts between fans from the 2 countries continued. Point bars and nightclubs in Cape Town have become the places with the highest incidence of fights within 48 hours. The sound of police cars roaring is constantly heard. The entire city is facing a large-scale war. There are constantly drunken people. Hot-blooded men are frequently invited to the police station 40 in order to adapt to the climate and venue of Cape Town as early as possible. The Argentina team arrived in Cape Town in advance on the 11th. After finishing light training and barbecue dinner on the 10th, less than 2 kilometers away from the Greenpoint Stadium, the competition venue. Capetonian's 4-star hotel accommodation. Point also arriving in Cape Town on the same day was the England team. Point faced with such a game that may once again create the history of English football. Both Capello and the Football Association have tried every means and provided every convenience for the team to win. Point the arrival of the 2 warring teams suddenly made the atmosphere in Cape Town tense. Point at this time, every move of the Three Lions and the blue and whites received strong attention from reporters and fans. The performance of the two teams was also different. The iron-blooded coach Capello led the team to Cape Town. In the afternoon of the same day, he led the stars of the England team to the Greenpoint Stadium for training to adapt to the venue, and Crazy Lee's behavior surprised everyone. He took Messi and other superstars to visit various places in Cape Town with great interest. Take a group photo at the most famous attractions, God's Table, Zuishan, Constanta Vineyard and Robben Island, where South African spiritual leader Nelson Mandela was imprisoned for 27 years. Crazy Lee and Argentina superstars are of very high character. Maradona even climbed to the top of Zuishan in one breath. They are really here to travel, and the game seems to have become secondary. One side of the warring parties we are ready to prepare for the battle, and one side is free to relax and play. Who will have the last laugh in the contest between Capello and Madman Lee? Everything will be revealed in less than 24 hours. A Reuters reporter asked in the article, "It's a new month. Please give me a guaranteed monthly pass." Chapter 632. Another new January, a feeling that is hard to let go. It seems like I always get into trouble when I'm at my best point. The new book issue is Sanjiang, and the update on the way home is a mess. When it was sealed, I realized it later in March. It was expected to reach the top 15 in monthly votes, but it also destroyed the Great Wall because of attending the brothers' wedding. However, these misfortunes cannot conceal the luck that this book has brought to me. I was walking around Langkang a few days ago, and someone posted a post saying, "This guy definitely became famous with just one goal, right? It's actually a modifier." Now that I think about what that guy said, I really should find a place where no one is around to have fun. It's a newcomer, the first book, and it's still about competition. It once reached the 11th place in the monthly ticket. What is this concept? Unimaginable. Of course, the hardships involved are not obvious to outsiders. At that time, I also went to my aunt's book review section to advertise the new book issue. At that time, I also made up my mind to use my last money to subscribe to my aunt's book through V and join the V group so as to get close to others. Just for a small recommendation, if I could get a through train, I would be so happy. There are many brothers who have been with me since the first day the book was released, and there are also many brothers who left for various reasons. I think it is because I did not do well enough. I made a lot of mistakes during this period, which made you angry. I was stubborn and even insisted on my opinions a little stupidly. Now I think about how ridiculous my stubbornness is, because at that time, I was like a young man who came out of a remote mountain. I'm a kid. I jumped into this circle all of a sudden. I don't understand anything, but I persist like an idiot. Fortunately, my learning ability is relatively strong, and I gradually understood some rules of online writing, and I have persisted until now. I want to say a lot, but I don't know what to say. Brothers and sisters of swordsmen, it is your persistence that has created my persistence. You have given me the direction of struggle and the hope of life. No matter how many times I say thank you, it is not enough to express my gratitude. It's a new month again, and the competition continues. The modifier is still continuing on its own path. I haven't had any outings in April. I still want to work hard. On this stage at the starting point, relaxing for a moment means failure. If you want to reap the ideals in your heart, you have to work all the time. Keep fighting. Modifier is my first book, and it will never be my last. I want to continue to develop in this field, and if I want more people to remember the name, Crazy Knife in Chaotic Times 01, I must fight for it. Now that I finally see the hope of struggle in my confused life, I must not give up. I'm still on the road. I have to run faster, even if I bleed and sweat. So, brothers and sisters, give me strength. It's the foundation moment of the new month. Please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket. Never lose at the starting line. Monthly tickets. At this time, it is equally important to provide help in times of need. Crazy crying and begging for monthly votes. Exclamation mark. Chapter 633. Come and fight. Time flies, and the match day finally arrives amid the fans' anxious waiting. On the morning of July 12th, the Argentine team finally finished their unproductive work and lazily appeared at the Greenpoint Stadium for about an hour of field adaptation training. In fact, the quarterfinals were held here. In terms of field adaptation, the blue and white army is definitely more familiar with it than their opponent England. After finishing the field adaptation training, Crazy Lee took Captain Javier Zanetti and Barker King Messi to attend the last pre-match press conference in the press conference hall of the Greenpoint Stadium. More than 200 reporters from various countries squeezed this small space. As soon as the three people came in, people began to gather frantically, and all kinds of strange questions came like cannonballs. Fortunately, players like Messi and Zanetti have long been accustomed to such a formation. No matter how hard the reporters racked their brains to ask tricky questions, they always dealt with it flawlessly. This made Leoli, who was sitting on the side, a little emotional. Damn it, these two guys are too cunning. They are obviously not answering questions seriously, talking nonsense, but they can't make those reporters angry. Unlike me, alas, I'm too kind and honest, always showing my true nature when I'm angry, scolding those reporters. Leoli was still shamelessly lamenting his kindness and true nature, while the press conference was finally coming to an end. Finally, a question was thrown to Lee Tongfan. A reporter from England's Sun was so excited that he almost poked the microphone in his hand into Leoli's mouth. Lee, this is the first time you have played against Fabio Capello since you became the head coach. Are you sure you can win? First time playing against Capello. Old Lee had not realized this problem before, but now after hearing what the reporter said, it seems to be true. Capello is one of the only 6 coaches who are world class in the system coach ranking of the FM 2010 system, and he ranks second. This is a super big boss. I wonder how many ability points will be released at that time. Will there be other extra points? Lee, don't you have any confidence? After the reporter asked the question, Crazy Lee suddenly looked dazed and didn't know what he was thinking. He thought that this madman was frightened by Capello's reputation as a gold medal coach, but thinking about it again, it shouldn't be the case. The microphone in his hand was shaken and finally shook Crazy Lee back to his senses. Old Lee came back to his senses. Not sure. How is it possible, Lee? Tongfan posed in front of the camera in a very shameless and obscene pose and said with a smirk, "Here I want to say, hey, dear Fabio, the opportunity you have been waiting for a long time has come. Haven't you long wanted to prove to the world that you are stronger than me? See you on the field this afternoon, come on." Ayo, Messi and Zanetti couldn't stand it anymore, and both stood up and dragged Lee Tongfan out. After the press conference, the reporters were so happy that they seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Crazy Lee provokes Capello! Capello is not as strong as me, Crazy Lee said. Crazy Lee, Capello is shit! I will beat Capello to a pulp. They have already thought about how to report today's press conference, which will definitely attract the attention of all fans and pour a bucket of gasoline on the upcoming England-Argentina war, and then light a fire. The first match of the semi-finals started at 1800 hours in the afternoon. For such a shocking battle, in addition to the fans of both teams, there are countless neutral fans flocking to it. Considering the terrifying number of fans watching the game, in order to ensure the order of admission, the organizing committee officially announced that the stadium will be open to the public at 12 noon, and when there were more than 2 hours before the start of the game, although the stadium stands that could only accommodate more than 60,000 people had temporarily increased by 13,000 seats. It was already full. Fans with tickets are happy after the stands were full. In the parking lot and square outside the stadium, there were still thousands of crazy fans holding high ticket please cards in their hands, begging for tickets with tears in their eyes. But at this time, when their lives were absolutely at stake, it was useless for the beautiful women and handsome guys to sell their bodies. Those guys who walked towards the ticket inspection channel with their tickets arrogantly seemed to be holding an invitation letter from the President of the United States. The singing has already sounded in the stadium. 1700 hours. The exciting one finally arrived. As if they had planned it in advance, the two teams appeared at the player tunnel outside the Greenpoint Stadium. The sky blue bus of the Argentina team and the red and white bus of the England team were like two terrifying sharks filled with murderous intent, swimming in the crowd and stopping at the player tunnel. The bus door opened with a jet sound, and handsome men in suits and leather shoes got off the bus, Capello and Crazy Lee, who were leading the team, looked at each other, and in an instant, their sights were like metal lines, rubbing against each other and producing brilliant sparks. The two walked into the player tunnel without looking back, and neither of them accepted interviews from reporters. Obviously, Lee Tongfan's arrogant provocation at the press conference in the morning had reached Capello's ears. The atmosphere was not very friendly. The players who followed later saw that the leaders of both sides were cold-faced and did not want to see each other, and they filed in with stern expressions. In fact, facing such a battle, the tense atmosphere made it impossible for anyone to laugh. The players who were acquainted or had good personal relationships could only nod slightly to each other as a greeting point. The reporters were swarming like crazy. The fans roared wildly. Surrounded by billboards and huge posters, the stadium is filled with a bleak atmosphere before the war. Greenpoint Stadium. Commentary box. The game is about to start in less than 20 minutes. Players from both sides are on the court for the final warm-up. This is the first game since the start of the knockout rounds where the stands are full of spectators. British traitor Sester was chatting before the game with a complicated expression. We have got the starting lineups of both sides. Gary, come and introduce them to the audience in front of the TV. Crazy Lee's duel with the England team made him feel a little depressed since the duel 3 days ago, and his previous passion disappeared. This is not a good sign for a commentator who must be full of passion at all times. Partner Gary Lineker looked at Sester with some concern. He has been partnering with Sester since 4 years ago. He has watched Sester rise from a little-known role to the most popular commentator in England. He has watched Sester play against Madman Lee. He was so clueless that he became known as the lunatic Leeds hung in the football commentary circle. As the closest partner who accompanied Sester all the way, Lineker certainly knew what Sester was feeling at this moment. The feeling of discomfort is actually the same as that of a kind father watching his two sons fight regardless of life and death. Lineker cleared his mind and began to introduce the starting lineups of both sides. For many people, the biggest surprise in this game is that Crazy Lee actually announced the Argentina team's starting lineup 24 hours in advance. It is so rare. The goalkeeper is undoubtedly Romero. The back line is lined up with Demichelis, Samuel, Bucero and Zanetti, and the midfielder Mascherano, Fernando Gago, Riquelme and Di Maria are positioned in a diamond shape, and the candidates on the front line are Messi and Higuain. After introducing this point in one breath, the Spanish commentator servant took a breath. He changed to a suspicious tone, frowned and said, "This is really a strange phenomenon." Not only did Crazy Lee rarely announce the starting list in advance, and even adopted the 4-4-2 formation that the Argentina team has used the least since the start of the World Cup. Believe it or not, I smell a strong smell of conspiracy in it. Haha, it's indeed a conspiracy. I'm sure that Crazy Lee's approach made the experienced Capello a little restless. 2 meters away from the Spanish commentary booth, God of War, Batty was still fulfilling his commentary contract. He sat with his partner Canitus. Batty smiled and said, Capello has also changed the England team. The formation changed from the previous 4-3-3 to a more stable 4-5-1. Facing such an important game that carries the hope of reviving English football, the Italians finally restored their conservative nature. Partner Canitus laughed triumphantly. This is a game that no one can afford to lose. Capello has to be more conservative. Goalkeeper Joe Hart has performed very well since returning from injury. It makes sense to continue to start. Among them, the back line still continues the combination of Glenn Johnson, Terry, Stephen Taylor and Ashley Cole. In fact, this is also the most powerful defensive force that the England team can come up with. The biggest change has been in the midfield. Capello is obviously very wary of our midfield strength. He has continuously accumulated 5 engineers with a balanced offensive and defensive balance in Barry, Lampard, Gerrard, Alan Smith and James Milner. A midfielder. It seems that the team's tactics are based on fighting. Haha, the selection of forwards is even simpler, leaving only the young centre Andy Carroll with strong confrontation ability, and even Rooney is on the bench. Hahaha, at least from the starting lineup, I think Capello is afraid of Crazy Lee. Batistuta looked at his partner who was laughing so hard that his mouth was drooling and shook his head. He will not be as blindly confident as Conatus. Capello has been in the football world for many years. He has killed countless famous generals and coaches and has countless gold medals in his arms. Even if he ends his coaching career, that is also a monument that many football coaches around the world will find difficult to achieve in their lifetime, and it is an eternal legend for the entire team. How could such a person who has become a legend become timid before fighting? I apologize. Find someone to set a date, to take photos in the morning, and prepare some things for the wedding point. So it's late. There will be 3 chapters today. How stupid I am. Really, I should also save some manuscripts, and I will burst into 7 or 8 chapters at once, and the monthly tickets will probably go up in a hurry. But I have such a temper that I can't handle the manuscript at all. I thought my brothers would want to read it, so I had to give it a try and upload it all. So, please give me a monthly pass. The monthly pass these days is terrible. 2 more updates. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634, The Horror of the British-Argentine War. Those who know a person best are not necessarily his friends. On the contrary, it is very likely that he is his enemy. But he didn't even have to guess. He was certain that Crazy Lee would know Capello very well, because as a mythical star coach, if Crazy Lee was really frivolous enough to have sex with the proud commentator Canatus, likewise, if Capello is afraid of arranging his troops in such a way, then he probably won't have to play this game. The Argentina team will definitely lose, although Barty doesn't know why Capello changed England's formation. But he knew that Crazy Lee must know the reason, and he must have found a reason to deal with such a change of formation. Although the time spent with that magical guy was short, Batty felt that he had completely become a fan of that guy. As long as the black figure stood in front of the command seat, even if the world collapsed, the Argentina team would not. There is no need to worry, because that guy can solve everything by just sticking out his middle finger. Boom, boom, boom. The stands of Greenpoint Stadium suddenly erupted into sky-high cheers. Fans jumped up from their seats. Various slogans and flags were flying in the sky. The sea of red, blue, and white was boiling crazily. Players from both sides of the war came out of the player tunnel. John Terry and Javier Zanetti, who were wearing captain's armbands, were at the front, holding pink little ball boys in their hands. They had firm faces, solemn expressions, and high spirits, as if they were about to bring their own. The soldiers set foot on Shura's armored general on the bloody battlefield, full of murderous intent. The cheers in the stands were wave after wave, and the entire stadium seemed to be in the midst of roaring waves. There were roars everywhere, heat waves everywhere, madness everywhere, and screams everywhere. This is the crazy atmosphere of the World Cup semi-finals. It is different from any previous game, even the quarterfinals and quarterfinals. This game is more violent, more passionate, more crazy, and more incredible, because the winner of this game will enter the final battlefield and launch an attack on the throne of the final king. This is a qualifying station for the future king that attracts worldwide attention. Music starts. Players from both sides lined up on the court. The broadcast camera scanned their faces one by one. Faces that were either handsome, or simple, or capable, or mature, or pretending to be relaxed, or frowning nervously, flashed in the eyes of the fans and the hundreds of millions of viewers in front of the TV. These are the 22 faces. Faces, carrying the dreams of many people, will bloom brilliantly in the upcoming 90 minutes. The stadium radio began playing the national anthems of England and Argentina. March of the Motherland and God Save the Queen sounded at the same place. This is definitely an interesting scene. There is no doubt that today's game will once again fill in the entangled grievances and resentments between the two countries. A sum of money. Courtside. Lee Tongfan quietly closed his eyes when the tune of God Save the Queen sounded. Lee Tongfan fell into a trance. He saw the red waves rolling in the stands like the English Channel, and the fluttering St. George's Cross flag in the Three lions, scarf, like rolling waves rising and falling one after another. This scene was so familiar 2 years ago. Even the tone of the fans' shouts was extremely cordial. Time seemed to fly back to 2 years ago in an instant. At this moment, he was about to wave to the fans there, but suddenly he realized the Italian Capello should be enjoying all this now, and he hang the shameless traitor madmanly. From now on, there will be no more madman in the Three Lions. God has gone away, and we love Fabio even more. Crazy Lee, I know where your villa in Newcastle is. These were some slogans that Lee Tongfan found in the stands when he just walked out of the players' tunnel. There were even some crazy fans who stretched out their own portraits, of course not to repay the memory. They scratched it in red across. Lee Tongfan smiled self-deprecatingly. Okay, let's settle the grudges. Force. French referee Lannoy blew the whistle to start the game. England, wearing red uniforms, took the lead. Andy Carroll knocked the football to Gerrard next to him, and Gerrard passed the ball back. The football was handed over to goalkeeper Joe Hart. Joe Hart let the football stay at his feet for a few seconds. When the Argentine team's forwards rushed to the front, he passed a short pass to the left. Ashley Cole. Then, the England team began to play very patiently. There is no doubt that this is a relatively negative tactical idea. The more than 30,000 Argentine fans in the stands immediately gave out overwhelming boos without hesitation. Bitches of England, do you dare to attack? Coward, go back to your mother's arms and suck her milk. Oh, you're scared to death. We have Crazy Lee. In an instant, the roar of the whole sky poured down from the stands like a flood. The Argentinian fans booed desperately. As long as they can cause trouble to their opponents, they are willing to take any method. The English fans showed no weakness, and the red counter-current and blue and white waves hit everything, and the fans from both sides of the stands began to gather in the middle. The fans in the center had already begun to punch each other, and the stadium security and guards separated them tremblingly. The heated atmosphere of the Anglo-Afghan war, even just a few simple touches can set the entire pitch on fire. Gerrard breaks through to the right. The Liverpool team spirit used his body to hold Bucero and forced a big pass. The ball was passed high and fast. Rock Samuel and Bear Andy Carroll were fighting for it at the same time in the penalty area. The strong, young, and energetic Carroll stood up in this fight. On the advantage, he did not attack the goal immediately, but delayed the football and sent it behind him. Chelsea, Magic Lamp. Lampard rumbled forward like a tank and fired furiously at the ball. Before the football hit the ground, it hit Lampard's instep and paused for a moment in mid-air. Then it suddenly made a muffled sound, accelerated, and hit the Argentina team's door like a flying fireball, as fast as lightning. Lampard shoots. Danger. Young. Goalkeeper Romero reacted. But no matter how fast the reaction is, it can't keep up with the speed of football. The whistling wind, like the roar of sharp arrows, passed by his fingers. Romero was shocked. But at the next moment, the young goalkeeper finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the shot missed a little and finally missed the crossbar and flew out of the bottom line. He looked at Lampard in the distance with lingering fear, holding his head in frustration. Such a distant shoot. Romero's test was too great for him. There was a lot of exclamation in the commentary box. A powerful and heavy shot. The England team almost broke the deadlock on the field. Maybe this is what Capello wants to see. About 10 minutes after the game started, this was the first shot of the England team, which almost broke through the door of the Argentine team. This also gave Crazy Lee a wake-up call. Although the Blue and White Army had no control over these 10 minutes, there have been 3 shots in the time, and the ball possession rate is also dominant, but there is no such threatening goal. Such a phenomenon must be considered from a tactical level. There is no doubt that Capello is definitely the best player so far. So far, he is the most powerful opponent that Crazy Lee has ever encountered. In the commentary box, erotic traitor, Cesta's tone still seemed a bit weak. However, he still performed his commentary work diligently, and the professionalism he had developed over a long period of time made his views hit the nail on the head, and said what many people wanted to say. Yes, Cesta was right. Gold medal coach, Capello is definitely the strongest opponent Crazy Lee has faced so far, and to a certain extent, Lee Tongfan and Capello can definitely be regarded as old enemies. The Italian has been invincible in football for a lifetime, but in the end he was criticized for taking over the two messes of Real Madrid and England left by Crazy Lee. Repeated criticism from the media and fans made Capello long ago want to have a life or death showdown with Madman Lee on the green field, and Lee Tongfan. Because of FM 2010, Leo Lee also has his own reasons for defeating Capello. Courtside point, Lee Tongfan did not dare to show any slightness and carefully observed the England team's tactics. Judging from the first 10 minutes of the game, England's tactics are very simple. In the offense, it is necessary to maximize the physical strength of the young center, Bear, Andy Carroll. Kral's role on the field is not to score, but to make the ball for his teammates behind him. Gerrard, Lampard, Alan Smith and others are all well-known long-range shooting madmen in European football, and their ability to attack from behind is excellent. Capello obviously wants to use this to complete the team's offense. This kind of attack is simple and concise, and very difficult to defend. Among the Argentinian team's central defenders, Samuel is not tall enough. Although Demichelis has opened the scoring for the team in previous games, his neurotic qualities are always difficult to let go. People are relieved, and judging from the past 10 minutes or so, the target of the England team's attack is Demichelis. In such an important game, as long as the Bayern centre-back has a convulsion, the battle can be resolved. In defense, the England team adopted a backward destruction tactic. The biggest advantages of engineering midfielders such as Lampard, Berry and Gerrard are that they have sufficient strength, good tackles, aggressive fighting, excellent defense, and invincible physical fitness. The England team has 5 midfielders like this in the midfield. Even if they can't tackle Argentina in defense, they can outrun Riquelme. They don't have to think too much about how to organize the offense, they just need to go all out to destroy Riquelme. Their passing should be enough. This kind of offensive and defensive tactics is very simple, but it is deadly enough for the Argentine team. This is why in the first 10 minutes, although the Blue and White Army had the advantage in terms of ball control and shooting data, in the end the threatening shot indeed came from England's Frank Lampard's long shot. Lee Tongfan quickly saw England's tactical intentions. However, the problem now is that it is one thing to see clearly, but it is another thing to figure out a way to solve it. The former is easy, and the latter is difficult. Chapter 635 Update Notes and Recommended Books. Let's move today's third update to tomorrow. My head starts to hurt again. My thoughts are too messy, and I didn't catch the key points of the game. If I keep writing like this, it will really become a battle report. The duel between Capello and the Madman should be full of sparks, not like this, so there will be at least 4 updates tomorrow. I will try to finish writing about the game tomorrow in one breath, so that my brothers and sisters can enjoy it. I will try to get up at 6 o'clock tomorrow, type like crazy, and try to update earlier. Please forgive me, brothers and sisters. Friendly recommendation of this book: A Loser, Reborn, Then Live Well, A Persistent Person, Resurrected, Then Change His Fate Against the Will of Heaven, A Lovelorn Person, Nirvana. Then Embrace the Beauty. I will take back what I have lost, regretted, and missed. Since I'm reborn, I will not regret it anymore. As long as I have a clear conscience, as long as I'm open and honest, as long as I'm still alive, I'm reborn to change the world. The beautiful newcomer Medusa Shitao from Kidian has devoted herself to creating Reborn in the World. Note that she is a beautiful newcomer. You can go to the author to talk about life and other things. Also, Aunt Jengzin's new book Kaoze is on the shelves. Everyone can go and join in the fun. It is a masterpiece of history that cannot be missed. Finally, I'm a little thick-skinned. Please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket. Tomorrow's story will definitely be very exciting. And I finished it in one breath. Even if it exceeds 4 chapters, I will definitely finish it. So, advance the guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 636, Bloodthirsty Assassin. The time of the game passed quickly. Soon, more than 20 minutes into the first half, the deadlock on the field was still not broken. Although he racked his brains, Lee Tongfan couldn't think of any good way to break Capello's tactics for a while. Perhaps this is a strength of Capello. The Italians always choose tactics in the way of kings and open plots, open and above board, with awe-inspiring momentum. This style of every move is very upright. I don't know how many famous coaches' brain cells have been suffocated in the past years, because even if you can figure out Capello's tactical intentions, you can't find a way to break his tactics. You can only be slowly worn down bit by bit in the trajectory he set, watching the team lose. Powerless, unable to resist, the so-called heavy sword has no edge, great ingenuity is not crafted, and great wisdom is foolish. However, facing such a situation, Lee Tongfan was not in a hurry at all point, because no matter how amazing Capello's tactics are, they can't pose any threat to Leoli. Today's game is different from all the games Leoli has experienced before. When the French referee Lannoy blew the whistle to start the game, it was destined that the real winner of the game was not the head coach, but the players on the field. And what Leoli and Capello need to do is to bet on the players they like. Everyone has only 3 chances. This is the 6th stage task of the FM 2010 Systems Super Level task, Eagle's End. King's Qualification Battle, Soldier vs. Soldier, General vs. General. This 6th stage task is very adventurous and gambling. The content is also very strange. Before the game officially started, a new system task was received. King's Qualification Battle, Soldier vs. Soldier, General vs. General. According to the task requirements, after Lee Tongfan formulated the tactics for the Argentine team in this game, the system will compare and evaluate Lee's tactics and the tactics formulated by Capello for the England team, based on its predictive ability. The final result is that Lee Tongfan scored 88 points and Capello scored 91 points. It can be seen that from a tactical point of view, there is still a little gap between Lee Tongfan, who likes to take the weird surprise route, and Capello, who takes the broad and upright route. After all, Capello has been a superhero who has been in the green world for many years and ranks 2nd in the FM system coach rankings. There is no false reputation. There is a difference of 3 points between 88 points and 91 points. The effect of these 3 points is similar to the effect of luck value when playing against the German team before. It will have a bonus effect on the winning rate of the England team. In other words, in terms of tactics, 3 lions is better. However, what made Leoli dissatisfied was that when evaluating tactics in the system task, King's Qualification Battle, Soldier vs. Soldier, General vs. General, Leoli was not told what tactics Capello would use. This was really a waste of money. Of course, the content of King Qualifying Battle, Soldier vs. Soldier, General vs. General is not limited to this. The evaluation of the tactical settings of the 2 head coaches is only to give Leoli and Leo an opportunity to play the role of head coach. The rest of the matter will be decided by the players of both sides. Task explanation. After the system completes the evaluation of the head coach's tactics, the role of the head coach will be reduced to the minimum at the start of the game. The so-called minimum means that the substitutions are completed according to the needs of tactics and the scene. Beyond this, the only thing that determines the victory of the game will be the players on the field. What the head coach needs to do is to bet on the players. The so-called betting on players means that the head coach can analyze, predict, and understand the opponent's tactics before and after the game starts, and bet the key to winning the game on a certain player, and stimulate the player's potential through various means, so that he can become the player who determines the final victory of the game in the game. Note, in the 90-minute game time, the player will have 3 betting opportunities according to the development of the situation! Special reminder, the opponent's head coach also received restrictions for this mission. Task restrictions: limit simulation, limit points, limit, tactical package, complete. The mission requirements: win the game, bet successfully, and analyze the bet players for the head coach. After completing the mission, there will be a mysterious reward. If the mission fails, you will lose the opportunity to accept the follow-up mission of the giant level system mission, Eagle's End, which marks the failure of the giant level mission. Lee Tongfan remembered that, after reading this perverted system mission requirement, he also stared at the LCD screen of the Hummer Best book for a long time, and then thought for a long time, and gradually figured out a little bit of the outline the system mission. King qualification battle soldier versus soldier. General versus general restricts all MF system cheating methods, and the main purpose of the system inspection does not seem to be to win the game, but to inspect as a head coach in the comprehensive analysis of all existing conditions, to predict the opponent's tactical thinking, and how to stimulate the state of the key players of the team. These abilities are indispensable for a successful head coach. This also more or less confirms that the ultimate goal of the FM system is to train a truly super invincible head coach, rather than just a cheating tool that disrupts the football world. Point of course, the most novel thing for Leoli is that even Capello was restricted by this system task. This was the first time in 4 years. It was the first time that the system task restricted the opponent's head coach. This phenomenon more or less made Lee Tongfan feel a little more balanced. I just don't know how the FM 2010 system will restrict the card master. For many pseudo fans and neutral fans who just wanted to watch a grudge-filled goal battle, the first 30 minutes of this semi-final were a bit disappointing. The England team, which had been extremely brave in the previous games, focused more on midfield destruction. Irving and Gigi's lightning breakthroughs could not be seen, and David Beckham was old and thin. Giants' full moon scimitar can't be seen either. In the previous game, the Argentine team's cooperation, which was as delicate as needles flying, as smart as swaying in a tango, as fast as flying meteors, as graceful as dancing stars, and as weird as ghosts, was also lost in the endless tactical fouls of England middle. This is not the British-Arab War that fans are looking forward to. This is the World Cup semi-final that many people expected in advance. The game looks a bit dull. The first half has reached the 35th minute, and the score is still 0-0. Except for Lampard's powerful shot that went slightly wide in the 10th minute, neither side has created anything. Get better scoring chances. It seems that both Crazy Lee and Capello chose to be conservative in such an important game. Utilitarian football appears again. This game is disappointing. Facing Capello, Madman Lee back down. It's not because of Capello, but because Crazy Lee has long been burdened by fame. He can't afford to lose. After all, he is just a mortal chasing fame and fortune, and he is far from the real god. In the commentary box, commentators from various countries have begun to express disappointment with the situation of this game and the performance of the head coaches of both sides, especially for Lee Tongfan. Before the game, many people placed their hope on Crazy Lee to make the game exciting, but I hope that the more the bigger the disappointment. Courtside Lee Tongfan was not worried about the situation on the field at all. After all, Argentina still occupies the absolute advantage in possession of the ball. His eyes have been firmly fixed on the winger, Angel Di Maria from Benfica. Di Maria, the number 1 player that Lee Tongfan bets on. Leo Lee did not place his first bet on Messi or Higuain, although these two guys are the players with the most goals for Argentina since the start of the World Cup. There is no doubt that the experienced Capello will definitely implementing comprehensive tactical restrictions on these two threatening figures, and betting on these two well-known dangerous figures at the beginning of the game is definitely a stupid and brain-dead approach. Di Maria is different. In the first few games, the Benfica winger did not have many opportunities to play due to tactical reasons, and he did not show much brilliance. Moreover, he was born in the Portuguese Super League and is not a member of the 5 major European leagues. This makes Di Maria fail to attract the attention of fans and media. This is far different from people's expectations of him before the start of the World Cup. Some harsh reporters have even used the word parallel import to describe him. For such a player, Capello, you shouldn't notice him, but the facts are completely opposite to the media's speculation. Di Maria's evaluation in the FM 2010 system is quite high. He is definitely a rising star among wingers. He is the king of breakthroughs from the wing, and his passing ability is also quite good. This kind of person is the kind of person who can do it if you give him a dye house. The kind that dyes half the sky red, like a bloodthirsty assassin hiding in the shadows. Today, Leoli is going to use Di Maria as an assassin to unexpectedly stab the 3 Lions England team and the gold medal coach, Capello, standing on the sidelines. This is the reason why Lee Tongfan placed his first treasure on Maria. However, as the game progressed, Lee Tongfan suddenly felt something was wrong. Originally, the winger was a powerful weapon to break the midfield accumulation tactics, but Di Maria didn't seem to be in very good condition today. Several one-on-one breakthroughs from the wing were unsuccessful, and he tried Ashley Cole continuously. With Glenn Johnson on the wings, the effect is not obvious. Just when Leoli was still thinking about the reason, a sudden change occurred on the field. It's Angel Di Maria with the ball again. Continuous breakthrough mistakes made the Benfica winger a little impatient. He knows what the outside world thinks of him now, and he also knows how hard won the starting opportunity in this game is. If he still cannot perform well in this crucial game, if he is good, then he will undoubtedly become the sinner of the entire team, sinner or hero. Only in this short 90 minutes, can't fail, absolutely can't fail. Di Maria's speed began to slowly increase. Riquelme's pass just now was very comfortable, allowing Di Maria to easily pass the pressing James Milner at the first moment, and then pass to England's the defense line rushes over. This time, the opponent he faced was Ashley Cole, known as the Britain's #1 fullback. The former Arsenal rebel lowered his center of gravity steadily, with cold eyes, looking at the rushing incoming Di Maria. The momentum at this moment is like before the two armies fight. The leading generals ride their horses and raise their swords to fight. The sound of horses' hooves, the smoke of gunpowder. The distance is getting closer and closer. The weapons emit a cold light, and when the two horses cross each other, each of them will use their killing moves, and the weak will fall to the ground when the blade passes. Bang. The dull sound of the football saws. This is the weapon of the green world hitting hard. Angel Di Maria staggers. Britain's #1 fullback. Cole rushes forward. In an instant, the victory and defeat are decided. First updates today. Please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. And please subscribe first. Keep working hard and write a cool story. Chapter 637 Provocation. Badly beaten up. Di Maria missed. Failed to break through. Ashley Cole intercepted the ball. England's counter-attack opportunity has come on the field. Di Maria really wanted to prove his ability, and his nervousness made his body a little stiff when he was doing the action just now. The continuous stepping and passing moves that he had already mastered by heart were completely different when he really used them, so that the passing moves completely lost the frequency of the past. The experienced Ashley Cole saw through it at a glance and instantly stretched out his foot to steal the ball successfully. The two of them staggered quickly, and the best fullback in the UK took the ball away. And Angel lost his balance because of too much force and stumbled forward. What was even more unbalanced was his heart. Once he failed to break through, his heart was instantly cold, so much so that he forgot to turn around and replay. For the Blue and White Army Argentina team, Di Maria's mistake was fatal. The Hammers, who were in an offensive posture, never expected that the situation would suddenly turn from offense to defense, just like a hungry wolf fiercely pounced on a rabbit and prepared to swallow it in one bite. Who knew that the rabbit was actually a bait thrown by a tiger? Ashley Cole is one of the most assisting fullbacks in European football. After getting the ball, he did not pass it, but dribbled directly to the Argentine team's half. His speed was really improved, not worse than Ronaldo and Messi. In a blink of an eye, he used his speed to eat Mascherano and Riquelme, who were caught off guard. Tongfan's eyebrows jumped. He stared closely at Ashley Cole, who was breaking through, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. According to the restrictions of the system task, King qualification station, soldier versus soldier, general versus general. Capello must have bet on a certain English player. In the previous 30 minutes of the game, Leoli did not clearly see who Leo Castreja was betting on. But at this moment, watching Ashley Cole suddenly move forward without hesitation, Tongfan suddenly felt that Capello's first treasure should be this, the best fullback in England, putting pressure on a defender. Capello's method is indeed unexpected. On the field. Ashley Cole is still sprinting at a high speed. Facing Burdiso's defense, Cole chose to pass the ball. He passed the ball horizontally to the middle, and then continued to move forward near the baseline without stopping at all. The one who received the ball in the middle was tough guy Alan Smith. This was obviously a very familiar cooperation that the England team had trained for a long time. Smith immediately sent the ball back to Ashley Cole's feet. 2 passes. The scene on the field immediately ignited the entire Greenpoint Stadium. The English fans cheered wildly, looking forward to the goal. The commentary booth screamed, "Beautiful cooperation, simple and clear, Ashley Cole, Ashley Cole, Ashley Cole, Ashley Cole, okay, to the wing, a dribble, shake off Bucero who was too aggressive in defense. Ashley Cole put the ball to the familiar right foot position, cross, this, ball, goal. The ball is in, the ball is in, Andy Carroll, more. What a beautiful goal! Exclamation mark. Perfect! Exclamation mark. Excellent! Exclamation mark. The young Newcastle centre forward Andy Carroll did not live up to Capello's trust. He carried Rock Samuel in the middle and volleyed the ball into the far corner of the goal. The speed was too fast. The goalkeeper Romero, who had performed well before, had no way to react. The 37th minute of the game. In the 37th minute of the game, the passive England team took the lead in breaking the deadlock, relying on the sudden forward insertion of left back Ashley Cole, assisting centre forward, Andy Carroll to score. This was obviously a carefully planned tactical raid. Capello took the lead in the contest with crazily! Exclamation mark. The commentators were right. Capello was indeed very satisfied with this goal point. This was a carefully planned attack, after he studied Argentina's game route many times before the game. Although he didn't expect that crazily would abandon the previous 3-2-1-4 formation and use 4-4-2 in this game, the current situation shows that Capello definitely thinks he is ahead in this tactical duel. Perhaps in the past 2 or 3 years, there were too many comments about himself and crazily. And too many comments about him not doing as well as crazily, which made the cyan-blooded coach depressed for too long. At this moment, the broadcast camera clearly captured that Capello, who has always been low-key and calm, actually waved his arms a few times in front of the Argentine team's command seat with a ferocious look. His fists clenched tightly, and a strong sense of provocation was revealed. Tongfan was thinking about Di Maria's problem at this time, and did not see Capello's provocation. Maradona, on the other hand, immediately became like an irritated sheepdog, baring his teeth and whining, and rudely responded to Capello with a gesture. But Capello didn't care at all. At this time, something unexpected happened. Andy Carroll, the hero of the England team's goal, did not celebrate too excitedly after scoring. He broke free from the hug of his teammates, and ran all the way to the Argentinian team's coaching bench. He was dripping with sweat, and had a chestnut brown hair. Standing upright toward the sky, the huge body ran like a demon struggling out of the Netherlands. The players on the Argentina bench immediately stood up. Maradona and Redondo also stood closely beside Leoli. The Argentinian fans in the stands were yelling wildly, "Hey, you little English bastard, what are you going to do? How dare you come over here? What do you want? Shameless bitch, stay away from our coaching bench." The commentators also saw this scene. Ouch. What happened? Carroll walked to the Argentina coaching bench. Is he going to provoke crazily? We all know that when Madman Lee was the chairman of Newcastle United, he banned Carroll for 5 months due to a training brawl, and severely criticized Carroll in the media. Is Carroll prepared to using goals to humiliate Madman Lee? Carroll has done a lot of bad things before, and is a famous bad boy in the Premier League. What is he going to do? This is under the watchful eyes of fans all over the world. There's a good show to watch. Seeing this scene, I don't know how many people are gloating and looking forward to the conflict. Crazily is guilty of many people, and some reporters are already secretly writing stories. Carroll beats Crazily. Semi-final sidelines bloody conflict. England's new king's revenge. The myth is killed. Even Capello and the staff on the England coaching bench were a little nervous. Agüero and Otamendi were guarding Tongfan, nervously looking at Andy Carroll, who was running over him. However, the scene that happened next made the whole world know how many tongues were bitten, how many pairs of glasses were broken, how many jaws were dislocated, and how many mouths were opened. Two skinny dwarfs, fighting. You are no match for me, Andy. Carroll glanced condescendingly at Agüero and Otamendi, and then looked at the other Argentinian players coming over. At this moment, Carroll was the bastard who was not afraid of anything. He carried Otamendi and Agüero to the side with one arm, and the others were about to rush over to see Carroll suddenly smile and give Crazily a hug. Where is the fight? Obviously I want to thank Crazily as much as I would like to thank my closest elders. Everyone suddenly felt that their brains were not enough. The Argentine players, who were originally prepared to risk their lives to protect the leader, stopped in their tracks with a look of astonishment on their faces. Maradona angrily put down the stranglehold that was originally intended to show off his youngest and most dangerous kid on the green field style, while Redondo still had an elegant smile on his face, with a hint of realization that this should be the case. The Argentinian fans in the stands stopped yelling and booing for a while, not knowing what to say, and the English fans were even more embarrassed. Originally they were booing in a furious manner, but now everyone was stunned. Of course, the most embarrassing person in the world is none other than Capello. His own players scored such a spectacular goal in such an important game according to the tactics he worked so hard to study. In the end, the person to thank was not him, but the opponent's head coach. Moreover, Capello himself just now, he was provoking Madman Lee with a punch in an awesome manner. How could this make gold medal coach feel so embarrassed? The broadcast camera cleverly captured that at this moment, Capello's old face suddenly turned as red as the color of pork knuckles marinated in century-old marinade, black and red. Courtside point Andy Carroll gently hugged Lee Tongfan. He didn't say anything, and quickly turned around and walked to the court. Before leaving, he glared at the Argentinian player coldly, and then took advantage of the referee's absence. Pay attention to the Argentinian fans in the stands, and make a shut up gesture. Open your mouth slightly, and an international greeting starting with the letter F booms out. At this time, Carroll returned to the arrogant and unruly bear. Before his expression was full of the disgust, disdain, and contempt that an Englishman should have for Argentines, and Andy Carroll did not hide this expression at all. His eyes were fierce, like a combative head lion. The move just now was something Andy Carroll had thought about before the game started. He doesn't care whether Capello is happy or not, no matter whether the English fans can accept it, no matter how his teammates will view it, no matter what comments those damn media will make. He only knows that there is someone in front of the Argentine team's chain of command. Personally, that's who he must hug, while enjoying the glory. Now his wish was fulfilled. Carroll happily returned to the court. He smiled like a child who had finally finished his homework. He was met with a fist. Alan Smith had a cool smile on his face. Andy, good job. Chapter 638 Provocation. Being slapped in the face. Di Maria missed. Failed to break through. Ashley Cole intercepted the ball. England's counter-attack opportunity has come on the field. Di Maria really wanted to prove his ability, and his nervousness made his body a little stiff when he was doing the action just now. The continuous stepping and passing moves that he had already mastered by heart were completely different when he really used them, so that the passing moves completely lost the frequency of the past. The experienced Ashley Cole saw through it at a glance and instantly stretched out his foot to steal the ball successfully. The two of them staggered quickly, and the best fullback in the UK took the ball away. And Angel lost his balance because of too much force and stumbled forward. What was even more unbalanced was his heart. Once he failed to break through, his heart was instantly cold, so much so that he forgot to turn around and replay. For the Blue and White Army Argentina team, Di Maria's mistake was fatal. The Hammers, who were in an offensive posture, never expected that the situation would suddenly turn from offense to defense, just like a hungry wolf fiercely pounced on a rabbit and prepared to swallow it in one bite. Who knew that the rabbit was actually a bait thrown by a tiger? Ashley Cole is one of the most assisting fullbacks in European football. After getting the ball, he did not pass it, but dribbled directly to the Argentine team's half. His speed was really improved, not worse than Ronaldo and Messi. In a blink of an eye, he used his speed to eat Mascherano and Riquelme, who were caught off guard. Lee Tongfan's eyebrows jumped. He stared closely at Ashley Cole, who was breaking through, and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. According to the restrictions of the system task, King qualification station, soldier versus soldier, general versus general, Capello must have bet on a certain English player. In the previous 30 minutes of the game, Leo Lee did not clearly see who Leo Castrejor was betting on. But at this moment, watching Ashley Cole suddenly move forward without hesitation, Lee Tongfan suddenly felt that Capello's first treasure should be this, the best fullback in England, putting pressure on a defender. Capello's method is indeed unexpected. On the field point, Ashley Cole is still sprinting at a high speed point facing Bucero's defense. Cole chose to pass the ball. He passed the ball horizontally to the middle, and then continued to move forward near the baseline without stopping at all. The one who received the ball in the middle was tough guy Alan Smith. This was obviously a very familiar cooperation that the England team had trained for a long time. Smith immediately sent the ball back to Ashley Cole's feet. 2 passes. The scene on the field immediately ignited the entire Greenpoint Stadium. The English fans cheered wildly, looking forward to the goal. The commentary booth screamed, "Beautiful cooperation, simple and clear. Ashley Cole, Ashley Cole, Ashley Cole, Ashley Cole." Okay, to the wing, a dribble, shake off Bucero, who was too aggressive in defense. Ashley Cole put the ball to the familiar right foot position. Cross this ball. The ball is in. The ball is in. Andy Carroll Moore. What a beautiful goal! Exclamation mark. Perfect! Exclamation mark. Excellent! Exclamation mark. The young Newcastle centre forward Andy Carroll did not live up to Capello's trust. He carried Rock Samuel in the middle and volleyed the ball into the far corner of the goal. The speed was too fast. The goalkeeper Romero, who had performed well before, had no way to react. The 37th minute of the game. In the 37th minute of the game, the passive England team took the lead in breaking the deadlock, relying on the sudden forward insertion of left back Ashley Cole, assisting centre forward, Andy Carroll to score. This was obviously a carefully planned tactical raid. Capello took the lead in the contest with crazily! Exclamation mark. The commentators were right. Capello was indeed very satisfied with this goal point. This was a carefully planned attack, after he studied Argentina's game route many times before the game. Although he didn't expect that crazily would abandon the previous 3-2-1-4 formation and use 4-4-2 in this game, the current situation shows that Capello definitely thinks he is ahead in this tactical duel. Perhaps in the past 2 or 3 years, there were too many comments about himself and crazily, and too many comments about him not doing as well as crazily, which made the iron-blooded coach depressed for too long. At this moment, the broadcast camera clearly captured that Capello, who has always been low-key and calm, actually waved his arms a few times in front of the Argentine team's command seat with a ferocious look. His fists clenched tightly, and a strong sense of provocation was revealed. Lee Tongfan was thinking about Di Maria's problem at this time, and did not see Capello's provocation. Maradona, on the other hand, immediately became like an irritated sheepdog, baring his teeth and whining, and rudely responded to Capello with a gesture. But Capello didn't care at all. At this time, something unexpected happened. Andy Carroll, the hero of the England team's goal, did not celebrate too excitedly after scoring. He broke free from the hug of his teammates, and ran all the way to the Argentinian team's coaching bench. He was dripping with sweat, and had a chestnut brown hair. Standing upright toward the sky, the huge body ran like a demon struggling out of the Netherlands. The players on the Argentina bench immediately stood up. Maradona and Redondo also stood closely beside Leoli. The Argentinian fans in the stands were yelling wildly, "Hey, you little English bastard, what are you going to do? How dare you come over here? What do you want? Shameless bitch, stay away from our coaching bench." The commentators also saw this scene. Ouch. What happened? Carroll walked to the Argentina coaching bench. Is he going to provoke crazily? We all know that when Madmanley was the chairman of Newcastle United, he banned Carroll for 5 months due to a training brawl, and severely criticized Carroll in the media. Is Carroll prepared to using goals to humiliate Madmanley? Carroll has done a lot of bad things before, and is a famous bad boy in the Premier League. What is he going to do? This is under the watchful eyes of fans all over the world. There's a good show to watch. Seeing this scene, I don't know how many people are gloating and looking forward to the conflict. Crazily is guilty of many people, and some reporters are already secretly writing stories. Carroll beats Crazy Lee. Semi-finals sidelines bloody conflict. England's new king's revenge. Mythology tragedy. Even Capello and the staff on the England coaching bench were a little nervous. Bucero and Otamendi were guarding Lee Tongfan, nervously looking at Bear Andy Carroll, who was running over him. However, the scene that happened next made the whole world know how many tongues were bitten, how many pairs of glasses were broken, how many jaws were dislocated, and how many mouths were opened. Two skinny dwarfs fighting. You are no match for me, Andy. Carroll glanced condescendingly at Bucero and Otamendi, and then looked at the other Argentine players coming over. At this moment, Carroll was the bastard who was not afraid of anything. He carried Otamendi and Bucero to the side with one arm. The others were about to rush over to see Carroll. Suddenly he smiled and gave Crazy Lee a hug. Where is the fight? Obviously I want to thank Crazy Lee as much as I would like to thank my closest elders. Everyone suddenly felt that their brains were not enough. The Argentine players, who were originally prepared to risk their lives to protect the leader, stopped in their tracks with a look of astonishment on their faces. Maradona angrily put down the stranglehold that was originally intended to show off his youngest and most dangerous kid on the green field style, while Redondo still had an elegant smile on his face, with a hint of realization that this should be the case. The Argentinian fans in the stands stopped yelling and booing for a while, not knowing what to say, and the English fans were even more embarrassed. Originally they were booing in a furious manner, but now everyone was stunned. Of course, the most embarrassing person in the world is none other than Capello. His own players scored such a spectacular goal in such an important game according to the tactics he worked so hard to study. In the end, the person to thank was not him, but the opponent's head coach. Moreover, Capello himself just now, he was provoking Madman Lee with a punch in an awesome manner. How could this make gold medal coach feel so embarrassed? Is there a more naked big face than this scene? The broadcast camera cleverly captured that at this moment, Capello's old face suddenly turned as red as the color of pork knuckles marinated in century-old marinade, black and red. Courtside point. Andy Carroll gently hugged Lee Tongfan. He didn't say anything, and quickly turned around and walked to the court. Before leaving, he glared at the Argentinian player coldly, and then took advantage of the referee's absence. Pay attention to the Argentinian fans in the stands, and make a shut up gesture. Open your mouth slightly, and an international greeting starting with the letter F booms out. At this time, Carroll returned to the arrogant and unruly Bear. Before his expression was full of the disgust, disdain, and contempt an Englishman should have for the Argentinians, and Andy Carroll did not hide this expression at all. His eyes were fierce, like a combative head lion. The move just now was something Andy Carroll had thought about before the game started. He doesn't care if Capello is happy or not, no matter whether the English fans can accept it, no matter how his teammates will view it, no matter what comments those damn media will make. He only knows that there is someone in front of the Argentine team's chain of command. Personally, that's who he must hug, while enjoying the glory. Now his wish was fulfilled. Carroll returned to the court happily, smiling like a child who had finally finished his homework. He was greeted by a fist. Alan Smith had a cool smile on his face, and he punched Bear on the chest. Andy, good job, friends. From other sites, if possible, please help me subscribe to the first chapter of VIP. It only costs 6 starting coins. This is very important for knives. Thank you very much. Second update. Continue to code the third and fourth updates. Chapter 639 Smile. Completely defeat England. The game quickly resumed. Fortunately, after a tough battle with the German team, the psychological quality of the Argentinian stars has reached a higher level. They are no longer like in previous games, where they panic and convulse when they lose the ball. Blue and White Army, in under the adjustment of Captain Zanetti and midfield commander Riquelme, the position was quickly stabilized. The expressions on the players' faces began to calm down, and the goals of passing, breakthrough and movement were clear. This performance surprised many people. It also made the England team want to use Bear Andy Carroll's powerful goal to catch the Argentinian team by surprise again. Soon it failed, and Liverpool team spirit Jared kicked the football back. In the backcourt, the England team began to shrink its formation and engage in positional warfare. The game reached a deadlock again. Only then did the elite commentators from various countries come to their senses and comment on the scene that just happened in front of the Argentine team's coaching bench. Crazily, we can't guess what happened between him and Andy Carroll, but it is obvious that the lawless bear of the England team has completely become the death of Crazily at some point. Lol. There is no doubt that this hug will be recorded in the historical memory of the World Cup. It is a beautiful scene of a cruel game. It tells us that in the smoke-filled semi-finals, in addition to competition, there is also warmth. I don't know what is happening in the world. When will the historical grievances between Argentina and England disappear in the wind like this hug? Of course, not everyone agrees with this scene. Carroll is crazy. I bet he has no idea what he's doing. England fans should forgive Andy. He is still a naive kid. Okay, now Crazily wins again. But what's the use? The first half of the game is about to end with less than 8 minutes left, and the Argentina team is still trailing 0:1. If they lose the game in the end, then this scene just now will not have any effect on Crazily, but it will become an indelible shame after the game. Haha, Capello really pushed Madmanly into a desperate situation. The game moved towards the end of the first half. Second by second. England fans cheered excitedly in the stands. The passionate tunes of God Save the Queen and the flying St. George's Cross flags demonstrated the arrogance of the Three Lions supporters. The entire stadium was enveloped in 1:0! 1:0. Waves of waves. Every English person's face was filled with extra excitement. Their meaning was very obvious. They were loudly reminding Crazily, what will happen even if you abandon us? We are not inseparable from you. Look, it is us who are in the lead now. It is us! Exclamation mark. The goal has nothing to do with you. The glory has nothing to do with you. The cheers have nothing to do with you. Everything has nothing to do with you. This sky-wide cheering is full of irony. The broadcast camera panned from the sidelines over and over again, and the image of Madmanly frowning flashed over and over in front of everyone watching the game. Some people were secretly happy, and some were worried. Maradona, Redondo and other members of the 8-man coaching staff looked at Lee Tongfan with worried expressions, fearing that he would be provoked again, make some drastic action, and get suspended or something. Then the gain is really not worth the loss. Marshall Ma's eyes were rolling wildly, and he was thinking about how to tease Leoli. Lee Tongfan stood on the sidelines and never noticed the uneasiness of his partners, because all his thoughts were focused on Angel Di Maria on the court. This oldie had bet on his #1 treasure today. The young general has never shown his true strength until now. It seems that, because of his previous mistakes, he even lost the courage to continue dribbling the ball. Every time he received a pass from his teammate, not only did he not have the courage to make a sharp breakthrough, but he looked terrified, as if he had received a nuclear bomb that was about to explode. And soon it was spread again without any hesitation. This kind of performance is obviously completely contrary to Lee Tongfan's requirements for him. It seems that Leoli's #1 treasure was bet on the wrong target. Coupled with Capello's 3 restraint points in pre-match tactics, the England team was firmly on the winning side. As the end of the first half got closer, the English players played more and more relaxed. Finale force. French referee Lannoy blew the whistle at the end of the first half. The giant electronic scoreboard at Cape Town's Greenpoint Stadium had stopped reading England 1:0 Argentina for 20 minutes, and it still hasn't changed! Quote 1:0! Quote we are 1:0! Where are you? The English fans burst out with immeasurable energy at the moment the whistle sounded. The huge roar poured down from the stands like a flood. Everyone knew who the roar was for. The sound waves were like waves, and Argentina, the thin black figure in front of the team command seat, disappeared instantly. At this time, Lee Tongfan, who had been silent, suddenly smiled. He is so happy and so proud. Nothing has to do with me. He, like a little girl who has been abandoned, she said she hated you out of shame. Is this everything has nothing to do with me? Haha, after all, lovely England fans, you still can't leave and let go. Amidst the laughter, Lee Tongfan turned around and disappeared into the players' tunnel. In fact, the reason for laughing was not because of the childish performance of the England fans, but because he finally figured out something that was very important for himself, for his players, and for the victory of the game. Halftime. No one expected that the scene happening in the dressing room of the Blue and White Army and the dressing room of the Three Lions Army was completely reversed from the score of the game. The temporary winner was gloomy, while the temporary loser was smiling. England team dressing room. Although Capello tried hard to hide it, everyone could see the dissatisfaction and anger in his eyes. Andy Carroll's actions after scoring the goal had completely angered the cyan-blooded commander, making him feel that his authority had been challenged unacceptably. Owen, Gigi, Beckham and other substitute players were warming up on the field outside. In the locker room, besides Bear, Andy Carroll, there were only Little Superman, Stephen Taylor, and Macho Man Alan Smith, 3 former Madman Lee's direct players. Only these 2 people dared to whisper to Andy Carroll, who looked indifferent at this time. Capello looked around with a gloomy face. His eyes were like a sharp sword, trying to pierce the hearts of every player. After a while, he began to arrange the team's tactics for the second half. With a 1-2-0 lead, we need to retreat a little. Argentina will definitely launch a crazy attack in the second half, so I choose a defensive counter-attack tactic. As soon as the coach said this, everyone in the locker room changed their faces. Defensive counter-attack. The people in this room are all elite professional players. Naturally, they know what a tactical change like defensive counter-attack means to the team. It's very simple. Change players to be more precise. Change offensive players. Everyone's eyes turned to Andy Carroll. Violent Bear held his head high with a nonchalant look. His eyes were clear and bright. Argentina locker room. Nice dribbling. Wow. Angel, this move is so damn cool. Shit, this move. How did you do it? You are my idol. This move. Wow. Hahaha. So happy. So happy. I finally found a teammate who is as handsome as me, and what's rare is that his skills are as good as mine. Angel, you should be proud of it. A group of originally pure players have long become extremely lewd under the influence of a certain sultry man. At this time, a group of people are sitting in front of the TV in the locker room, watching a carefully edited video, and the protagonist of the video is Benfica winger, Angel Di Maria. In the video, Di Maria is invincible. Is coquettish running, sharp breakthrough, butterfly-like feints, lightning-fast speed, precise crosses like cruise missiles, and ingenious lobs. All his movements are as natural and elegant as flowing water under his feet. Even if there are 3 or 4 defensive players, the Angel will twist his body continuously at high frequency and achieve a breakthrough in an incredible way. Such Di Maria is a real Angel on the court, holding the sword of judgment, slaying the enemy and gaining glory. These videos were edited by Lee Tongfan before. In fact, Leo Lee carefully edited the football videos of every player of the Argentine team. Although he has a super killer like FM 2010 in his hand, Lee Tongfan has never relaxed his requirements for himself and is even more demanding than ordinary coaches. He is always ready, because Leo Lee always believes that, as long as he works hard, even if he loses FM 2010 one day, he will leave monument in the green world that future generations will never be able to surpass. The reason why Di Maria's video was played during the halftime break today is because Leo Lee does not think that he made a wrong bet. He understands that in such an important game, if a player's death sentence is hastily announced, especially a young and talented player like Di Maria, it is absolutely cruel to the extreme. This is why Leo Lee laughed when he walked back to the locker room before. Leo Lee finally opened his heart at that time, and he had a kind of free and easy spirit. He decided to continue to give Di Maria a chance. If Di Maria could not play to his true level, then this competition with Capello, even if Argentina won the game in the end, for Leo Lee himself, it was already a loss. The method Leo Lee took was very simple, with only 2 words: encouragement. The effect is also obvious as his teammates watched the video and exclaimed inside. Di Maria's impetuous heart slowly calmed down. He looked at the omnipotent self in the video, slowly closed his eyes, and recalled the feeling of breakthrough at that time over and over again, allowing himself to slowly return to that state, and the thoughts in his heart became clearer and clearer. After the video was played, Di Maria opened his eyes. He saw the warm smile on the boss's face, and heard the boss's confidant say, "In the second half, we don't care about people. We will attack with all our strength, just like Angel did in the video, and we will defeat England in one go." 3. More updates completed. Continue to code the 4th update. Brothers, please vote for the monthly ticket. Really, the monthly ticket in this period is really too life-threatening. It almost determines the performance of a book for the whole month. If you have a guaranteed monthly ticket, take a look and vote for Xiao. Chapter 640, The Death Penalty 4. At the beginning of the second half, all the fans were shocked. In the past, whenever there was a game coached by Crazy Lee, the fans and reporters watching the game, as well as the commentators in the commentary booth, would have some psychological preparation, because Crazy Lee would always bring them surprises and unexpected strange things. But today, they were still scared, because the one who shocked them today was not Crazy Lee, who liked to play cards out of the rules and make shocking remarks. In fact, Crazy Lee's performance was normal, and he did not have any seizures, because the Argentine team's lineup did not adjust after the start of the second half. The one who had seizures was gold medal coach Fabio Capello. After the 15-minute halftime break, no one knew what happened in the England team's locker room, but it was definitely not a pleasant thing, because Andy Carroll, the hero of the first half's goal, sat on the bench angrily, and with him was Alan Smith, who played an important role in the goal process. The two were replaced by Manchester United striker Rooney and Arsenal winger Walcott respectively. Someone with a keen eye discovered something. The two who were replaced were obviously the direct descendants of Crazy Lee in the past. Moreover, in the first half, Andy Carroll hugged Crazy Lee in public, braving the world's disapproval, and Alan Smith immediately praised Carroll's behavior. Was it because of this reason? The gossip blood of the reporters on the sidelines was boiling wildly and burning fiercely. In front of the command seat, Capello's expression was terrifyingly calm. He stood straight on the sidelines, his eyes grim and his face stiff, not even glancing at Andy Carroll and Alan Smith, who were sitting on the bench. If it weren't for the fact that the defense line couldn't be too childish, he might have even replaced Little Superman Stephen Taylor. The long-standing grudge in Carroll's counter-attack in front of the whole world obviously made Capello lose his former composure. He maintained his authority within the scope allowed by tactics, but the effect can only be tested by the cruel game. The second half of the game quickly lasted more than 10 minutes. Lee Tongfan's eyes became brighter and brighter. He saw the scene he wanted to see. On the court, Di Maria was holding the ball. The Angel received a pass from Riquelme. He turned his back to the ball and made a beautiful turn, like a dancer dancing on the edge of a knife, elegant and dangerous. Berry, who was pressing behind him, wanted to commit a half-push foul to stop Di Maria's breakthrough, but he retreated hard and retreated into nothingness. Di Maria's movement was so fast that Berry couldn't keep up and almost stumbled and fell to the ground because of excessive force. Uncontrollable exclamations rang out in the stands. Di Maria succeeded in his first dribble and immediately accelerated and burst out, carrying the football like a blue and white hurricane, sweeping towards the England team's half. At this time, the England team slacked off, since Di Maria's performance in the first half was really bad, and he didn't pose any threat to the England team at all. Neither Capello nor the England players took this tall and thin man from Benfica too seriously at the beginning of the second half. When Di Maria rushed to the penalty area, the three Lions fans in the stands exclaimed uncontrollably, and the three Lions players on the field became nervous. At this time, Di Maria was less than 5 meters away from the penalty area. The first defensive player who pounced was Lampard. Chelsea's experienced genie knew that the ball had to be intercepted as soon as he saw Di Maria's posture, because Messi and Higuain were like cold blades inserting along the fleeting gap. If Di Maria passed the ball after successfully passing, it would be a disaster, so he directly hit the front fierce sliding tackle and shoveled it mercilessly in order to scare the seemingly resurrected little guy back again. Lampard even raised his foot a little higher his studs gleaming coldly, and his momentum was extremely tragic, as if this kick was not to break the ball, but to break Di Maria's leg. If it was Di Maria in the first half, he might have hurriedly passed the ball back to his teammates. But this time, Di Maria was not afraid at all, and there was even an excited expression on his face. This was exactly the opportunity he needed, the real opportunity. He wanted to let the whole world know his true strength. The Benfica Angel, who was running at high speed, suddenly rushed forward, stretched out his left foot, and stepped on the ball suddenly, then with the help of the inertia of his body rushing forward, made an incredible and gorgeous turn, shook his back to Lampard, and at the critical moment, he withdrew his left foot, and stepped on the ball with his right foot. The whirlwind-like action dazzled the eyes of more than 68,000 fans in the stadium. Lampard's goal-scoring kick was completely missed. It was missed in a way that the Blues Iron Man had never thought of. The whole audience was stunned. No one expected such a scene to happen, and no one dared to believe their eyes. The commentators screamed uncontrollably, as if they had reached a climax. Incredible. Unbelievable. Oh my god, what did I see? Marcel turn. A more gorgeous Marcel turn than the master artist Zidane. Such an incredible move, while running at high speed. Di Maria, he is a peerless genius. A true peerless genius. Can anyone tell me what happened during the halftime break? Why did both teams perform so abnormally? Capello replaced all the scorers, and the criminal who lost the ball of the Argentine team in the first half suddenly burst out with energy that shocked the world. Amid the exclamations of the whole world, Di Maria continued to rush to the penalty area without slowing down. The English defense was thrown into chaos. Super strikers like Messi and Higuain would naturally not miss such an opportunity. The two of them rushed into the penalty area and completely involved the English defense. Steven Taylor and Terry did not dare to press forward, which gave Di Maria the opportunity to get closer to the goal. At this time, Di Maria was less than 2 meters away from the penalty area line. There was no one defending him. He looked at his teammates who were responding in the penalty area. England's defensive players were on full alert, carefully blocking all passing routes. Terry and Steven Taylor each entangled Messi and Higuain, two dangerous figures, but Di Maria did not pass the ball. He had completely entered his own state. The wonderful videos played in the locker room during the halftime break were constantly replayed in his brain. Everything seemed to have returned to his body. The wind around him was caressing him, making him feel full of strength. His vision was extremely clear. The goal was getting bigger and bigger in his eyes, especially the blind spot in the upper right corner, which seemed to be within reach. Di Maria glanced at the penalty area and found that all passing routes were blocked. He made up his mind and shot directly in his thin body, which was as weak as a bamboo pole. An unimaginable force suddenly broke out. The football was carrying a breath of destruction, like a falling meteor from the sky, whistling towards the upper right corner of the goal. With a whistling sound, Di Maria was still stuck in the air after the shot and the football had jumped over the fingertips of goalkeeper Joe Hart. There is no passing route. England's defense is perfect. Di Maria, look at what he does. He just shot it. Look at this ball. Got. Di Maria, Di Maria, Di Maria, Di Maria, Di Maria, Di Maria, the young winger from Benfica. This is an incredible world wave. Super world wave. Di Maria goal. England's #1 goalkeeper Joe Hart was helpless in the face of such a shot. It can't be blamed on him. It can't be blamed on him. Because no one in this world can say no to such a shot. Absolutely no one. The commentators were so excited that they were like convulsions. Their tone was crazy. Their eyes were shining. They couldn't help but stand up and slap the table in front of them frantically. They didn't expect that the boy who was so thin that a gust of wind could blow away could actually shoot such a violent shot. Even crazier than the commentators were the fans of the Argentine team. More than 30,000 crazy Pampas Cowboys suddenly shouted in unison, as if they had planned it long ago. 1:1 exclamation point exclamation point exclamation point exclamation point. We are 1:1 exclamation point. Next is 2:1 3:1 4:1 exclamation point exclamation point exclamation point. He is here. He is here. Standing in front of our command seat. English shits. You can only envy. You can only envy. This was obviously a response to the 1:0. We are 1:0. Where are you of the English fans in the first half? The goal and the roar were a resounding response that swept the stadium. The super fans of the Blue and White Army were using all their strength to defend the coach in their hearts. The English fans chose to remain silent. Di Maria, who was back making up for his crime, made a heart-shaped gesture with both hands to the camera. He rushed up with the speed of a sprint with the ball, rushed to the sidelines and jumped high, and threw Tongfan to the ground in one fell swoop. The game continued. The score was equalized by the opponent in such a powerful way, which dealt a heavy blow to the England team. At this time, the disastrous consequences of Capello's hasty substitutions during the halftime break became a reality. Without Andy Carroll and Alan Smith, especially the violent centre-forward Carroll, the rock-solid offensive and defensive tactics of the England team in the first half could no longer work. Among the two new players, Little Tiger, Walcott is fast, but his development in Arsenal has stagnated in the past 2 years, and his style of play is also soft, making it difficult for him to play his strengths in positional warfare. Little Meat Mud, Rooney is not as tall as Carroll, and Rock Samuel can handle it completely. The air defense alarm over the Argentine penalty area was lifted, and they finally slowly occupied the advantage in the midfield and backcourt. Capello's irrational substitution completely ruined England's good opportunity. Tongfan chose to make substitutions at this time. Little Smoker Higuain was replaced by Atletico striker Agüero, and Fernando Gago was replaced by Beast Tevez. After the substitution, Barcelona king Messi retreated to the front midfielder position. The Argentine team still maintained a 4-4-2 formation, but the attack power was several times stronger than before. Blue and White Army returned to the familiar crazy attack track before. Such a change is fatal to the England team. Di Maria, who burst into vitality, completely suppressed the newly appeared Walcott and the breakthrough on the wing. Messi's personal ability made the England team's double D and Berry inseparable, and Beast, Tevez and Agüero, small, fast, and smart forwards, are completely the natural nemesis of central defenders like Terry and Taylor. Capello, who had been standing on the sidelines with a cold expression, smelled something bad. However, before he made adjustments, Argentina once again caught England off guard. Messi was dragged down by Berry during a breakthrough, and Argentina got a direct free kick in a good position at the front of the penalty area. Riquelme took the penalty, and the ball hit the inside of the ball and bounced back. Agüero followed up smartly, and kicked the ball into the goal of England with a ricochet in the air. This finally overtake. In the 76th minute of the game, Argentina scored a goal by Atletico Madrid striker Agüero, who came on as a substitute. Crazy Lee's tactical adjustment worked. This is a familiar scene, and it is also a scene we have expected long ago. Crazy Lee has once again proved his magic. Capello made a mistake, including injury time. England has less than 20 minutes left, and they still have a chance. Players with distinctive characteristics such as Owen and Nicholas Chiji should get a chance to play. The commentator's side point. Although many people thought that Madley might win in advance, when this scene really happened, they still couldn't let it go. Capello was the person in the world who was most likely to defeat Madley, but he was confused at such a critical moment. Is it God's will for England? 83rd minute of the game. England suffered another heavy blow. This time, Messi, Agüero and Tevez played a smooth cooperation at the front of the penalty area. 3 consecutive quick passes easily tore through the England defense, which was a little absent-minded. Tevez broke into the penalty area and was about to shoot when Ashley Cole shoveled from the left. The two of them knocked down the beast with the ball. Penalty. Tevez stood in front of the penalty in person, facing the young English goalkeeper Joe Hart. Beast faked his opponent and pushed the ball into the middle. The score became an incredible 3-1. It's over. The game is over. Crazy Lee's team scored 2 goals in just 6 minutes, killing the suspense of the game. The legendary coach successfully turned the tables. On the green field, he is still invincible. Not even Capello. He successfully sent his old master on the plane back home. Spain said, servant's side. It was not Madley who decided the game, but Capello. Yes, it was the Italian self-destructive substitutions that ruined England's good situation. This was a battle of wills and prestige. Madley did nothing. His huge prestige in the England team directly undermined the opponent's fighting spirit. Andy Carroll was just a fuse. This is fate. Perhaps the moment the match situation was created, England was destined to say goodbye to the World Cup champion. Madley knew this opponent on the field so well, even better than Capello. 60 to 70% of the players made their fortunes in the Madley era. Capello has not discovered any valuable newcomers in the past few years. In fact, they were not wrong. 4 chapters completed. I couldn't stop writing the last chapter, and I updated 4,000 words seeking monthly tickets. Brothers who are capable, please help subscribe to the VIP first chapter. Thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641, The Death of the England Team. There was a substitution error in this chapter, which has been corrected. I deeply apologize to my brothers and sisters. Capello's face was at 10 point. He definitely didn't expect things to turn out like this. He believed that his tactical adjustments during the halftime break were absolutely impeccable and were definitely not the root cause of this defeat, because in the case of a 1-0 lead like the World Cup semi-finals, adopting slightly conservative tactics was not enough from any angle. In the past, not to mention that Rooney replacing Andy Carroll and Walcott replacing Alan Smith were also considered matchup substitutions, and Capello feels that he has sufficient reasons to explain this substitution. The team needs defensive counter-attacks to stabilize a victory, so it needs offensive players with the ability to advance quickly. However, Carroll is tall and strong, but has weak running ability. His short-term advancement ability in defensive counter-attacks is not as good as Rooney, and Walcott's speed determines that his role in counter-attack is far stronger than Alan Smith. Of course, Capello also admitted to some extent that the replacement of Carroll and Alan Smith was affected by the embarrassing scene in the first half, but this cannot be regarded as a mistake. This is an inevitable choice to maintain the authority of the head coach. Maintaining the absolute authority of the head coach without affecting the team's combat effectiveness has been the iron rule for Italians to coach the team. Point at this moment, even if the England team is already trailing Argentina 1-3, Capello doesn't think there is anything wrong with his approach. Even until this moment, he had not turned his head to look at Bear, Andy Carroll, and Macho Man Alan Smith sitting on the bench. Capello will not waste time on these things like a little girl looking back 3 times to regret these things. In fact, even if he did something wrong, he will not admit it. Now he may come. At this time the most important thing is to think about the team's next tactical adjustment point, and soon. Capello made a decision. The 4th official on the sidelines played an electronic notice board announcing the substitution point. David Beckham replaces fullback Glenn Johnson. Many people discovered this scene instantly. England finally made substitution adjustments. Is this a sign of a massive counter-attack? David Beckham, this is a sign of an era for the Three Lions for 10 years. Can they save England again at such a critical moment? But one thing you have to admit is that David is also deeply imprinted with the brand of Crazy Lee. I wonder if Capello is aware of this? Or has he deliberately ignored it? What does this mean? Does it mean Capello has decided to bow to Crazy Lee? 20 minutes later the game is over. The press conference room at Greenpoint Stadium. The crowd was moving. This time it was truly impenetrable, and the entire room of more than 60 meters was packed like a bus route within the 3rd ring road of BJ in the morning. It's so crazy to remember that there were too many dramatic things that happened in the game that just ended. If a Hollywood director is willing, he can make a movie about this game and add the label of a super blockbuster like the blockbuster of the century. Grats and grievances, twists and turns. In the noisy atmosphere, Madman Lee sat behind the interview table with a smile, holding his chin with his right hand and looking at Capello, who looked unhappy next to him. He looked like a villain. As the winner of this duel, Lee Tongfan also, if you don't want to pretend to respect your opponent very much, or show respect for your opponent's efforts, that's just a bastard who takes advantage and behaves. Most of the reporters' questions were directed at Capello. Fabio, can you explain why you replaced Andy Carroll and Alan Smith at halftime? You know they are the leading contributors to the team. It's the midfield substitution related to Carroll hugging Crazy Lee in the first half. How's your relationship with Carroll? It was revealed that you and Carroll got into a fight during halftime. Is that true? David Beckham scored a goal after coming on, but England lost the game in the end. Do you regret bringing David Beckham on too late? Isn't he worthy of England? The team starter. There is news that the FA is preparing to fire you and rehire Madmanley, whose contract with the Argentine Football Association is about to expire. Fabio, what do you think of such a thing? The reporters paid no attention to the livid expression on the Italian coach's face. They asked questions desperately and made harsh remarks one by one, piercing Capello like a sharp sword. At this time, no one would respect the old and love the young to sympathize with him, thinking that Capello was just a man. An old man who is already over 60 years old. As the loser of this highly anticipated contest, Capello must face reporters' crazy questions. As for the reporters, if he can irritate Capello, then it will be considered a success. This is the purpose of this group of unscrupulous journalists who are sons of bitches. Of course, Capello will not admit that he made any mistakes. He was furious, like a lion that had been deprived of its mate. He stood up angrily and slapped the interview table and roared, "What a fucking ridiculous statement. Is this what that son of a bitch idiot said? Change it. People have to consider the tactical needs of the team. Even football idiots know this. Who the hell rules that players who score goals in the game must not be replaced? I have no idea what happened in the first half." Well, let's stop here, gentlemen. I think it's a stupid hippopotamus decision to stay here to answer your questions. Goodbye. Let's talk. Gold medal coach didn't even look at Lee Tongfan and walked away in the breeze. Lee Tongfan was stunned on the side. He was very angry. Damn it, this is still unreasonable. As a loser from beginning to end, not to mention surrendering to my suit pants. Now, you are actually more embarrassed than me, the person who won the game. This MLGBD, who should I ask to reason? When Leo Lee got angry, his damn true temperament broke out again. He also imitated Capello and stood up, slapping the table and angrily walking away. The reporters were stunned. Don't even fucking leave. We still have a lot of questions to ask. The first match of the 2010 World Cup semi-finals in South Africa, which attracted worldwide attention. 3 Lions, England vs. Blue and White, Argentina, ended with 3:5, and England finally won 1:0 in the first half. Even though they were leading, they were ruthlessly reversed by their opponents, and it was a pity that they ended up in the top 4 of the World Cup. The result of this game is both expected and unexpected. To be honest, it is expected, because Crazy Lee, a freak, still continues his incredible myth of being undefeated in official games, even with the combination of gold medal coach, Capello and the 3 Lions in their prime. It is still difficult to shake the myth of Crazy Lee, which makes countless people who are crazy about seeing Crazy Lee's failure and downfall feel extremely frustrated and disappointed. It was unexpected, because no one expected that the England team actually lost the game in this way. Even after the first half of the game, countless people around the world were surprised. People thought that the final winner would be the 3 Lions, but the most stable part of the team, head coach Capello, actually destroyed the Great Wall. Of course, there are also some extreme fans and football commentators who attribute the failure entirely to the young centre bear, Andy Carroll's crazy hug that shocked the world. In his personal column in the Sunday Express, among them, McLaren, the former head coach of the England national team who has not fired a gun for a long time, cited a large number of data and game analysis, and analyzed with stern words, "If the Italians can be more broad-minded, Andy Carroll will be. If we leave it until the end of the game, then the England team will definitely kick the shit out of Madmanley." This shameless traitor, faced with the most regrettable defeat in the history of English football, the English media and McLaren put aside their old grudges. For a time, many well-known media expressed 100% of McLaren's views. Kyan's approval. England's The Times holds this view. The newspaper used the headline "England team dies by suicide" and bitterly condemned the two sinners of the team, Andy Carroll and Fabio Cap. LUO. The newspaper believed, if Andy Carroll's brain was 1/10 the size of his, then he should not have embraced that damn traitor in front of the whole world at such an important moment. And Carroll, if Carroll's heart is 1/10 as big as Andy Carroll's brain, then he should keep Carroll and Alan Smith. Even if he is an idiot, just look at the possible changes to the England team. You should understand all this through their performance. Rooney and Walcott are simply the best of shit. Although the views of the Observer were much softer, they still expressed their dissatisfaction with the team's final defeat. They believed that losing to Crazy Lee is not unacceptable, but losing to Crazy Lee, when it is entirely possible to win, is not acceptable. This is absolutely unacceptable and a shame that will never be erased in the history of English football. As for The Sun, another major media in England, it directly expressed its views with the headline "Crazy Lee won the game only because of shit luck." Public opinion is like a tide. Noise is like water. The tide is rising, and the sky is full of noise. No matter what point of view you hold, one thing is very clear. The proud gentlemen of England are absolutely unwilling to admit that the reason why the team lost is because the English team is not as strong as Argentina, so they madly condemned the young player Andy Carroll, strongly demanded that the FA sack Capello, a mediocre head coach with no enterprising spirit. For this reason, some extreme fans even held large-scale demonstrations and protests. Of course, while severely condemning our own people, the traitor Madman Lee quickly fell from national hero in 2008 to the most unpopular person in Britain because of such a game. Even the Financial Times also devoted a special page to describing Madman Lee's choice to coach the Argentina team as self-destruction. The storm is getting worse and worse. Capello, Andy Carroll and Crazy Lee will all face difficult choices in life at this time. First update. 2 more to come. The knife coded words honestly point. I hope brothers and sisters enjoy watching it. Chapter 642. The battle between the 4 heavenly kings. If the English media is like an abandoned resentful woman, babbling and complaining about her own misfortunes, then the media in other European countries are like minstrels in myths and legends, unabashedly singing about Madman Lee. French football also believed that Andy Carroll's crazy hug changed the situation of the game, but its view was completely opposite to that of the English. Although I don't want to say too much flattery, Crazy Lee did change the game without any blood. The people of England are condemning Andy Carroll, but they should think about why a player who has been banned by Crazy Lee for 5 consecutive months respects him so much. Maybe this is what the English lacked, and why they lost the game in the end. Germany's Bild published a large number of exciting scenes from this semi-final, and used the title "Crazy Lee taught Capello a vivid lesson" to explain his point of view. Capello has made great achievements in his coaching career. During the AC Milan era, he ruthlessly ignored Baggio and abandoned Di Canio. During the Roma era, he ruthlessly suppressed the Roman Prince Totti and forcibly purged a generation of God of War Batti. During the Juventus period, he even lukewarmly suppressed the golden boy Del Piero. Capello is so superstitious about his iron-blooded methods and stubbornly emphasizes his authority. Perhaps this is a reason for his success. However, we must also admit that this was also the decisive factor in his defeats to Crazy Lee. If he could be more gentle with the players like Crazy Lee, then maybe Andy Carroll would hug him after scoring a goal, not his opponent. Head coach Crazy Lee, as the daily newspaper with the largest circulation in Europe, Bild has unparalleled influence. This comment quickly aroused the approval of most neutral fans and football practitioners. It is even said that even Capello himself was deeply touched. The iron-blooded coach furiously tore up the 3-point issue of Bild in the team office, but ended up locking himself in the room for a whole night. The chain reaction triggered by this semi-final continues. Andy Carroll has become the target of public criticism across England. However, this young centre with a character did not make any compromise in the face of public criticism. His naturally stubborn character led him to embark on a path of one person against a group of people. For this reason, he even fired him in anger and repeatedly asked himself to surrender. The agent who apologized to the English fans did not hesitate to switch to the agency, Spark, related to Crazy Lee, announcing that he would leave the English league to develop in other countries. This news seemed to light the fuse of TNT, setting off a new round of buying craze, point as the most promising and powerful supercenter in the new generation of England. Bear's move immediately attracted the pursuit of countless European giants, including Milan City, Juventus, and Roma in Italy, Villarreal in La Liga, Real Madrid, Bundesliga, Bayern Munich, and Wolfsburg have all joined the ranks of acquiring Andy Carroll. Although the Newcastle club has repeatedly rejected acquisition offers, almost no one thinks that the Magpies can retain this player before the start of next season. A centre with a bright future, the tug-of-war continues. With his outstanding performance in the World Cup, Carroll's value has skyrocketed. According to the Sun report, last season's Triple Crown winner Inter Milan even offered 40 million. The offer in euros promises to bring this new Shearer to Apennines. Like Andy Carroll, he also faces the choice of gold medal coach Capello. Point the day after the game, there were media reports that the Football Association of England was going to fire the Italian. There were also fans and media in England asking the gold medal coach to resign. However, this farce ended as quickly as it started. Cape Ronaldo took the initiative to state that he would not resign voluntarily, and the Football Association also held a press conference to express its satisfaction with the Italians' work in the World Cup and its willingness to provide Capello with a contract extension. The Argentine team is about to enjoy a tsunami of cheers and praise. After the game, the Argentine team did not stop in Cape Town and immediately set off back to the base camp of the HPC Sports Center of the University of Pretoria. The Blue and White Army has obtained the ticket to the final. The much anticipated 2010 South Africa World Cup final will be held at the Football City Stadium in Johannesburg in 4 days. So for the Argentine team, what needs to be done now is to enjoy it. Enjoy the glory of the semi-final victory, sit back as a winner and watch the Samba Legion, Brazil team and the Bullfighting Soldiers, Spanish team fight to the death at the Durban Stadium, and then rest and recuperate, waiting for the final battle. Regardless of the final result 4 days later, there is no doubt that Crazy Lee and the players of the Argentine team are now the heroes of the entire Pampas. More and more Argentine fans come all the way to South Africa in various ways, just to witness the team finally win the Hercules Cup at the Football City Stadium in Johannesburg. In Argentina, no one will doubt whether the team can win in the final, just like what the English did in the European Cup that year. Crazy Lee has been deified by crazy Argentinian fans. The Buenos Aires city government can't wait to announce to the outside world that it will award Crazy Lee the title of honorary citizen. After the World Cup, the honorary citizen medal will be officially issued. Chinese fans also responded wildly. Although Lee Tongfan coached England to win the European Cup in 2008, which was considered an honor in a major event, this time, the Chinese fans behaved far more crazily than in 2008. The domestic South African tour group became the most popular route. Countless people save money and dream of going to the Johannesburg Football City Stadium in 4 days to watch the World Cup final, because there are 2 Chinese standing next to the final venue, because the World Cup has always been a pain in the hearts of Chinese fans. In the 2002 World Cup in South Korea and Japan, because South Korea and Japan were the hosts and directly advanced, China was able to advance to the finals. However, the record of 0 wins, 0 goals and 9 goals conceded in 3 games can only be said to be a series of humiliations. The World Cup, the highest event in global football, has always been a desert for the Chinese, let alone a pinnacle decisive battle like the World Cup final. Since the opening of the World Cup in South Africa, Chinese fans have paid close attention to every game of the Argentina team. In addition to paying attention to Crazy Lee, they also pay attention to Li Bing. And now, these 2 Chinese people are actually going to appear at the top as key figures. The battle was won, which made the fans even more excited than when the Chinese team entered the World Cup in 2002. Go to South Africa and watch the World Cup final. Watch the World Cup final dominated by the Chinese. Cheer for the rice bucket and cheer for the soldiers. Such calls are getting louder and louder among fans. Li Tongfan's personal official website in China, We Are All Big Rice Buckets, teamed up with a number of travel agencies to open a special line to the World Cup finals in South Africa. At the same time, he enthusiastically reminded fans that the security in South Africa is chaotic, and it is recommended that fans join the tour. Go watch the battle. Suddenly, the most common greeting among Chinese fans changed from "Have you eaten?" to "Are you going to South Africa?" All routes from Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou to South Africa were tight, and even some transfer routes were closed. Air tickets are also in short supply. A vigorous craze for watching the finals has been set off across the land of 9.6 million square kilometers in China. Tens of thousands of Chinese fans, whether they can book tickets for the finals or not, are like going to the market. Traveling all the way to Johannesburg, South Africa, even if you can't go to the stands to watch the game, even if you can witness the birth of the new king of the world in a bar closer to the stadium, it seems to be a century-old glory for Chinese fans. July 13th. The second semi-final of the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, the life and death contest between the Seleção Brazil team and the Bullfighting Soldiers Spanish team started at the Durban Stadium. Before the game, it was widely believed that the outcome of this game would be decided by the two head coaches, Dunga and Vicente Del Bosque, because the players on both sides were about equal in terms of strength and both played technical schools. The 90-minute event proved that the speculations of the media and fans were not wrong at all. The fighting skills of the head coaches of both sides determined the trend of the game to a great extent. The cunning and experienced Bosque defeated the young and vigorous Dunga from the very beginning. Del Bosque unexpectedly changed the Spanish team's previous formation and adopted a 4-3-3 attack tactic. Angel Wings, Juan Mata, who had been firmly on the bench, unexpectedly got the starting opportunity was to form a front court trident with David Villa and Fernando Torres. Xavi, Iniesta and Alonso were leading the way in the midfield. This kind of strong offensive tactics defeated Brazil at the beginning. The team was caught off guard. Just after the first 30 minutes of the game, the Spanish team had already led the Brazilian team 3-0. The 5-star Samba team was completely blindsided. It was Angel Wings, Juan Mata who contributed to the Bull Soldiers. He almost single-handedly kicked the Brazilian team into the abyss with 2 assists and a direct free kick, handing over a dominating game. Level answer sheet. As the guest commentator, the world champion Pel could only shake his head and exclaimed, "Juan Mata, incredible, incredible, this is really incredible." Before the end of the first half, the Brazilian team, which launched a desperate counter-attack, finally regained a victory. Real Madrid superstar Kaká, who is ranked among the new generation players, Four Kings, with Juan Mata, stood up when the team was in crisis. Come out, take advantage of a counter-attack opportunity, dribble the ball for more than 60 meters, run long distance, and score the most exciting moment in the World Cup. Going to the meeting alone, the role of the superstar has been reflected, and Kaká has won a glimmer of hope for the Brazilian team. This wonderful goal greatly boosted the morale of the Brazilian team, allowing them to launch a storm-like offensive against the Spanish team. However, the Seleção seemed to lack a little luck today, as the team's single arrow Luis Fabiano shot a single ball passed by Kaká onto the goalpost. At the end of the first half, the Spanish team walked into the locker room with a 2-goal lead. "I sincerely apologize to the brothers again for the substitution mistake in the last chapter, damn it, I'm guilty. Continue to code chapter 3 honestly. I hope you guys enjoy watching it." Chapter 643, Growing Old with Idols. When teams like Spain and Brazil suspended the game 3:1 in the last 45 minutes, everyone thought that the second half would be a more mysterious battle between dragons and tigers. However, in the second half, the fans and the commentators were stunned. The reporters were stunned, of course. The most important thing is that Dunga was also shocked, because coach Del Bosque seemed to be completely possessed by madmanly at this moment. He made an incredible U-turn in the Spanish team's tactics, from a desperate attack in the first half to a shameless defense in the second half. The two defensive midfielders Busquets and Javi Martinez, after replacing the offensive players Torres and Iniesta, the Bull Soldiers tactical formation changed to a 4-5-1 defensive counter-attack. Most of the team's players on the field retreated to their own half to participate in defense. He put on an iron barrel formation and was on guard. Ouch. Got Bosk tricked Dunga. No, Del Bosk has fooled the whole world. Who would have thought that in such a game, this wise coach would actually play such a trick, attacking wildly in the first half and defending in the second half. This must be a lunatic. What a nasty and obscene tactic played by Lee K. I saw Dunga completely stunned, as if he had seen the end of the world. The commentators in the commentary box were going crazy. Del Bosk's tactical changes had an obvious effect. Such an incredible change made almost all the tactics deployed by young coach Dunga during the halftime break come to nothing. Facing the unfavorable situation of falling behind in the score and being constrained in tactics, the young coach Dunga, who had been preparing hard for this World Cup for nearly 4 years, came to nothing. Shui started to tremble with purpose. His on the spot command was repeatedly disrupted. The Brazilian team struggled to attack amidst Dunga's roar, but failed again and again, and even almost succeeded in the Spanish team's counter-attack. It was not until the 76th minute of the game that Dunga remembered that on the bench of the Brazilian team, there was Ronaldo, a veteran who performed a miracle in the previous game. Essentially, Dunga had no fondness for the lazy Ronaldo. Regarding the miraculous 5 minutes in the last quarter-final, Dunga was more willing to believe that it was just an accident. But now, Dunga can only treat a dead horse as a living horse. Dr. Ronaldo comes on point. This was a late entry. Alien Ronaldo scored the most exciting and typical goal in the last World Cup of his career, and it was also the last personal World Cup goal. In the 88th minute, Spain's corner kick attack error, the Brazilian team launched a counter-attack. Kaká took the ball in the backcourt and passed it forward. The alien leaned against Busquets with his body, then knocked the ball between his legs, suddenly turned around and wiped out his opponent and accelerated towards the finish. 35 meters distance. Ronaldo was indeed out of breath while running, but his speed did not slow down even a little bit. He gritted his teeth and fought hard, racing against his opponents, against time, and against the years. The Brazilian fans in the audience were chanting Ronaldo. At this moment the whole hope of Brazil is pinned on this aging ace. Ronaldo practiced with several people and used his most proud pendulum pass to pass goalkeeper Casillas and send the football into the empty goal. Then, he collapsed to the ground. That damn knee was once again torn due to excessive force, and once again the alien couldn't even stand up. When he was carried off on a stretcher, the fans were applauding and cheering. There were no tears in the alien's eyes. He did everything he could do, and Dunga, his face was at 10! 3:2. This is the final score. Bull Soldiers, the Spanish team tenaciously held on to a 1-goal advantage. They grabbed the last ticket to the Johannesburg Football City Stadium from 5-star Brazil. The crazy cheers of Del Bosk and his disciples highlighted the loss of the Brazilian players. The final matchup situation of the 2010 South Africa World Cup was finally revealed at this moment. Blue and white, Argentina vs. Bullfighting Soldiers Spain. On July 18th, at the Football City Stadium in Johannesburg, at 18 p.m., with much attention and global expectations, the two top teams in world football will present the most pinnacle and most exciting game to fans all over the world. The winner of the top Battle of Kings will be forever remembered in the history of the green world, holding high the glittering Hercules Cup. This is the highest level competition in the world's highest competition. There was no super upset in this World Cup, and there was no situation where 2 or 1 underdog dark horse reached the final. The Spanish team represents the highest level of European football, while the Argentine team has interpreted the romance and elegance of South America to the extreme. For fans, July 18th will be the supreme holiday point in the World Cup. The departure of every team brings new stories. On the day of the defeat at the Durban Stadium, Brazilian coach Dunga announced the end of his rule in the 5-star Seleção. Although he led the team to the semi-finals, for Brazil, failure to win the championship is tantamount to failure. For the team, Dunga's departure seemed to be reasonable, and no one felt sorry for him. On the same day, the legendary Ronaldo announced his decision to quit the national team, leave the mainstream European league and return to the Brazilian league. Ronaldo's contract with Newcastle expired at the end of August 2010. For some time before, the Magpies had been trying to persuade Ronaldo to keep this legendary star with strong appeal at St. James Park. But now it seems that Newcastle's efforts have finally failed. Ronaldo rejected the club's renewal intention. He chose to return to the Brazilian league and joined the Brazilian domestic powerhouse Corinthians. In European football, I have proved myself to the world. But now I'm no longer young. I feel that I'm about to be eliminated by the mainstream league. This is the cruelty of football. So I decided to return to the Brazilian league and enjoy the last time of my career and the last happiness that football brings me. Thank you to the fans who have always supported me. Please believe that Ronaldo will appear on the football field again. Ilian shed tears at the press conference. Ronaldo is the second star lost by Newcastle this summer. His departure also marks the end of a legendary era in European football that belonged to the Ilian, who called the shots. Countless fans were saddened on this day. Most fans born in the 1980s almost began to enter the football world with their admiration for Ronaldo, although everyone knew before that no matter how brilliant and unparalleled you are, one day, the flow of ruthless years will take away everything that belongs to you, just like it once took away Pele, took away Maradona, took away Roberto Baggio. But when this day really came, people still felt a heart-wrenching sadness. July 14th. This is the dusk of an idol. What is even more heartbreaking for the fans is that it was not just Ronaldo who announced his departure. At the same time, David Beckham, the greatest captain of the Three Lions in the past decade, former World Footballer of the Year, the embodiment of commercial football, and the symbol of popular element in football, also held a press conference on this day and finally decided to withdraw from the England national team. The World Cup semi-final defeat completely ended Beckham's dream of the World Cup. In the next 4 years, he will be an ordinary fan sitting in the stands after retirement. It is meaningless to continue to stay in the national team. This handsome man, who has lived in pursuit, controversy, mistakes, and redemption throughout his national team career, finally chose to leave. Goodbye, Ronnie. Goodbye, David! Exclamation mark. Countless football media use the same news headline to express their sighs and gratitude for the end of the national team careers of these two football superstars of the same era. In particular, Ronaldo's departure once again made people sigh at the ruthlessness of time. At this moment, many fans finally realized in a trance that it was not only the idols who were getting old, but also themselves. They were no longer young and frivolous. It can be imagined that after this, their hearts are no longer so sad for someone or something. After the two teams in the final were produced, public opinion habitually began to predict the winner of the final. The performance of the old coach Bosk in the semi-finals was eye-catching. Many people saw the taste of Madmanly in his performance. Some people thought that Bosk had already started studying Madmanly in order to defeat the myth of the world football coach in such a peak battle. At this time, people are willing to believe that if there is anyone who can beat Madmanly at this time, it is definitely the experienced Bosk. In terms of qualifications, trophies, achievements, and prestige, Bosk is better than Capello. He has long been a famous super coach in European football, and the strength of the Spanish team is no worse than that of the Argentine team. Bosk is obviously facing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as he can beat Madmanly in the final, he can step on the corpse of the myth to achieve his own myth. Bosk himself is also full of confidence. At the press conference after the semi-final victory over Brazil, a reporter could not wait to ask the old coach, "How do you view the match with Crazy Lee in the final?" At that time, Bosk's answer was simple, but full of murderous dominance. "It's no different from the match between ordinary coaches. The Spanish team will defeat the opponent in one fell swoop, just like today." The third update is completed. Please subscribe and recommend. Especially the recommendation vote. This week, Daozi is naked. Brothers and sisters, please help Daozi for the sake of our past friendship. Please vote for recommendation. It is extremely important to Daozi. Thank you. Chapter 644 Europe beats South America. The Spanish team has always been known for its flamboyance and fluidity. They are the top super technical school in Europe. Many senior celebrities, including Zidane, believe that the Spanish football style represents the direction of European football development. This statement is not unreasonable in recent years. With the rise of La Liga giant Barcelona as an invincible figure in Europe, the emergence of Xavi and Iniesta has given the Spanish national team's midfielder extreme dominance, and the Angel Wings, single-handedly promoted by Madman Lechu and Mata, is even more dazzling. Coupled with the growth of young talents such as Xavi Alonso and Cesc Fabregas who play in the world's first Premier League, the Spanish team is full of talents, with an offensive like thunder and a defensive like rock, has both the gorgeousness and smoothness of South American teams and the rigor of European football. Such a team, which can be called the most powerful in Spanish history, should have swept the globe and dominated world football. But for the Spanish team, the most unfortunate thing is that when they were at their strongest, they encountered a team like a man like a devil crazily. This man is hovering on the Spanish team's path to glory like an insurmountable Mount Everest point in the 2008 European Cup. The Spanish team was once the #1 favorite to win the championship. However, they were full of confidence and determined to reach the top of Europe. However, they suffered a blow in the group stage and were defeated by the Madman Lida, who was in the spotlight at the time. The score was ruthlessly lost, and they were finally ranked second in the group. In the knockout round, the Spanish team encountered Madman Lee again. Originally, many Spanish fans were still counting on ZHISO Aragones to be able to win again. Without any suspense, he was destroyed by Madman Lee Woking, and he had no choice but to be eliminated early. The existence of Crazy Lee made the Spanish team helplessly look up to the sky and sigh, how can there be a bright future when there is a good thing? If there is love and hatred between the England team and Crazy Lee, then there is only hatred and no kindness between the Spanish team and Crazy Lee. The humiliating defeat of Switzerland in 2008 made 45 million people in Spain always waiting for this opportunity to take revenge. But now, both sides are eyeing each other on the top of the world at the Football City Stadium in Johannesburg. The Spaniards feel that an opportunity has come. Isn't this a great opportunity to wipe out the previous shame? Through the development of the past 2 years, the Spanish team has become much stronger than before. Defeating Crazy Lee and taking revenge is just around the corner. Let me ask, what else can be better than defeating Crazy Lee in the World Cup finals and stepping on Crazy Lee's the corpse? Lifting the Hercules Cup makes the Spaniards even crazier. In this sense, the West Afghan War even makes the previous Anglo-Afghan War even more crazy and exciting. The public opinion in the entire Matador country is like this. As the coach, Del Bosque certainly has reason to have the confidence to issue a declaration to defeat Crazy Lee. He wants to use this method to make Crazy Lee feel the pressure that is coming towards him, and also make the Spanish teams the players mustered up the confidence to win in one battle, catered to the emotions of the domestic fans, took advantage of the time, people, and started planning for the final victory 4 days before the final. Of course, when the whole world is hyped up about this World Cup final, which can be called the battle of the century, people have not forgotten that on the eve of the final, that is, July 17th, 2010, there will be a battle for third place in Elizabeth. The Nelson Mandela Bay Stadium in Port opens, and the two suffering brothers who were frustrated in the semi-finals, Three Lions and Samba, will compete for third place in the 2010 South Africa World Cup. The third and fourth place finals are a contest between the losers and are of little significance, but judging from the strength comparison between the two warring parties, it can be regarded as a shocking contest. The venue is the Nelson Mandela Bay Stadium in Port Elizabeth. It is a new stadium built specifically for the World Cup in 2007 by the South African government at a cost of $282 million. The stadium is named after Nelson Mandela, the black leader of South Africa. The stands can accommodate more than 48,000 people to watch the game on the sidelines. The competition starts at 1800 hours on July 17th. As the penultimate game before the end of the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, the fans who came to watch the game also packed the stadium stands. The shirtless England hunks sang God Save the Queen and waved the St. George's Cross flag. The Brazilian beauties, dressed in cool outfits and wearing Brazilian flags with yellow and green oil paint on their faces, are full of enthusiasm and exude a unique and wild atmosphere of South American style. The game was officially launched amidst overwhelming cheers and shouts. The England team's lineup underwent a large-scale rotation. Michael Owen and Nicholas Gigi, who never got a chance to play in the semi-finals, finally got the chance to start. Rooney appeared in the attacking midfielder position. Capello adopted 4-2-1-2-1-2 diamond midfield formation, with Berry as the single defensive midfielder. The most eye-catching one is undoubtedly Andy Carroll. Capello did not put the Newcastle Bears in among the starting lineup. There are no changes in the Brazilian team. Newcastle midfielder Felipe Melo, who received a red card in the quarterfinals, replaced Ramirez. Kaká still started, Ronaldo missed the game with a knee injury, and basically everything else was the same. It's the starting lineup for the semifinals. This was Dunga's last game before he officially resigned, so he still took it seriously. The game process can be regarded as ups and downs. Brazil scored a goal in the 3rd minute of the game with Kaká's long shot, but England quickly equalized the score. Lightning killer Owen received a pass from Gigi, fell to the ground in the penalty area, and scored with a tackle. In the first half, the two sides were tied at 1-1. In the second half, the team changed sides and fought again. It was still the Brazilian team that scored the first goal. Barcelona defender Daniel Alves scored a direct free kick in the 57th minute, rewriting the score to 2-1. However, the England team performed very tenaciously. In the 78th minute, they relied on centre-back Stephen Taylor's header from the corner kick to equalize the score again. The goal that decided the final result of the game occurred in the 87th minute. This time it was a performance time of former Real Madrid cycling prince Robinho. Kaká and Elano played a classic Brazilian 1-2 in the front court, tearing apart the defense led by Terry. Cycling prince succeeded in pushing the shot into the lower right corner of the goal near the penalty spot! 3:2. Robinho beats England. After scoring this goal, the cycling prince ran around the stadium excitedly. He has performed very poorly in the Premier League in recent years. He once returned to Brazil to play in the domestic league in order to participate in the World Cup. If he still wants to return to the mainstream European leagues, he must seize the ball in this World Cup. Now, he has finally shown his own characteristics, which makes him extremely excited. The game finally ended with 3:2. In his last game in charge of Brazil, Dunga got his wish and 1 point, although Capello suffered another defeat. For him, the road to coaching the Three Lions is still long. He still has plenty of time to build a perfect team according to his own style. The goal set by the Football Association for him is the 2012 European Cup in Ukraine. The gentlemen of England hope that the Three Lions can regain their former European Kings style in the European Cup. After the third place battle ended, the two teams disbanded. By this time, there were only the last two teams left in South Africa. All the smoke and dust before the 2010 South Africa World Cup finals had cleared away, except for the team that finally set foot on the top of the world and won the Hercules Cup. Except for the fact that it has not happened, all other suspense about the outcome of the game has been killed. The final is coming soon. The atmosphere is getting more and more tense. Crowds of people are flocking to Johannesburg. The king of the world is about to be born in front of everyone's attention. Both teams are actively preparing for the game. Since Johannesburg is not far from Pretoria, the Argentine team did not go to Johannesburg in advance, but stayed at the HPC Sports Center of the University of Pretoria for training. At this point, the Spanish team suffered a small loss. Their station, Northwestern University, was relatively far away. They had to rush from Northwestern University to the competition city 1 day in advance, and suffered a lot of travel. Speaking of residency, there is an interesting little story here. The two teams that finally advanced to the World Cup finals were actually the only two teams among the top 32 that chose to stay on university campuses. This made many fans and media from the eliminated countries seriously regret. What if your own country's team also stayed on the university campus? Could they also enter the World Cup finals? The time for the decisive battle is approaching. Fans and media from both countries began to build momentum. The Spanish media took the lead on the day after the third place battle ended. They had a very clear advantage in this battle of public opinion, as Marca, World Sports and Daily Sports have a greater influence in the football world, far more than the Argentinian teams Independent and National. On the morning of July 18th, World Sports News introduced the battle for third place in a way that was almost confusing black and white. It introduced the game with the title Europe beats South America. The Spaniard had good reasons, and at the same time extremely confidently predicted, although England lost the game against Brazil, they completely beat the Brazilian team in comparison of various statistics. There is no doubt that the rigor and discipline of European football are precisely the freedom to restrain the nemesis of unorganized South American football. The English did not do well, and Spain is obviously much better than them. We have the most valuable team in the World Cup in South Africa, and we also have the most experienced head coach in today's football. So in the final Spain must defeat Argentina, and Europe must defeat South America. Another major Catalan newspaper, Daily Sports, listed a large amount of historical data, and believed that the historical pattern of the distribution of World Cup winning teams around the world proves that the Spanish team will definitely win. First update arrived. Then go to code. Brothers, do your best. Finally, I sincerely apologize for the mistake in that substitution. I have been so busy lately that I have lost my head. The condition is not very good either. I apologize very much. Chapter 645, Flying Stones, Shocking Souls, Raging Waves and Raging Waves. For a time, as Marca and Illusia Sports and other large and small Spanish media were cheering for the bullfighting soldiers, crazily the laws of history indicate that Spain will definitely win the championship. Spain has one ring that beats its opponent 10 times. Bosk hints at finding the secret weapon to kill madmanly. The Argentinian team is fake and gorgeous, and it will definitely collapse when it encounters the iron-blooded matador. Crazily arrogance hides nervousness behind his back, worrying about the competition, and losing sleep all night. All kinds of news are flying like snowflakes in the Europa continent and South African stadiums. Football media from other European countries are also like wild dogs scrambling for food. They have taken the initiative to get involved in this meaningless but extremely attractive game. A battle of words for fans' eyeballs. However, compared to the Spanish media, the media in other European countries behave slightly more rationally. France is L'Equipe and football, England's The Times, Daily Express, London Post, Observer German as Kicker, Bild, Transfer Market Italian Gazzetta dello Sport, Gazzetta dello Sport. Almost all well-known European football media tend to believe that although it accounts for more than 50% of the chances of winning, this highly anticipated World Cup final is definitely the most important event for Crazy Lee in his coaching career. The most difficult game, because although reports in the Spanish media are suspected of selling melons, there is no doubt about the strength of the Spanish team. At least in terms of player configuration, they are definitely the strongest among all the top 32 players. There are superstar players in every position, not to mention the terrifying experience of coach Vicente Del Bosque in competitions. What's even more terrifying is that in this World Cup, the coach who was fired by Real Madrid due to image problems suddenly there was a Leo Lecaro, a big change in coaching style. Tactics suddenly became cunning and embarked on the path of Crazy Lee Bucero style. The real pinnacle battle. This comment from Reuters, which dominated the limelight in this World Cup, can be called the most comprehensive summary of this public opinion storm, and it is also the best summary of this decisive battle. July 18th. The day has finally arrived. After the Argentina team conducted a simple warm-up training in the morning, they finally took the bus to the competition city of Johannesburg at 9 noon. The South African government authorities obviously attached great importance to such a game that attracted the attention of the world. There were 2 police cars in front and behind the Argentine team's blue and white bus, which escorted the Argentine team stars to Johannesburg for more than 3 hours. City Argentina arrived at the outskirts of the city at nearly 12 o'clock at noon. At this time, countless fans and reporters were already waiting at the exit of the highway like an army undergoing review. When they saw the arrival of the bus, they suddenly burst into cheers and shocks like the earth was shattering. It originally only took more than 30 minutes to drive from the outskirts of the city to the soccer district in the south of the city where the Football City Stadium is located, where the Argentine Football Association booked a hotel for the team to take a lunch break. However, in front of thousands of people the bus moved slowly all the way under the cheers of crazy fans. After 20 minutes, it had not yet completed half of the distance. The cheers never stopped, and some fans even bought flowers and threw them on the bus. Applause and flowers are forging a path of honor in such a grand occasion. It seemed that Argentina had won the World Cup. Oh, this scene is so spectacular. It's like a dream. In the bus compartment, the players were taking a break while passing on the highway. At this time, they were a little energetic. When they saw the crazy and enthusiastic fans outside the bus window, they all became energetic. Goalkeeper Romero, who likes to make fun of things, looked like an idiot. His eyes narrowed into crooked little moons, and he looked like a bitch and intoxicated. The others laughed. Romero is right. This kind of atmosphere is indeed a dream. For any professional football player, it is a dream to be able to play in the World Cup finals. I don't know how many of them are dominating in club competitions. Invincible superstars, such as Giggs and Shevchenko, have never been able to touch the grass in the World Cup finals throughout their entire careers, and these people sitting in the bus compartment today, such as Di Maria, Otamendi, Pastore, Pirotti, many of them participated in the World Cup for the first time, but they were lucky enough to make it all the way. The final of the World Cup. Every time I think of this, the little guys tremble with excitement, and when they thought that such an opportunity was brought to them by that man, the players' hearts were immediately filled with gratitude. When they looked at the drooling guy sitting in the last row of the carriage, still sleeping in front of the avalanche of chairs, leaning against the window, Messi closed his eyes slightly and listened with a little intoxication. This is exactly the scene he yearns for. The whole world cheers for him, and the whole world worships at his feet. Barcelona King has his own ambitions. He is different from people like C. Ronaldo who are arrogant and leaky. Messi, I like to hide my ambitions in my heart, and then use practical actions to realize them step by step, and this afternoon's game will undoubtedly be his best chance to truly become the king. Messi pressed his ears tightly against the car window so that he could hear the cheers more clearly. But, at this moment Leo, be careful, Javier Zanetti, who was sitting next to Messi, suddenly screamed. He stretched out his hand that was originally clasped in front of his chest, trying to pull Messi over, but it was too late. The Barcelona King had not yet reacted. What's going on? Suddenly I felt a roar in my ears, as if I was hit by a hammer. That came out hard. There were continuous screams in the car, and there were screams outside the car. Someone outside yelled angrily, "Don't let that bastard get away, damn, tear that bastard apart." Just the stones he threw. At this time, there was chaos inside and outside the car, and Lee Tongfan, who had been sleeping soundly in the last row, was finally awakened. The sultry man reached out and wiped the drool that came out of his sleep. His eyes were like electronic scanners, scanning after taking a look at the chaotic scene around him. He was very surprised and asked in an innocent tone, "What happened? Oh my god, is there someone robbing you? Where are the police?" The carriage was instantly enveloped by screams that were comparable to those of a Spanish spinster being slapped with a slap in the face. Messi, who was attacked, couldn't help but look up at his head coach. The Hammers didn't seem so nervous at this moment. This guy must have done it on purpose. He didn't fall asleep at all. The other 7 members of the 8-person coaching staff have been in contact with Crazy Lee for a long time, and they already know who this guy is. To put it in an exaggerated way, he is a crazy person. Lee Yajou's buttocks, they could all see his throat from a moment's notice. That's it. Crazy. Fans threw rocks at the Argentina team bus. Messi is seriously injured and may miss the final Argentina team encounters. Crazy mob attack. The team bus was smashed. Reuters was the first to grab this news and immediately published an additional issue. The news quickly shocked South Africa, and with the frantic reprinting of the major media, in less than an hour, the whole world knew about it. When the Argentina team bus was heading to a hotel near the final venue, it was suddenly attacked by unidentified extreme fans. The flying rocks thrown by the football hooligans hit Messi, the king of Barcelona, who was sitting by the window. According to a gossip from a passerby who witnessed all this, Messi was hit on the spot and the corner of his eye was bleeding and unconscious, and his life may even be in danger. As soon as the news came out, the world was shocked. No one thought that at such a juncture, something like this would happen. Messi is currently the top star of the Argentine team and the team's top scorer. He plays an immeasurable key role in Crazy Lee's tactical system, and is regarded by countless media and fans as Argentina's key player in the final. The hope of defeating the Spanish team in China lies, but now Messi is seriously injured, and his life and death are unknown. Could it be that the guy who threw rocks and smashed the car was a fanatical Spanish fan? Regarding the identity of the attacker, many people immediately made such speculations. However, Spain's Mundo Deportivo quickly came forward to clarify people's doubts. Flaws, the former editor-in-chief of World Sports News who was banned from engaging in the news media career for 2 consecutive years due to the complaint filed by Crazy Lee, once again jumped out. He firmly claimed in his personal article, according to the latest news I got, the attacker was an Argentinian extreme racist. His target was originally the yellow-skinned lunatic Lee, but because he was far away from the bus, hit Messi by mistake. It was Argentine fans who attacked the Argentina team. This seemingly absurd conclusion stunned many people, and the Argentine media immediately fought back. Argentina's El Nacional and The Independent condemned Flaws' irresponsible statement at the same time, and gave new answer. The fan who attacked the team was not an Argentine racist at all, as Mr. Flaws said. On the contrary, he was a Spanish football hooligan. The South African police had arrested the attacker at the time, and soon there will be authoritative news coming out. Faced with the condemnation of the Argentine media, Flaws was unwilling to admit that he was wrong. He insisted that there were conclusive sources. The media of the 2 countries began to bicker with each other crazily, which added to the intensity of the upcoming World Cup finals. The smell of gunpowder, even the air in Johannesburg, seems to be filled with the smell of sulfur. At this time, more and more fans want to know whether the injury of the victim of this attack, Barcelona king Messi, is serious. After the attack, the Argentine team immediately blocked the news from the outside world. Madman Lee refused to be interviewed by all media in a rage, and refused to hold a press conference to explain all this immediately. So now no media can obtain the most authentic information. Most of the news circulating among the media is based on speculation. Among Spanish fans, except for a small number of Catalans, most hope that Messi is really injured this time, and it is best to really miss the upcoming final, so that the bullfighting soldiers will have one less confidant. Big trouble. Argentina fans are praying to the gods all the time, hoping that Messi is only slightly injured and will have no impact on the upcoming game, but the blue and white army has remained silent. However, those who are interested can gradually feel the anger of the devil-like man from such terrible silence. The storm is coming. There are only 2 chapters today. I believe everyone can see that Deos's condition has been a bit bad in the past 2 days. Going to bed late and having a headache every day has become a vicious cycle. So go to bed early tonight and adjust your body. More updates tomorrow. Chapter 646. One wave has not yet subsided, another wave has come. Rose Sands Hotel, Soweto, Johannesburg. Messi, the king of Barcelona who was seriously injured and whose life or death was unknown, was happily playing live football with his teammate Romero in the hotel room. Messi's Alkmaar kicked Romero's Barcelona to pieces. Before the first half was over, they were leading 3-0. Alas, I don't want to play anymore. Messi sighed, suddenly lost interest, and threw away the game controller in his hand. Why do you suddenly stop playing? Romero was obviously not satisfied. Alas. Messi sighed again, looking like a lonely master, and asked seriously, Sergio, if you were asked to take a submachine gun to bully an old lady who has no power to fight back, would you have the heart to do it? Romero was stunned and answered subconsciously, of course I don't want to. Well, I don't want to either. Ah. Damn it, you are the old lady who has no power to fight back. Romero suddenly realized that the Barcelona king was dissatisfied with his low level of PES operation, and he was furious. If you have the ability, play another game. No, 3 games. We win 2 out of 3 games. Messi. Laughed. Captain Javier Zanetti, who was browsing current affairs news on his notebook on the other side, was fired and turned his head to remind him, hey, stop making trouble. Oh, the online media are reporting crazily about Rio being hit. Flores from Mundo Deportivo said that you have been seriously injured and died. Speaking of this incident, both Messi and Romero were scared. The situation at that time. Crazy. Barca King subconsciously touched his right ear. Although he received emergency treatment, if he pressed hard, he still felt a little pain. When he thought of this, Messi couldn't help but feel an uncontrollable anger. He always felt that his reputation and image in Spain were very good, and he still had some good feelings for the Spanish team. After all, many of his club teammates would be hit by bricks by Spanish fans in the end, but this sudden turn of his head made Messi full of energy. He could no longer calm down, and was eager to return the treatment he received to the Spaniards in the upcoming game, return it tenfold and 100-fold. Although Barca King has always been shy, when he gets angry, it will be a terrible consequence that others can hardly imagine. At this moment, hey, Javier Zanetti suddenly screamed, staring at the computer and suddenly reading out unconsciously. Madam Li King secretly met with a mysterious handsome man in a nightclub. The two behaved intimately. King suspected of cheating. Zanetti was stunned after reading these few sentences subconsciously. Romero and Messi on the side were also stunned. They all knew what this meant. The incident of the Argentine team's bus being smashed was circulated wildly on the internet. It soon attracted the attention of the media and fans around the world. It was a major matter. If it was not handled properly, it would likely cause great damage to South Africa's international image. Therefore, the South African police did not dare to neglect it at all. Fortunately, the attacker was caught on the spot. After a detailed investigation, less than an hour after the incident, a special press conference was held to give the most authoritative explanation. The extreme fan who injured Messi with flying stones was a crazy Spaniard. Incredibly, this guy's actually a Catalan, and that's not all. The most incredible thing is that this guy's actually an avid Barcelona fan. In order to prevent similar incidents from happening again, the South African authorities strengthened the security forces near the stadium, and soon decided to deport this football hooligan named Garcia Olaris at 13:20 noon local time. When the stone attacker Olaris was transferred to the Spanish embassy in South Africa, countless reporters crowded the police car frantically for interviews, and this unlucky guy cried bitterly in front of the camera, "Oh, damn, I just wanted to hit the annoying guy crazily. Woo, I really didn't want to hit Messi, but I'm his ultimate fan. God, forgive me." At this point, all the mysteries disappeared. Angry Argentine fans immediately demanded that the Spanish team explain the attack, and frantically condemned Mundo Deportivo, which had previously slandered the attacker as an Argentine racist, and Flores, the author of the article, for coming to South Africa to personally apologize to Argentina. "Didn't you say that the attacker was an Argentine? What about now? Haha, it was actually a Catalan? Yes, a Catalan. It was your fellow countrymen of Mundo Deportivo and Flores, your own people. Is there anything more shameless in the world than this? Flores, come out and apologize. Call on fans to unite and boycott Mundo Deportivo. Kneel down and apologize and compensate for the losses." A large number of Argentine and Chinese fans appeared on the streets of Johannesburg, and countless Mundo Deportivo were torn to pieces and flying all over the sky. It was like a life and death war. In fact, Flores himself was in South Africa at this time. As the head of the reporter team of World Sports News special report on the World Cup in South Africa, he must closely follow and report the complete trip of Spain's 2010 World Cup in South Africa. He will appear in some important occasions almost every day, but at this time, he disappeared from the public eye, and faced with a tsunami of accusations from Argentinian fans, World Sports News quickly gave a reply: refused to apologize. "We regret the whole thing." The previous witness, who was 100% sure that he knew the truth, suddenly disappeared after getting the money. "As for an apology, that is impossible, because we ourselves are innocent victims. A real apology is the guy who provided false information for money, but now he has disappeared. Many People laughed out loud at the shamelessness of this newspaper. What does it mean when a witness disappears? In fact, everyone understands that the so-called witness in Flaws's mouth is just a fabricated existence. Such a tactic to shirk responsibility was originally an unspoken rule in the media industry, but it is being used at this moment. Such a thing is absolutely unacceptable to those fans of the Argentina team and fans of Crazy Lee. If that bastard named Flaws dares to show up here, I will definitely beat him until he doesn't even know his mother. The person who said this was not a bald man, but a fair and beautiful lady from the pampas with blonde hair and blue eyes for a young woman with a slender figure, innocent face, and shy eyes to become furious and face the camera with a ferocious face, waving her pink fists and saying this. The fans felt sorry for Flaws and World Sports News. One can imagine how intense the anger is. However, at this time, something new happened. Just when the entire city of Johannesburg fell into a boycott of World Sports News, and Flaws was like a rat crossing the street. Everyone shouted for beatings, one wave after another, and World Sports News plus Flaws team quickly broke the news of another shocking news. Hydrogen bomb explosion level. Crazy Mrs. Lee Wang-King has a secret meeting with a mysterious man. Our reporter happened to photograph Ms. Wang-King's tryst with a mysterious man in a coffee shop in Los Angeles. After reviewing a large amount of information and video files, we have never seen anyone in Crazy Lee or Wang-King's social circle. This mysterious man. This makes people wonder. While her husband was thinking about the World Cup, Ms. Wang-King actually went to have a private meeting with the mysterious man late at night. Could it be that Madman Lee was miserably cheated on? As soon as the news came out, the whole world was shocked. Moreover, unlike the last time about the flying rock incident, this time the World Sports News article has pictures and facts, accompanied by 4 or 5 slightly dim photos. Although the picture is blurry, people can still clearly distinguish that the background is in a very uniquely decorated coffee shop. The lights are dim and the colors are ambiguous. It can be seen from the only frontal photo that the person in the picture, the beautiful woman, was indeed Wang-King, the former First Lady of Newcastle. Next to her, a tall and handsome white man sat. The two were chatting happily, and the atmosphere was very good. The fans were stunned for a moment. Is there such a thing? Although they no longer believe anything said by the arsehole duo of World Sports News and Flaws, when those photos are published, the D-Head fans will want to fight back. It seems that all of a sudden the child also became powerless. The marriage between Crazy Lee and Wang-King is recognized by the world as a match made in heaven for childhood sweethearts. Especially when the whole story of their relationship and the period of serious illness and hardship were exposed by the media. It moved countless fans, even some who were originally interested in crazy people who are not very cold to send their blessings to the union of the two, because Wang-King looks like such a pure woman. She raised her middle finger in the stands of St. James Park Stadium to cheer for Crazy Lee and impress countless fans in an instant. For such a strange woman who is loyal to love and pursues it. Now, how is this possible? But how do you explain the photo? More people began to think about the influence behind this news. Crazy Lee's love for his wife is known to the whole world, and World Sports News chose to break such shocking news a few hours before the peak battle. One can only imagine how big a blow it will have to Crazy Lee. After all, although he has the mythical nickname of God on the sidelines of football, Crazy Lee is still a young man under the age of 30. Young people will definitely take these things very seriously, and China, it is a very traditional country. If he becomes insane because of this sudden blow, what will happen to the next World Cup final? Can lunatic Lee, who has lost his form, be able to lead the blue and white army to sweep the opponents to victory as before? World Sports News broke the news at this time with sinister intentions. All anxious fans believe that if there is to be a 100% normal lunatic Lee in the finals, this matter must be resolved before the start of the finals and clarify that this is just a misunderstanding. However, there are now less than 4 hours before the start of the finals. Is there still enough time? First update point, continue to code words honestly point. Thank you brothers for your support. The feeling of excitement is coming. Chapter 647. The text has been updated. Some explanations about the England big game. First, the mistake of changing people. I really need to sincerely apologize to my brothers and sisters for this. At that time, I worked hard to write, my thoughts were anxious, and my brain was deprived of oxygen. I only considered the plot, and did not consider discovering this bug. About 10 minutes after posting the article, Brother Scorpio reminded me, and I hurried to modify it. During this process, there was a total delay of 20 minutes. The mistake was really too big. Although I explained it many times at that time, I still think I have to open a separate chapter to formally apologize to my brothers and sisters. Some brothers have been talking about this matter in the book review area. I think the reason is that the pirated version has not been corrected. This is not something I can modify. I also know that seeing these things in a good game will make you feel bad. Here, I also want to say sorry to the brothers who read books on other sites. Please support Zyodeo and vote for recommendation. After all, this thing doesn't cost money. Second, the second half of the pizza was mentioned. This is actually a preparation for the following text. It will be explained clearly in the next section. Third, the final will definitely not have so many twists and turns. It will be very cool. Finally, I'd like to ask for monthly tickets and recommendations. Thank you everyone. Today is Kingming Festival. Everyone, Kingming Festival 20th. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648, Bear My Wrath. Rose Sands Hotel, Conference Center. Argentina is holding its last tactical meeting before the final. Lee Tongfan stood on the podium with a relaxed look, holding a teaching stick in his hand, to explain and analyze the performance of the Spanish team in the 6 games before this World Cup to the members of the coaching staff and all the hammers. The Spanish team likes to control the football under their feet. Xavi and Alonso are both super masters of controlling the rhythm. Iniesta small-scale breakthroughs, and Juan Mata. Well, of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the old man Bosk has suddenly become very cunning and wretched recently. Just think about his performance in the semi-final against Brazil. TSK, so be very careful in the game. Okay, here is my prediction of the starting lineup that the Spanish team may send out in this game. Lee Tongfan was very excited and spitting point in between the words. The Spanish team was like a peerless beauty who was originally wrapped tightly, and soon he took off all the clothes on her body and was frank with each other. Without any secrets, the members of the Argentine team have seen this kind of terrifying prediction and analysis ability many times. Every tactical analysis meeting before the game is like a joyful show. Crazy Lee has this kind of incredible magical ability. Sometimes a few simple words can make the players unconsciously forget the tension before the game, silently build up the confidence to win, and like the game. But today, everything is a little different, and the atmosphere is weird. In the seats below, whether it is the members of the 8-person coaching team, or the 23 players, they are looking at Leo Lee with a very strange look. Their eyes are full of concern and worry. They want to say something, but they dare not say it. The report about wonking by Mundo Deportivo and flaws has now become known to everyone in the world. Everyone is talking about the so-called Crazy Lee was cheated incident behind his back. Everyone in the Argentine team knows about it, and they all believe that the boss himself must have known it now, because no one in the entire team can be more enthusiastic about world news than him. The reason why the boss did not show it at this moment, maybe because he is such a person who never brings personal emotions to work. Even if he angrily smashes everything in the room into pieces in private, as soon as he returns to the team, he will immediately become the smiling Crazy Lee who is confident about everything, and is the most trustworthy, like your close friend. After this period of contact, the players and coaches all know him. Because Lee Tongfan has never been a difficult person to understand. Perhaps at this moment, the boss is suppressing an imaginable anger in his heart, just like a brewing volcano, rumbling and boiling under the surface. Once this unstoppable terrifying energy explodes, no one knows what will happen. The tactical meeting ended soon. The players went back to the room. to rest for a while and pack their small items, while the staff had already started to move the luggage to the bus, parked at the entrance of the hotel. A large number of crazy fans and reporters gathered around the hotel, surrounding the entrance. The police force of Johannesburg was fully dispatched, and more than 200 police officers drew a yellow cordon around the hotel, blocking the fans and reporters 50 meters away from the cordon with live ammunition. Once someone tried to cross the cordon, they would be taken away immediately, to prevent attacks like the Flying Stone incident from happening again. Flavian Lily Hotel Point. This is the temporary residence of the Spanish team. Point. The hotel is less than 20 minutes drive from the Rosan Island Hotel, where the Argentine team is staying, and is also very close to the final venue, the Football City Stadium. Thousands of crazy Spanish fans also gathered here, holding up their flags and wearing bull horns on their heads to cheer for the soldiers of the bullfighting soldiers who are about to go to war. More than 200 police officers around the hotel were armed with live ammunition and also vigilantly set up a cordon point at this time. The last tactical meeting before the Spanish team's final had ended. The players returned to their rooms. The old coach Bosk watched the analysis video of the game in his room with a serious look, and sitting next to him was an old acquaintance of Crazy Lee, the assistant coach of Real Madrid. Old J. Grady. Grady came to South Africa quietly 4 days ago. He was invited by the old coach Bosk to serve as the team's temporary tactical coach. The reason why Bosk invited Grady here was that he valued Grady's familiarity with Crazy Lee. As we all know, in the mythical era of Real Madrid, Grad has always been Crazy Lee's closest comrade in arms. It can even be said that Grad witnessed Crazy Lee's growth from an unknown and questioned unknown to everyone's famous and perverted person, God on the football pitch. Moreover, the personal relationship between Grad and Crazy Lee was very good. Even if Crazy Lee later left Real Madrid, the friendship between the two did not fade away. If Grad had not been loyal to Real Madrid, he would have accepted Crazy a long time ago. Lee's repeated invitations, and this man affectionately called Leo J by Crazy Lee, may have long ago become comparable to another heavyweight figure around Crazy Lee, who is called the spokesperson of God by the media. Tolosi is Tang's right-hand man. Del Bosque strongly agrees with the famous saying of the ancient Chinese soldier Sun Bin, know yourself and the enemy and you will never be in danger in 100 battles. Although he has done a lot of research on the Argentine team and Crazy Lee, Del Bosque thinks this is not enough. He is a very detail-oriented person. So he needs to know some of Crazy Lee's hobbies, behavioral and thinking habits, and even daily routines. He believes that these things will be of great help to the team's ultimate victory point. So he invited Grad Point, and he secretly brought Grad to South Africa Point. He must ensure that Crazy Lee knows nothing about this, and use the information provided by Grad at the critical moment to strike Crazy Lee with lightning speed. Because Bosque deeply understands that when dealing with a person like Madman Lee, you cannot leave him the slightest chance to buffer and breathe. If you cannot beat him to death with a stick, everything will be meaningless when he comes to his senses. Fortunately for Del Bosque, he was right. Grad did provide a lot of detailed information about Crazy Lee that he didn't know before, which gave Bosque more confidence in defeating Crazy Lee in the upcoming game. At this moment, the two of them were watching the semi-final match between the Blue and Whites and the Three Lions. The video was skipped. Both Del Bosque and Greta were concentrating on studying everything that happened on the field in the last 10 minutes. At this time, Capello has replaced David Beckham, and the England team is launching a desperate counter-attack. 79th minute. Rooney dribbled the ball from the center and broke through with great momentum. Argentina centre-back Demichelis turned around a little slower and could not keep up with the rhythm of the Manchester United forward. Seeing that he was about to be single-handedly attacked by his opponent, he had no choice but to pull Rooney. England won a free kick near the arc of the front court penalty area. David Beckham easily hit the penalty, and the England camp at Greenpoint Stadium instantly became a sea of joy. The English saw hope of reversal! Bosque watched the video carefully 4 or 5 times with a serious expression, and then continued to play. At 84th minute. The England team launched an offensive. This time it was Jared who broke through and still stormed into the center of the Argentine team. Demichelis hit the Liverpool soul with the ball from an oblique stab. England relied on David Beckham again. Free kick, assisting midfielder Steven Taylor to score. At this time, the score has become 3-3, and the two sides have returned to the same starting line point. The fans of the England team were wildly excited, with God Save the Queen resounding throughout the mountains and wildly dancing St. George's cross flags. Even Capello was waving his arms toward the sky, as if demonstrating on the sidelines. Del Bosque replayed the entire goal process in slow motion, and continued to play without saying a word. The England's madness lasted less than 2 minutes. The Argentina team did not panic at all. After losing the ball, they took advantage of the excitement of the English players after the equalizer, and launched a surprise attack after the restart. Riquelme, Messi, Agüero and several skilled players were playing. The dazzling combination of consecutive kicks tore through the Three Lions defense like a training exercise. In the end, Agüero scored and defeated the England team. The video finally stopped at a very interesting scene. The expressions of Crazy Lee and Capello appeared on the screen at the same time. The former didn't seem to be as excited about such a goal worth $1,000 as many people imagined. The expression on his face was calm and composed, as if he had known for a long time that there would be a goal. This goal was the same, and the latter had a look of horror on his face, as if he had seen the undead in broad daylight, with incredible words written all over him from head to toe. Behind the two of them, the camera is blurry, but you can still see the desperate or ecstatic fans from both sides. Messi scored another goal after that, but it had no meaning. After watching all the videos, Bosque stood up and opened the curtains of the room with a bang. Bright sunlight slanted in from the glass window. The old man turned around and asked, "What do you think?" Greed didn't think anything, and gave the answer directly, "Demichelis." Bosque nodded. Indeed, although the Bayern central defender nicknamed Marshall has been famous for a long time, and has good strength, his slow turning speed has become his Achilles heel. As early as last season's Champions League final, Inter Milan was taking advantage of this weakness. He defeated Bayern 2-0. In the just concluded World Cup semi-finals, Capello also seized on this weakness and almost succeeded, but the Argentine team's winning goal in the end was too beautiful. Otherwise, if Crazy Lee dares to send such a central defender in this game, then Del Bosque can be absolutely sure that the Spanish team will be able to win. With the passing skills of Xavi and Alonso, the speed and running ability of Villa and Torres, much better than the England team's midfielder and striker. Well, what do you think of the last goal? Bosque suddenly asked again. I have already said this. Lee always likes to let the players practice some fixed tactical coordination during training. Many people think that such rigid and sluggish coordination is useless, but these fixed ideas that Lee came up with will be used in specific situations in the game. It played an incredible role in this period of time. In Agüero's goal at the end, I saw the shadow of this tactical habit. Grad gave the answer without thinking. I know that Lee likes to practice. All the fixed routines have been revealed, but I don't know if he will practice new tactics to match them. Bosque mused, and that was what he was worried about. At the last moment leaving the hotel, Bosque suddenly asked Greed, "What do you think about the incident reported by World Sports and Flaws? According to your understanding of Crazy Lee's character, this incident, how big of an impact will it have on him?" Grad was silent for a few seconds. If this is true, the impact will be very big. However, I think there is a misunderstanding in this matter. Haha. Bosque smiled. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, I only know that now the whole world knows about this matter, and the photos are clearly there. I don't believe that Crazy Lee will not be affected. If Spain wins the championship, I will buy Flaws a drink. Grad shook his head and stopped talking. Rosebank Hotel. Like a thunder on the ground, the media and fans waiting outside the hotel suddenly burst into cheers like a mountain roar and a tsunami. The stars of the Argentine team were seen walking out of the hotel's revolving doors one by one in suits and ties, and walked towards the hotel. The crowd waved and boarded the bus. The team is leaving. With less than 2 hours left before the start of the game, the Argentine team set out in full gear. The crowd became more and more crowded, gradually breaking through the yellow cordon drawn by the police, and rushing towards the bus like a tide. The police could not stop it at all. At this time, suddenly a Spanish reporter from a distance shouted crazily and asked, "Crazy Mr. Lee, do you know about Ms. Wan King?" It is said that the American man Mike who had a tryst with her has taken the initiative to accept an interview with the reporter and admitted everything and said he will challenge you, Lee. Tongfan, who was getting into the car, paused point before Leoli could say anything to this Spanish reporter, who was obviously harboring evil intentions. He heard a scream. The reporter was drowned in the crowd of crazy fans. An obviously Chinese fan kicked the Spanish reporter, stomping angrily. "Fuck you Spanish bastard, kill this shameless old Spanish guy. You son of a bitch, what nonsense are you talking about? Go to hell, super big shit." The surrounding fans understood what the reporter said, and they all beat the unlucky reporter like crazy. The flying rocks of the extreme Catalan football hooligan had completely ignited the fans on both sides. The anger between them, and the behavior of world sports news, and flaws completely offended the loyal fans of Crazy Lee. They could not find Flaws himself to vent their anger. At this time, they saw another shameless. The Spanish reporter immediately exploded. Some reporters originally wanted to take this opportunity to ask similar questions, but when they saw the crazy attitude of the fans, they were shocked. A chill ran down their spines, and they finally swallowed their saliva and suppressed their questions. Lee Tongfan looked at this scene and smiled coldly. He did not stop the fans' behavior and watched as the police finally crowded over and took away the fans who took the lead in beating others, then turned around and boarded the bus. The blue and white bus was like an elegant shark, slowly starting in the sea of people, slowly building up its speed, and headed towards the Football City Stadium, the venue for the 2010 South Africa World Cup Finals. At this time, there is still 1 hour and 30 minutes before the game officially starts. Lee Tongfan called to Lo Sitang in the car and asked him to find the most authoritative lawyer at any cost and bail out the arrested fans as soon as possible. Putting down the phone, Leoli suddenly discovered that at some point, Lee Bing sitting in the seat next to him disappeared and was replaced by the football king Maradona. Marshall Moore looked at himself as if he was hesitant to speak. Leoli looked a little funny and asked, "Diego, stop holding it in. Tell me, what's the matter?" Maradona smiled sheepishly, looked at the surrounding players and fellow coaches, and finally seemed to muster up the courage to say, "Lee, well, everyone cares about you." "Care about me? You mean that shit?" Flaws said. Maradona nodded unnaturally. Although saying this is likely to poke a sore spot in Lee Tongfan's heart again, Marshall Moore feels that it is still necessary to talk to Leoli about this matter before the official start of the finals and find a way to untie the knot in Lee Tongfan's heart so as not to affect the final outcome game. Maybe this approach is a bit selfish, but for Argentina, Maradona still said it. Who knew that Lee Tongfan seemed to have heard something extremely ridiculous and suddenly burst into laughter. In the end, he actually laughed to the point of tears. Maradona and the people in the car were frightened, wondering if this guy was so stimulated that he went crazy. But I heard Lee Tongfan laugh and say, "Ah ha ha ha, you think I will believe Flaws? NATO shit, nonsense. I will go crazy. Will I lose my calmness due to stimulation? Ah ha ha ha, this is so funny." But that damn American bastard stood up and admitted. Maradona regretted saying this. He wanted to slap himself twice. It would be best if Lee Tongfan didn't believe Flaws' words. Why should he say this more? That American? Just a small role. Lee Tongfan finally stopped smiling, with a look of disdain on his face. I don't know why he said such things, but it's clear that he is lying. Are you so sure? Maradona was curious. If I had to choose between King He and that damn Flaws piece of shit or this American bastard named Mike who suddenly jumped out, there would be no suspense. I would definitely choose King He. Lee Tongfan leaned back in his chair calmly, with a smile suddenly appearing on his face. Diego, if you knew what we had experienced together, you would believe her as much as I do. I don't know how I got those photos. Yes, but that definitely does not mean that she betrayed me. I only know that, if I have any doubt at this time, it is the most shameless and ruthless betrayal of her. At this point, Lee Tongfan's expression began to become ferocious. However, Flaws' stinking piece of shit and that damn world sports have really angered me this time. They will hurt me. The target is placed on her body. Very good. I will let them see my anger, whether in the game or outside the game. Maradona and the people in the car were a little stunned. I don't know why, but everyone felt a little ashamed and moved at this moment because of that incredible but deserved trust. The bus was driving slowly and steadily on the road to the stadium. A game that shocks the world is about to ignite cruel smoke. At the same time. In a hotel not far from the Soccer City Stadium in Johannesburg, Floors was chatting with Dennis Rowe, editor-in-chief of Mundo Deportivo. "Ah, you really sure that this American is reliable?" Dennis Rowe leaned back on his chair and asked Floors again and again with a serious expression. He began to regret a little bit for agreeing to Floors' plan to create this crazily cheating incident. If someone really found out the truth, the reputation of world sports news will be disgraced, and the losses will be heavy. "Don't worry, there will be absolutely no problems this time." Floors patted his chest and assured, "We are doing this entirely for the Spanish team. If the team finally benefits from this and wins the Hercules Cup, then we will be the heroes of the entire Spain, and our newspapers will definitely sell out. Besides, it's not like we haven't done this before. As long as we stick to the photos, there will definitely be no mistakes." Dennis Rowe felt relieved now. "What are you going to do next?" Floors smiled sinisterly. "I will go to the scene to watch the game, and I will also go to the press conference to meet with Crazy Lee and express my condolences to this poor gentleman who was cheated on. Oh ha ha ha, I think the scene will definitely be different by then." "Very wonderful." Dennis Rowe smiled, with fat piled up on his fat face, like a disgusting Shar-Pei. "Well, this is indeed a good idea. Ha ha ha, I'm looking forward to such a wonderful scene. I wish you success." Floors put on the press pass that he had prepared long ago and confidently left the hotel with his assistant, heading towards the Johannesburg Football City Stadium. To chapters in 1. I have been busy all afternoon today, moving an incredibly heavy table up to the terrifyingly steep 3rd floor. So sorry for the delay. Please support with monthly votes. Chapter 649. As expected, he was driven crazy by the stimulation. Johannesburg Football City Stadium. On July 18th, the eyes of the whole world were focused here. After a month of fighting for the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, the 32 best and the fittest were selected from all continents after 4 years of bloody fighting. Now only the last 2 kings are left to fight for life and death here. The winner will raise the glittering Hercules Cup and accept the worship of hundreds of millions of fans around the world. The time has reached a little after 17:20 in the afternoon, and there is less than 40 minutes before the official start of the game. At this time, the 2 teams fighting have arrived at their respective stadium locker rooms. The Spanish team is currently on the field. Final warm-up, and Argentina hasn't shown up yet. On the field. Spain stars appeared to be in high spirits. Unparalleled talent, super proficiency, tacit coordination and proficiency, and elegant and upright posture. Even though they were warming up, they still performed extremely elegantly, and their movements were wonderful and elegant, attracting the red Spanish fans in the stands. The fans were in ecstasy, and their cheers sounded like roaring waves crashing on the shore, including the temporary stands. The stands of the Football City Stadium can accommodate almost 100,000 people. This number is already quite terrifying considering the capacity of various stadiums in this World Cup. Huge slag is piled up around the stadium. The Soweran district is a relatively poor urban area, and the South African government has invested relatively little in it. The transportation here from the center of Johannesburg is very inconvenient, and there are often traffic jams at the exit point. It is said that when the World Cup opened, many officials missed the opening ceremony due to traffic jams. Despite this, the stadium opened to the public at 1400 hours noon and fans were admitted. At this time, it was completely full, with 100,000 seats packed to the brim. Everywhere you looked, there were crowds of people. At this time, there were still a few unwilling fans waiting outside the stadium holding up signs asking for tickets. Some of the other fans who did not have tickets chose to watch the game on TV in the nearest bar, while others climbed up the stairs in an ingenious way. Climbing up to the high slag piles surrounding the stadium, sitting on this high place like a giant mountain, you can see the situation inside the stadium from a distance through the opening at the top of the stadium. If you have a high-power telescope with you, congratulations. You can almost enjoy the same treatment as the lucky one sitting in the stands, except that the wind at the top of the slag heap is really a bit stronger. The game started in less than half an hour, and the Spanish team was warming up on the court. Everything went very smoothly for the Bucero soldiers. They had no injuries, and no major red cards or suspensions. Bosk can field the strongest lineup he needs at will. In the crowded commentary box, there were busy figures. The Spanish commentator servants is introducing the team's situation in a qualitative way. Like many Spanish fans, due to the influence of media public opinion before the game and the confident statement of Spanish coach Vicente Del Bosque, servants also expressed his concern for the bullfighting soldiers. Finally defeated the opponent and won the Hercules Cup, full of confidence. Before this, our reporters followed the Argentine team's bus, and according to the news they sent back, the Argentine team's number one star Leo Messi was not found from the beginning to the end. Although Crazy Lee has always refused to hold a press conference, the press conference announced Messi's injury after the Flying Stone incident, but according to authoritative experts' speculation from the damage to the bus, Messi's injury will definitely not be minor, and it is basically certain that he will miss the final. Although the behavior of the Catalan extreme fan named Lollaris is not advisable, if after 90 minutes we finally win the Hercules Cup because of Messi's absence, then there is no doubt that his name it will be recorded in the monument of Spanish football history. When servants said this, the topic changed again. Of course, we must also understand Crazy Lee, because he is almost exhausted by world sports and flaws. Servant's ceased tone was full of unconcealable schadenfreude, and he continued, in my opinion, if Crazy Lee can direct this game without crying, his nerves must be made of steel. As a commentator on the opposing side, Servant's position is undoubtedly in favor of Spain. A huge cheer suddenly erupted on the court. What's going on? Ouch. It's the Argentina team. They finally came out to warm up. There is still no Messi. Even the substitutes were warming up on the court, but we did not see the figure of Messi, the soul of the team. Could it be that this man, who was originally optimistic by many experts, is likely to become the second best player in this competition after Maradona? It's really a pity that a talented Argentinian player who won the championship just missed the World Cup finals. French commentator Jane Dino is in a neutral position, just expressing regret for the absence of Barcelona King. No matter what, as neutral fans, what they expect is a wonderful game. Nothing more. Point in the commentary box, the most anxious person was the Argentine commentator. Canitas. Every cell in this man's body revealed tension and anxiety. He was sitting on the commentary seat, his legs shaking and shaking. This was a phenomenon that had never happened before. Oh god, please don't. Is it true that Leo will miss the game? Damn it, give me a plane ticket. I will go to Spain right now to grind that stinky shit called bacillus into meat paste and feed it to the dogs. At this point, Canitas suddenly seemed to want to hit something and anxiously grabbed the god of war, Batistuta, beside him and asked, Gabriel, you are a member of the coaching staff. Please tell me, can Leo play? Is it a madman using smoke bombs? To his disappointment, Batistuta shook his head. Canitas was slumped, and even his blonde hair, which was golden in the sun, seemed to have lost its luster in an instant. However, he did not notice that the corners of Gabriel's mouth were always turned up, as if he was holding back his displeasure. Let yourself laugh. This guy. If everyone finds out that they have been cheated after the game starts, they will definitely hate him to the bone. I really want to see the cunning and arrogant old man of Bosque dumbfounded. But speaking of it, this guy Lee should be dealing with those difficult reporters now, right? Batistuta couldn't help but want to laugh again. Idiot, Lee. Tongfan stood up and pointed at Flores' nose and yelled, I think you're a fool, but I'm looking down on you. Do you think it's okay to ask a few idiots with low IQs and brain deadness like you to act out a stupid farce with you? Can you make me lose my mind? Just wash your ass and wait for the fuck. Bitch, this matter won't end in this long. You'd better let that American disappear, otherwise, your fate will not be the same as last time. How much better it is when climbing floors was stunned and trembling with anger. The old coach Del Bosque, who was sitting next to Crazy Lee, was shocked. Crazy Lee is indeed a madman. Could it be that he was really driven insane by the news in world sports? Well, this is a good sign and a sign. Other journalists crowded in the press conference hall also looked at each other. Only those reporters who are more familiar with Crazy Lee should not be surprised. They have long been used to being pointed at and scolded by Crazy Lee as son of a bitch. But for reporters who only came into contact with Crazy Lee after the World Cup, this is simply an unbelievable scene. In such a formal press conference before the final, he insulted a well-known reporter without any scruples. Even Mourinho, who is known as a madman, could not do it. The reason why this scene happened was that Flores politely asked, Crazy Mr. Lee, what do you mean to Ms. Wanking? For a professional reporter, it is normal to ask such a question. As a result, before he could finish a sentence, Crazy Lee scolded him back to his stomach. A reporter from a Spanish tabloid couldn't stand it anymore. He rubbed his neck and angrily rebuked, Crazy Mr. Lee, is this the demeanor of God on the sidelines of the football field? It's so disappointing. Disappoint your mother, Lee. Tongfan cursed again, with a look of contempt on his face. Another idiot. Why are you staring? Are you going to bite me? MLGBD. You are messing around. You don't know anything. Why are you pretending to be a big-tailed hawk? Demeanor? When have you ever had such a shitty demeanor? Get out of here. The reporter's eyes were straightened when he was scolded, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He pointed at Lee Tongfan and couldn't say a word. Okay, very good. I can't scold someone better than scolding. Aren't you very arrogant? Why are you betrayed by the woman you love the most? Ha 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 ha. You are destined to lose everything, including this next game. Flores finally reflected at this time point. Now he was completely embarrassed. He made a few sharp and uncompromising sarcastic remarks and then laughed happily. After saying this, he walked straight out of the press conference hall without scolding Madman Lee at all. Opportunity. Flores wanted to sting Crazy Lee's crazy heart severely in this way, and it would be best to make this mortal enemy hold back his internal injuries. You betray your mother, your uncle, don't leave if you dare. I saw Madman Lee behind the interview table furious. He jumped up with red eyes like a cornered rabbit. He climbed over the table and was about to chase him out for a fight. The press officer on the scene couldn't stand it any longer, so he and the security guard hurriedly chased him. I came over and grabbed Crazy Lee for fear that he would get mad and do something like make a scene at a press conference. Bosk smiled and hurriedly helped the security pull Crazy Lee out of the hall from the backstage. This lunatic has indeed been completely stimulated and lost all reason. It seems that my worries are all unnecessary. Haha, he is still young after all. After helping Crazy Lee out of the press conference hall, Bosk left with a smile and his hands behind his back. Watching Bosk, the old fox, leave, Madman Lee, who was so furious just a second ago that the security guards could hardly hold him back, suddenly stopped struggling and smiled and said thank you to the two security guards and the press officer. Stunned, he left with a smile. MLGBD, King Gaojana of you even ate shit in order to restore the country. I just pretended to be crazy and acted stupid once, so what's the problem? Bosk, you old fox, don't think that I didn't see clearly your thief face. Before the game starts, you are so angry, damn you. It's okay to scold him this time. Let Flores be proud for a while and then deal with him after the game. Lee Tongfan felt proud. As soon as he thought of the system task released by FM 2010 this time, all the pores in his body suddenly felt a sense of joy. Leo Lee never thought that this insidious and shameless system could also play dirty jokes. First update. Thank you for your support. Please give me some monthly votes. If you keep getting banged, you'll get hemorrhoids. Chapter 650 The Cursed Middle Finger reappears. July 18th, 2010, 17:45. There are less than 15 minutes left before the final of the World Cup in South Africa. The players from the two warring legions had finished their warm-up and each returned to the locker room. The head coaches of both teams are doing their final mobilization before the game. After 90 minutes, the person who enjoys the glory and accepts the worship of hundreds of millions of fans around the world must be you. Guys, maybe you only have one chance to win this honor in your career, so don't have any retreat and don't hesitate. Show your best to the world, and let's go. From the locker room, you can vaguely hear the cheers coming from the stands, and you can feel the shaking of the ground under your feet. Del Bosque and Madman Lee said the same words to their disciples almost at the same time. The two of them expressed their gratitude for victory. His desire and confidence are so similar that he has no doubt that when his 5 fingers stretch out, what he grasps tightly must be the championship trophy. The superstars from both teams were so excited that they opened the locker room door and strode out with roars. Hey, Leo, wait a minute. Lee Tongfan seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stretched out his hand to grab Barcelona king Messi, who was following closely behind Captain Javier Zanetti, preparing to go out for the second time. There was something written on his face that all hammers could understand. Lewd smile. Previously, Messi wore staff clothes and got on the team bus and did not go out with his teammates during the warm-up. He had been warming up in the locker room with his legs raised and push-ups. Lee Tongfan's thoughts were surprisingly consistent with Del Bosque's. Never give his opponent any chance to react, and only deliver the most fatal blow at the moment of greatest need. So, since Messi has been hiding for so long, why not hide it for a little longer? Zanetti came out of the locker room with his other teammates, and lined up in the long tunnel. They all held a pink and cute little ball boy in their hands. The little guys were as crystal clear as snow dolls. People can't help but want to pinch their little faces. There are many staff around close to the Argentinian superstars, other players from Spain, their strong opponent in this game. Although many of them are old acquaintances, at this moment, they have temporarily put aside their friendships, looking at each other with unabashed provocation in their eyes. The camera slowly slid through the players, illuminating each person's face. The referee of this game was Howard Webb from Germany and England, and the 2 linesmen who officiated with Webber were also from England. They were Darren Cann and Michael Malarkey. The Iron Judges stood at the front of the players, and Howard Webber held the final ball, celebrating all worlds, in his hand, which had the final venue, time, and the names of the 2 competing teams printed on it. This is an exciting moment! Exclamation mark. Whether it is for referees or players, being able to appear on the World Cup finals venue is a dream experience worth remembering for a lifetime. Everyone is trying their best to calm their breathing and calm their violently beating heart, so that no one notices that there are only 10 players in Argentina's queue. Spanish captain Casillas stood at the front of everyone with vigilance and looked back carefully. However, he did not count the number of people, but looked for Messi among his opponents. To his delight, he did not look. To that shy face, that shocked and frightened Real Madrid, only one person felt very confused. There was a little black-skinned ball boy standing at the back of the Argentine team. As the only black child among all the ball boys, she looked around strangely and confirmed over and over again that no one was coming to hold her hand. Seeing that his companions in front of him were lucky enough to hold the hands of those superstars, the little guy was about to cry in frustration. But she was a little shy, so she suppressed herself and didn't ask the adults around her. At this moment, the passionate voice of the onside commentator suddenly came from the field. The music started instantly. Howard Webber took the first step toward the court. It's time to play! Exclamation mark. In order to prevent the crazy fans in the stands from throwing debris at the opponent players, the retractable doors of the player tunnel were extended to the sidelines. The superstars of the 2 teams walked out holding the little ball boys and stepped on the lawn. I just felt that my eyes suddenly brightened. The lawn of the stadium was trimmed neatly and beautifully, and it was as green as water. The strong lights on the roof illuminated the venue spotlessly, and there was a pure white light everywhere. Countless fans were roaring and shouting crazily, flags were flying, and ribbons were flying. Fireworks filled the air, and the Woo-Woo-Zula roared. This is the Palace of Dreams. Everyone felt as if they had stepped on the clouds instantly, and everything felt light under their feet. Only in the slightly dark tunnel of the players, the little black girl still stood there blankly. Although the little girl told herself over and over again to be strong, tears could not help but flow from her eyes. Come out. Although she was still a child, she deeply understood that she seemed to have missed an unforgettable opportunity, an opportunity that was very important to him. The players are on the field. The game is about to start. Ouch. Oh, God, I feel my blood is already boiling. There is no doubt that this is destined to be a game recorded in football history. Spanish commentator Servants was excited. It's really bad that we didn't see their number one core player Leo Messi from Argentina starting lineup. It seems that the world's number one star is really going to miss the final. What a pity. It's really too bad. Sorry. French commentator Jane Dino had disappointment written all over his face. However, someone quickly discovered that something was a little wrong. Hey, what's going on? We found that there are only 10 players on the field for the Argentine team, and there is one player who did not appear. This is what's going on. It was Duan Zuan, the big-headed melancholic brother of Cheyenne Chayote, who discovered the problem. 1 person missing. What kind of tricks is Crazy Lee playing? He himself didn't appear in front of the command seat. There was a buzz in the stands. The fans were screaming. The 4th official is questioning the Argentina coaches. It's unforgivable. You made such a stupid mistake. Could it be that Madman Lee was really stimulated and went crazy? Protest. This is a sacrilege to the sacred final. Hey, little guy, what's wrong with you? The little black girl stood alone in the tunnel crying. At this time, a gentle voice that he would never forget came from one side. The little girl turned around in surprise and saw an older brother wearing a blue and white uniform walking over with a kind and gentle look on his face. Smile. This is a scene that this cute little black girl like an angel will never forget. 2 minutes later, the last player of the Argentina team finally came out when Barcelona king Messi ran out of the player tunnel with a white gauze wrapped around his head and a funny little black girl in his arms. The Soccer City Stadium, which was full of loud noises, suddenly fell silent. Everyone his head couldn't turn around all of a sudden. This doesn't it mean that Messi will definitely miss the game if he is seriously injured? Why is he now alive and well on the field? The first person the broadcast camera focused on was Del Bosque, the Spanish coach in front of the command bench. Everyone knows that Bosque is in the hands of Madman Lee this time. This smoke bomb is so beautiful. Bosque tried hard to keep his face calm, but his heart was in turmoil. You must know that before this, he almost completely believed the media's judgment that Messi could not play. Now the appearance of Barcelona king gave him a very bad feeling. This is not because Messi's sudden appearance disrupted the team's tactical arrangements. As a very cautious coach, as long as he is not 100% sure that Messi cannot play, he will formulate strict tactics to limit such a dangerous player. What he was really worried about was that the game suddenly seemed to be beyond his control at this moment. From the unexpected appearance of Barcelona king, he keenly sensed a strong smell of conspiracy. Bosque was still thinking about the details carefully, and at this moment, a burst of enthusiastic volcano-like cheers suddenly erupted on the field. This time it was not the fans of the Argentina team who cheered, and certainly not the fans of the Spanish team, but the black fans among the more than 30,000 neutral fans in the audience. When they saw the world's number one star smiling and holding a little black girl running on the green court, for some reason, this picture moved them instantly. The 2010 World Cup is Africa's World Cup, a World Cup hosted by black people. The South African organizing committee officials have tried every means to reflect this. At the opening ceremony, Sharacha's singing was like the sound of nature, but such a song This Is It Africa cannot bring much emotion to black fans, because the person singing is still white. And at this moment, Barcelona king, Messi, with his head wrapped in white gauze, was like holding a lovely angel, carefully holding the little girl who was crying and laughing, and ran briskly onto the field. Two picture smiling faces with different meanings instantly moved the whole of Africa. This is the World Cup in South Africa that Africa needs. This is the World Cup that can truly move Africa! Exclamation mark. The applause of more than 30,000 black fans was so enthusiastic that it completely suppressed the excited cheers of the Argentinian fans after seeing Messi come on the field. They even discarded the football in their hands that has been criticized by the media since the start of the World Cup in South Africa. The traditional musical instrument vuvuzela, which has never left their hands, all stood up and applauded Messi. Soon, others finally understood why these black fans were so excited. Other fans who felt the warmth of this scene gradually stood up and applauded the king of Barcelona. Messi's image in Spain is already very good, and the previous flying stone incident has won him a lot of sympathy. As for the smiling young man who was watching with a white gauze wrapped around his head, even many Spanish fans stood up and applauded Messi. The entire stand was like a soothing rolling wave point by the end. Almost all of the more than 100,000 fans in the audience stood up. This is an incredible scene. Messi didn't expect that his small and unintentional move could so easily move the entire stadium. What he didn't know was that he had moved not only the stadium, but also the entire Africa, even the whole world. The passionate and moving voice of the on-site commentator reached the ears of every fan through the stadium's perfect sound system. Now on the field is the world's #1 star and the world's greatest football player, Leo Messi. Boom, boom, boom. The stands were completely ebullient. Seeing this scene, the referee Weber, who originally wanted to verbally warn Messi who was late, could not say anything more. He even smiled and whispered a few words to Messi before turning around and starting the normal game procedures. At this time, Argentina's national anthem sounded first. Courtside point coach Del Bosque looked even more complicated at this time point because he was very shocked to find that Messi, with this small move, had completely tilted the emotions of all neutral fans to the side of Argentina. This was definitely not a good sign. Although the fans in the stands it cannot determine the outcome of the game, but the fanatical atmosphere created by the 12th man has an absolutely obvious impact on the player's mental state and fighting spirit. At this time, Tongfan had appeared in front of the Argentine team's commanding bench at some unknown time. The sultry man looked at Messi with envy, regretting in his heart, "Damn it, if I had just removed this little girl from the player tunnel. I was hugged out, and I should be the one enjoying the cheers of the fans now, right? Such a great opportunity to show off, what a pity!" Maradona looked at Tongfan suspiciously, quietly poked Leo's back, sneakily came up and asked, "Lee, what's going on with the white gauze on Leo's head?" "I think the gauze wrapped around him can arouse the fans' emotions more, so I asked Toyan to prepare a little bit. The effect is very good, isn't it?" The sultry man pinched his chin shamelessly and laughed. "Zixi, I originally wanted to dye it with some red ink, but unfortunately I couldn't find the material." Maradona agreed with this explanation and nodded seriously. "It's indeed good." Puff thump thump. Next to them, Kemps and several other members of the 8-person coaching staff had black lines. They couldn't stand it anymore and passed out on the sidelines with spitting. This combination of these two is really lewd, shameless, obscene, and despicable to the third level. Force. The golden sunshine gradually becomes gentle point when the hands of the giant electronic analog clock on the west side of the Johannesburg Football City Stadium pointed to 1800 hours on July 18, 2010. Under the spotlight, the referee Howard Webber from England finally blew the most important whistle of the World Cup in South Africa. A whistle. The finals have finally begun. The Spanish team, wearing red jerseys, took the lead point. The players of the two teams were like warriors who had finished their formation and finally launched a charge. They launched a head-on attack without showing any signs of weakness. The passion of red and the agility of blue and white collided fiercely at this moment. The fans in the stands gave the most terrifying cheers and then began to sit down and watch the game. On the field. Spain is still in possession of the ball. Ventilators Avi used to consecutive deft turns to get rid of Riquelme's entanglement, distributed the football to his partner in Easter, and then went straight forward without slowing down. Zaya obeyed like he moved the ball like a dance, turned around, avoided Mascherano's pressing, distributed the ball again, and the football came to Xavi's feet again. Spain has maintained control of the football through constant passing. Almost a minute after the game started, the Argentina team has not even touched the football. This kind of scene is most familiar to Spanish fans. They cheered endlessly in the stands and waved their flags wildly over and over again. The game finally started. Well, I must admit, Madman Lee once again fooled the whole world. Messi appeared on the court at the last second, even though his head was wrapped with white gauze, but now it seems that the problem is not that big. Spanish commentator Servants gritted his teeth, his tone full of disappointment. He even forgot that as a qualified commentator, He should introduce the starting lineups of both sides to the audience in front of the TV at this time point not far away. The Spanish team formed a more traditional 4-4-2 formation. The goalkeeper is undoubtedly the captain, Santa Casillas, and the four backs from left to right are submarine captain Capdevila, Pickenbauer, Peak, Golden Lion King, Puyol and Real Madrid's future flag Ramos. In the midfield, Ventilator, Xavi, Ziobe, Iniesta, Long Pass King, Alonso, and Angel Wings, Juan Mata are standing parallel, and on the front line are the Killer, Calabash, David Villa and Liverpool, El Nino, Fernando Torres. Messi's last-minute appearance was a small surprise, as Frenchman Jean Dino did not forget his duties, and was introducing Spain's starting lineup in detail. This is very necessary, because the closer we get to the final stage of the World Cup, the closer Spanish coach Vicente Del Bosque's performance is to Madman Lee's style, the same vulgarity and shamelessness. And like Crazy Lee, he did not announce the starting lineup of the bullfighting soldiers before the game. Countless curious reporters and fans almost scolded the two wretched coaches to death. Farther away. The Argentine commentator excitedly stroked his long golden hair and confidently introduced his team's starting lineup. It's really great. Messi can finally play. I'm so moved that I want to cry. Okay, I guess you must not have guessed Crazy Lee's starting lineup. In such an important game as the World Cup final, he once again used his own unique 3-2-1-4 offensive tactics. Is this a confident performance? Goalkeeper Romero, 3 defenders Demichelis, Samuel, Zanetti, 2 defensive midfielders Gago and Mascherano, attacking midfielder Riquelme, 4 forwards Messi, Agüero, Tevez and Higuain. Hey, bastard, whose bed is your girl in? Oh, do you only know how to defend? Hahaha, guard your woman's little door first. AWW, where is your woman? Where is she? Hahaha, in America, in the bed of a Yankee. It was an unfortunate arrangement that behind the Argentinian team's commanding bench was the Spanish fan camp. Less than 10 seconds into the game, the Spanish fans were dishonest and tried their best to interfere with the Argentine team. Of course, the most important thing was interference madmanly. In order to disrupt Lunatic Lee's mind, they sang loudly and happily. The lyrics contained all insulting words about Juan King. What made the people on the bench and coaching bench of the Argentina team even more agitated was that in the press box behind the billboard on the sidelines, there was a shameless guy who was dancing to the tune and only those extreme fans could recognize him at a glance. The guy who deserves a beating is none other than Flaws from World Sports News, Crazy Lee's biggest enemy, and the first culprit to expose Juan King's cheating incident. Anger burned on Argentina's bench. Maradona looked around with a tigerish face, finally took off his leather shoes, and walked towards Flaws with murderous intent. Everyone who looked at the posture knew that this former number 1 in football, what did the young and dangerous boys want to do? The mature and prudent Kemps looked at Lee Tongfan, whose face was as serious as water, and walked over to block Marshall Mark. In the end, only one shoe flew in the direction of Flaws. However, such an incompetent counter-attack attracted even more crazy shouts from the opponent. Flaws and the Spaniard obviously think their method is working. There is no doubt that the Argentine team's coaching staff has been stimulated crazy and lost their minds. At this time, Lee Tongfan, who had been sitting quietly on the command seat, stood up. The Spanish fans who saw this scene started shouting even crazier. Where is your woman? Where is it? In whose bed is it? Screams and grins poured down from the stands behind them, and some were even imitating them. She screamed in a woman's voice, "Ouch, baby, you can't satisfy me, but an American hunk can." The substitute players and members of the coaching staff looked worriedly at Lee Tongfan, who was slowly walking towards the sidelines step by step. Maradona turned around and cursed crazily towards the stands, and then went to question the 4th official on the sidelines. But his efforts were annihilated by the violent boos and curses pouring down from the stands. Lee Tongfan ignored all this. He walked slowly to the sidelines step by step, his steps smooth and steady. After arriving at the sidelines, Lee Tongfan looked up at the electronic analog clock above the court, as if waiting for something. All these actions were seen by Coach Del Bosque not far away on the other side. He didn't know what Crazy Lee was doing. However, the deep uneasiness in my heart is getting heavier and heavier. Soon, Bosque finally knew what Crazy Lee wanted to do. At this moment, Bosque's heart beat hard. He had prepared a lot before the game, but at this moment, Bosque suddenly felt a little bit, I'm helpless. Because what was before him was a magic that so far the whole world had no solution for. Middle finger curse. Crazy Lee once again raised his middle finger filled with incredible magic. A middle finger is a goal. This is already a backquote truth known to everyone around the world. The stadium fell silent for a moment. Everybody knows what it means when Crazy Lee raises his middle finger, but this time, will the terrible consequences really happen? Asking for a monthly ticket. There are some brothers and sisters. Throw 2 of them. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.